Most men will never hear what you are about to hear. And those who do, 99 out of 100, will do nothing with it. You are now at war with that 99. But I believe you are not like them. I believe you will finish this message with fire in your spine and steel in your words. Let us begin.
Welcome to Napoleon Hill's Daily Millionaire Mindset, where we teach you the timeless principles that turn ambition into achievement. Subscribe today and start creating the life you deserve.
You have been trained to fail, not by villains, but by those who called themselves protectors. They taught you to be humble when you should have been bold, to ask permission when you should have declared purpose. They told you to sit still, keep quiet, blend in. But let me tell you plainly, the average life you were told to admire is a lie. The school taught you facts, but never how to think. The church taught you to beg, but never how to believe. The job taught you obedience, but never how to lead. You have been domesticated, and they called it education. You were weakened, and they called it normal. But I say this to you now, power is not safe, power is not polite, and power is not permitted to the man who waits. That is why this message should be censored, because it will make you dangerous to the world that profits from your mediocrity. If you hear this to the end, you will no longer walk like a man hoping for better days. You will walk as one who commands better conditions. The voice you hear now will not just speak to you, it will enter you. It will build thought, and that thought will burn away everything weak that ever lived inside of you. This is the science they never taught you, the truth they never trusted you with. The formula that built Carnegie's steel empire, Ford's factory lines, Edison's laboratory, Lincoln's unshakable poise. And if you listen with the intensity of a man who is tired of delay, it will build you too. But you must pay the price. Full attention, no distraction, no second guessing. Listen not as entertainment, but as reconstruction. For every word you hear will install new identity. Every sentence will either cure you or condemn you, depending on whether you act. Some truths are so powerful they must be hidden from the masses, not because the truths are evil, but because the masses are unprepared to wield them. They have not developed the mental stamina, the spiritual responsibility, nor the identity required to bear the weight of those truths. Power in the wrong hands produces destruction. Therefore, most men are kept safe by ignorance. This message you are now hearing does not belong in the hands of drifters, doubters, or those who still ask permission to be great. It is not fit for the one who waits for society to approve of his rise. It is reserved only for the one who has grown tired of indecision, tired of weakness, tired of waiting for someone else to hand him the key. If you are that man, then prepare yourself, for what follows has the potential to remake you entirely. Understand this. Power is not given, it is unlocked, and it is unlocked only by those who possess the mental key. That key is not found in books alone. It is not handed out in schools. It is not passed down by bloodline. It is forged through decision, faith, desire, repetition, and the disciplined mastery of thought. Only a man who has declared war against his former limitations will ever possess such a key. The truth I bring you now has been kept from 98 out of every 100 men, not by conspiracy, but by natural law. The average man cannot wield this truth because he has not yet built the identity that can hold it. But if you listen, if you submit your mind to what is spoken here, you will no longer be of that 98. You will join the ranks of those who have become creators in the field of circumstance. The secret is this: the mind, when properly commanded by burning desire, fortified by faith, and reinforced through repetition, becomes the instrument through which all riches and power are created. This is no metaphor, it is law, and law, once obeyed, delivers results without fail. If this speech feels dangerous to the weak part of you, it is because it is. It is designed to burn away every excuse you have ever clung to. It is designed to destroy the old self, the man of delay, the man of opinion, the man of failure, and replace him with a builder of destiny. Let me now introduce you to a realm that few men ever enter consciously, the inner chamber of your own mind. This chamber is not physical, but it is real. And it is here that miracles are born. It is here that failure first takes root. It is here, in the private theater of thought, that your entire life is constructed before it ever appears in physical form. The mind is a fertile field. It will grow whatever is planted. If you plant fear, you will harvest paralysis. If you plant faith, you will harvest confidence. If you plant indecision, you will reap chaos. If you plant definiteness, backed by belief and fueled by desire, then you will produce power so great the world will not know how to explain you. You must now decide what seeds to plant, and you must be prepared to protect them with your life. Because the moment you begin this work, the moment you begin to install a new reality through disciplined thought, the old world will rise to test you. That is not the time to waver. That is the time to speak louder. Listen to me. This message is not safe. It is not polite. It is not gentle. It is power. And power, like fire, must be handled with responsibility. Once you light this flame, there is no going back to your former self. Once you hear these truths, your old excuses will never satisfy you again. Once you see what you are capable of, you will either rise or you will suffer the pain of knowing you refuse to. You now stand at a threshold. You may turn back and return to comfort, drift, and mediocrity. Or you may move forward and become the master of your thought, the commander of your belief, and the author of your fortune. But you cannot do both. You must choose, and you must choose now. Let this part close with a vow. From this moment forward, I will no longer pretend to be powerless. I will no longer speak as a victim. I will no longer wait for permission. I accept the full responsibility for the power I am about to unlock. Sleep tonight with that decision in your heart. And when you wake tomorrow, begin the process of mental mastery. Not as a student, but as a builder of unseen forces. For this truth, when obeyed, does not just change your results. It changes what kind of man you are allowed to become. No man is free until he controls his own thinking, and until that moment, he is not a man. He is a mirror, a servant, a vessel carrying the thoughts of others. The masses are not free. They are shaped by gossip, ruled by fear, trained by failure, and moved by every change in wind and opinion. They do not think, they react. From the moment you were born, you were surrounded by voices. Some spoke fear, some spoke caution, most spoke smallness. And because you had no defense, no philosophy, no definiteness, no filter, you accepted their thoughts as your own. This is the tragedy of modern man. He believes he is thinking when in truth, he is only remembering what someone else repeated to him. Let me say this plainly. Mind control is not fiction. It is fact. It happens not in dark rooms or laboratories, but in homes, schools, workplaces, and casual conversations. The man who does not deliberately command his thoughts is already under the command of the world around him. He who does not deliberately program his mind will be programmed by the world. There is no neutral ground. Either you dominate your mind or you surrender it. Either you install belief, purpose, strength, or you absorb fear, distraction, and failure. You are either the master or the puppet. You choose. Consider this. If you allow television, newspapers, gossip, and culture to speak louder than your own purpose, then you are not living by thought. You are living by noise. And noise has never built a fortune. Noise has never created greatness. Noise has never installed strength. Think now of Andrew Carnegie, a man whose entire empire was constructed from mental clarity. He did not permit useless voices to reach his subconscious. He protected his mind like a fortress. Only thoughts that aligned with his definite purpose were allowed to remain, and that is why his results were inevitable. He once said, "You may take my factories, my steel, and my wealth, but leave me my mind, and I shall have it all back again." You must now adopt this discipline. You must guard your thoughts with the same intensity a king guards his throne. The tool to do this is autosuggestion, the conscious, deliberate repetition of thought designed to install identity, belief, and action. It is not wishful thinking. It is the daily, hourly act of commanding the subconscious mind to obey a new order. You must become the commander of your thought army, and your first order must be, all voices of weakness are dismissed. All thoughts of fear are exiled. Only purpose, power, and wealth are permitted to remain. Practice this now. Repeat after me. I speak only what builds. I hear only what strengthens. I permit only what aligns. Every thought must pass inspection before it enters. Make this your law. Write it, speak it, obey it, because the enemy is always waiting. The old world will try to speak again. It will knock through memory, through familiar voices, through subtle complaint, and if your mind is unguarded, it will let them in. You must ask yourself every morning, who is speaking through me today? My old self, the world's fears, or my definite aim? The answer will determine your results, not someday, immediately. Do not think you are above influence. No man is, but the wise man chooses which influence he permits. He does not swim in the river of popular thought. He builds his own canal, directs it with belief, and flows toward his goal with relentless control. Let me give you a truth that will offend the average man. To think for yourself is an act of war against everything that benefits from your mediocrity. The moment you begin to speak differently, rise intentionally, and refuse fear, the world will push back. That is proof you are on the right path. You must now install your thoughts like a commander builds a kingdom. No room for doubt, no room for delay. Every wall must be placed with belief. Every phrase must reflect identity. Every command must lead to action. Anything less, and the enemy will return. Say it now with certainty. My mind is my domain. No one else may build here unless I permit it. Every thought is either fuel or poison, and I will no longer drink poison. When you speak like this, think like this, and act like this, you will find the world no longer controls you. Your moods will not dictate your movement. Your environment will not dictate your identity. Your past will no longer determine your posture. And what will happen then? You will become dangerous, not to others, but to the forces that once ruled you. You will become immune to the common infections of doubt and fear. You will become a man whose every action comes from principle, not pressure. You will become a man who is truly free. But the price is high. You must monitor every thought. You must rehearse your belief daily. You must reject 90% of what most men casually accept. And you must do this not once, but forever. This is how you break free from mental slavery, not by running, but by rebuilding, not by avoiding the world, but by commanding your internal world until the outer world must adjust. And so I say again, install your thoughts like a commander. Or be ruled by the collective thought of cowards. There are laws more powerful than government, more binding than contracts, more commanding than education. These are the invisible laws of success, laws that govern wealth, power, identity, and destiny. Yet they are rarely spoken aloud. Why? Because those who understand them rule, and those who do not remain ruled. If these laws were taught to every man in every school, the structure of society would collapse. Why? Because obedience to these laws creates leaders, and the world fears too many leaders. The world needs employees, followers, and servants of wage systems, not men who walk with definite purpose and demand results from life. You must now become what few ever do, a student of invisible law, a disciple of principle, a master of internal forces. The laws I reveal to you here will not be accepted by the average man. But you are not average. If you were, you would not be listening. You are ready. And the first law is this, the law of the definite chief aim. No man becomes powerful until he decides, with finality, what he desires above all else. Until that decision is made, he is a toy of circumstance. He floats, he reacts, he complains, he drifts, but the moment he declares, "This is what I shall have, and nothing shall prevent me," the universe itself begins to reorganize. This law is not theory, it is power. And every great man I ever studied obeyed it. Carnegie obeyed it, Ford obeyed it, Edison obeyed it, Lincoln obeyed it. They were not men of luck, they were men of definiteness. Until a man decides what he wants above all else, he is a servant of stronger wills. He speaks of goals, but has no aim. He speaks of desire, but has no heat. He speaks of change, but carries the habits of yesterday. The definite chief aim burns all that away. It becomes the pole star of your thinking, the rhythm of your daily behavior, and the fire that makes weakness impossible. Now listen to me. The aim alone is not enough. It must be backed by faith. Faith is not belief in magic. It is belief in law. Faith is the certainty that if I obey the principles, the results must arrive, no matter the delays, no matter the tests, no matter the trials. Faith is mental persistence, even when sight provides no evidence. Faith is the medium of miracles, but it must be installed, it must be rehearsed, it must be spoken aloud, repeated silently, and burned into the subconscious mind until the subconscious begins to respond with action. The next law is repetition. Repetition is the sculptor of belief. No thought becomes identity until it is spoken again and again with emotion and decision. This is why auto-suggestion is not merely a tool, it is a requirement. You must become the craftsman of your belief system through repeated inner commands. Faith without repetition is a fire without fuel, and desire without faith is a ship without a sail. But the man who combines burning desire with daily repetition and unwavering faith is unstoppable. His results are not delayed by opinion, not weakened by failure, not discouraged by doubt. Let me now bring you the image of Henry Ford. The world called him a fool. His engineers told him what he wanted was impossible, but he had already rehearsed the image in his mind. He had already installed the belief. He did not argue with them. He simply said, "Build it." And they did, not because they believed, but because his belief was louder than their doubt. That is the power of invisible law. It bends resistance. It reshapes reality. It commands results, not immediately, but inevitably. These laws are not emotional. They do not care how you feel. They do not reward the man who waits for motivation. They reward only the obedient, and they destroy the man who hesitates. Let me say that again. These laws reward the obedient. They destroy the indecisive. You must decide to obey the law of definiteness by writing and repeating your chief aim aloud until it shapes your every action. You must obey the law of faith by trusting that the outcome belongs to the man who persists, not the man who doubts. You must obey the law of repetition by feeding your mind the same identity, the same desire, the same affirmation until it becomes fixed. And here's the final warning. Once you hear these laws, you are responsible. You can no longer claim ignorance. You can no longer say, "I didn't know." The moment you understand that your life is the direct result of your obedience to invisible law, you can never again blame anything outside of you. This is the beginning of true power. And most men never arrive here, not because they are evil, but because they are lazy. They prefer comfort to clarity. They would rather drift in excuses than walk in discipline, but not you. Say it now. I do not drift, I declare. I do not hope, I decide. I do not beg, I build. I obey the law, and because of that, I am becoming a law to the world around me. This is not motivation, it is activation. This is not inspiration, it is transformation. And from this day forward, the only limit you will know is the one you permit to remain in your mind. Let me speak plainly. Every man repeats something. You repeat fear, or you repeat faith. You repeat self-doubt, or you repeat decision. You repeat complaint, or you repeat command. What you do not understand is that repetition is not neutral. It is not casual. It is devotion. Repetition is not habit alone. It is worship. And what you worship, you become. The average man worships his weakness. He doesn't call it worship, of course. He calls it realism. He calls it personality. He says, that's just how I am. But he speaks fear daily. He repeats failure constantly. He replays criticism. He relives defeat. He rehearses doubt. This is devotion to a God of failure. And he wonders why success avoids him, why power ignores him, why opportunity mocks him. It is because he has built an altar to the wrong master. And every word he speaks, every belief he repeats, is incense burned to the identity of limitation. You must now overthrow that religion. You must destroy the temple of your weakness and build a new one, founded on repetition, structured by decision, and filled with only those thoughts worthy of building the man you are becoming. Understand this. Repetition is the sculptor of identity. It does not ask for your mood. It does not care for your feelings. It simply obeys the law. What you do and say consistently becomes who you are. That is the law of cosmic habit force, the universal rhythm that crystallizes repeated thought into action, belief into behavior, imagination into reality. You have been worshiping something every day, and now you must decide to worship only what you want to become. If you desire wealth, you must speak wealth. If you desire strength, you must repeat strength. If you desire discipline, you must recite discipline, not once, not when it is convenient, but hourly, daily, forever. Let me give you an image. The mind is not a hard stone. It is soft clay, and every word you speak to it is a sculptor's tool. Each repetition is a carving. Each belief is a cut. Over time, it becomes fixed, and the shape it takes determines your fate. Now repeat after me. I become what I honor what I repeat. I repeat purpose until it drowns all doubt. I repeat discipline until I forget disobedience. I repeat strength until fear forgets my name. Do not say these only once. Say them every morning, every evening, until they become your tone of voice, your inner reaction, your emotional rhythm. This is not motivation. This is mental programming. You are not inspiring yourself. You are installing yourself. Let me bring you now to Thomas Edison. He did not invent because he was gifted. He invented because he was repetitive. He failed thousands of times, and each time he repeated belief. Each time he declared again, I will find a way. Each time he commanded his subconscious mind to accept only one outcome, completion. It was this repetition, not intelligence, that made him powerful, not one single repetition alone, but the accumulation of definiteness stacked daily until the subconscious could no longer disobey. Do not deceive yourself. There is no change without repetition. You may feel inspired now, but if you do not speak these words again tomorrow and again the next, and again the day after that, you will return to the man you were, because the old programming is still there, and only daily repetition can override it. The weak man wants new results without new rituals. He says, I've heard that already, but hearing once is not enough. If you do not become the message, you are still under the control of the message you heard last week, last year, last decade, the one installed without your permission. This is the turning point. You must now become a man of repetition. You must choose a handful of affirmations, not hundreds, and drive them into your subconscious until they become unconscious law. These words must be repeated with emotion, with belief, with conviction, until the mind says, this is who I am now. And make no mistake, this is not strange. This is how every identity is formed. The soldier repeats commands until he acts without thought. The lawyer repeats arguments until they become his nature. The athlete repeats form until it becomes instinct. And you must now repeat identity until it becomes inevitable. Let me now give you new affirmations. Speak them aloud. Repeat them daily. Let them shape you. I am the man who commands his mind. I am the man who repeats strength until strength repeats me. I speak my future aloud until it kneels to me. My results are formed by repetition. I choose every result. And let this final truth burn into your memory. Repetition is your religion. Every man has one. The only question is, what God are you serving with your words? From this day forward, you will serve only the God of power, of discipline, of purpose. Your tongue will speak only what builds. Your heart will beat only with belief. Your thoughts will repeat only what belongs in the mind of a man of destiny. Do not ask for change, repeat it. Do not hope for greatness, repeat it. Do not wish for strength, repeat it. And what you repeat, you will become. A man is not only shaped by the thoughts he entertains, but by the environment in which those thoughts are born. A powerful mind cannot thrive in a weak setting. A purpose-driven identity cannot survive in a climate of complaint, criticism, and confusion. Therefore, if your surroundings do not build you, they are burying you. Most men live in tombs and call them homes. They sit among voices that mock ambition, that scoff at wealth, that worship safety, and they wonder why their desires never take root. They rise each day in the company of mediocrity and expect greatness to emerge from within. That is not just unwise, it is impossible. You must understand, environment is not passive, it is active. It is architectural. The conversations you permit, the noise you absorb, the attitudes you tolerate, these are not neutral. They are forces. And if you do not build your environment to serve your aim, it will undo your aim without apology. I say this with the full weight of my experience. A man's thoughts grow in proportion to the quality of the mental soil around them. If you permit negativity, sarcasm, laziness, and distraction to remain in your atmosphere, you are feeding your subconscious with rot. No amount of internal power can flourish while the external field is poisoned. This is why you must become ruthless with your surroundings. I do not mean cruel. I do not mean isolated. I mean disciplined. You must decide who is allowed to speak into your mind. You must determine what enters your ears, what lives on your walls, what is heard in your silence. You must treat your atmosphere as sacred, and anything unworthy must be banished without apology. He who treats environment as trivial shall fail. He who treats it as sacred shall rise. Let me now introduce you to one of the most powerful principles I ever uncovered, the mastermind. When two or more minds come together in perfect harmony, they form a third greater mind, a mind with ideas, strength, and wisdom neither man could summon alone. But this only works in harmony. Most men never form a mastermind because they tolerate contradiction. They associate with doubters, dream thieves, and small talkers, and expect strength to be born from confusion. That is a lie. A mastermind requires agreement in purpose, elevation in speech, and belief in possibility. Without these, you are not building power. You are borrowing weakness. This is why your circle matters. Your associations either feed your strength or fuel your fears. Your conversations are either building your throne or digging your grave. If your friends mock your vision, they are not friends, they are chains. If your family ridicules your discipline, they are not support. They are cement shoes in a rising tide. Now let me speak of Charles M. Schwab. This man did not surround himself with the familiar. He surrounded himself with men whose minds reflected the future, not the past. He built his power through association, through conversation, through selection. He did not allow contradiction to sit at his table, and the result, millions in wealth, respect in every corridor, and a mind sharp with decisiveness. You must now examine your circle, your room, your walls, your inputs. Ask, do these elements lift me or lower me? Do they align with my definite aim or oppose it? Do they remind me of my power or reinforce my excuses? Anything that fails this test must be removed. No discussion, no debate, no delay. Your environment must reflect your identity, not the one you were given, but the one you are building. Even your silence must speak your vision. Even your desk must shout your purpose. Now say this aloud. Burn it into your mind. I permit no mockery of vision near me. I protect my ears like a soldier protects the gate. I attract only minds that multiply my strength. Repeat these daily. Speak them into every room you enter. Let your presence carry conviction, so that weakness has no place to rest. You are not here to make others comfortable. You are here to make your vision inevitable. And do not fear the loneliness that may come. It is necessary. When you change your environment, the old voices will vanish. They must. They cannot breathe in the air of elevation, and good riddance, for it is only in the silence that your new voice can rise. It is only in the absence of distraction that your new world can begin. When you walk into your home, it should be a temple, not a holding cell. Your walls should declare your aim. Your desk should remind you of structure. Your bookshelf should speak of wisdom. Your music, your speech, your circle, all should reflect who you are becoming. Do not compromise here. Power does not tolerate contradiction. Purpose does not breathe where mediocrity lives. You must now build an environment that reflects only the identity you have chosen. And you must keep it clean, daily, ruthlessly. Let me give you new environmental laws. Speak them, memorize them, live by them. My environment reflects my aim. Nothing enters without my permission. I shape my surroundings to mirror my next level, not my past. If it does not build, it must be banished. Say this each morning. I will not tolerate anything that offends my destiny. Your mind is not a toy. Your future is not a wish. Your purpose is not a suggestion. It is a command. And the room in which that command is spoken must reflect the weight of that decision. From this moment forward, make your environment a cathedral of greatness. Let nothing remain that is not sacred. Let no one speak who is not building. Let no habit continue that does not construct your new reality. And if you do this, if you guard your surroundings as fiercely as your thoughts, you will find something miraculous. You will rise faster, speak clearer, think stronger, and move with the rhythm of unstoppable men. For now you will not just live in power. You will live in the environment that sustains it. A man cannot walk into a new life carrying the corpse of his former self. You are not called to improve the old you. You are called to bury him, the one built on fear, the one shaped by hesitation, the one who waited for permission, who doubted his thoughts, who drifted with the tide and called it fate. He must die. There is no compromise here. The man you are becoming and the man you have been cannot coexist. One must be destroyed for the other to rise. Do not negotiate with him. Do not revisit his comforts. Do not speak his words. He is your enemy, not because he was evil, but because he is useless to the future. Do you want to rise? Do you want to build? Then kill him. Kill the habits, the tone, the posture, the stories. Kill the voice that says, not yet. Kill the voice that says, play it safe. Kill the one who waits. Kill the one who needs approval. Kill the one who shrinks in the face of great responsibility. Listen to me now. You do not need improvement. You need replacement. The weak version of you was not born that way. He was assembled through repetition. He was carved by years of mental surrender. He is not you. He is what you rehearsed. And now, with decision and faith, you must rehearse someone new. Identity is not fixed. It is rehearsed. And the rehearsal must be deliberate. The future you must be acted out until it replaces the former man completely. There is no limit to the man you can become, except the one you refuse to leave behind. Let us now perform the death ritual. First, write the words of the old self. What did he say when pressure came? What did he think when plans failed? What did he speak when fear knocked? Write it down. These are the incantations of a dying man. They must be identified. Second, identify his tone. Was it soft, unsure, hesitant? Was it sarcastic, dismissive, or small? That tone is not neutral. It is a spell, and every time you use it, you summon the identity you are trying to kill. You must never speak in his voice again. Third, deny him permission. He will try to return, in thoughts, in habits, in phrases, but he has no legal right anymore. Say to him, "You are no longer the man I obey. You are a ghost. I walk in the body of the new me. Your rule is over." Fourth, speak only as the man who replaces him. Use his words, take his posture, feel his certainty, declare his beliefs, act with his speed. Even if it feels like pretending, pretend until it becomes natural. For this is not make-believe, it is make-real. Say now aloud with finality, "I am no longer available to be who I was. I speak only what aligns with the man I have declared. My future self is not a goal, he is my identity." Let me now speak of Abraham Lincoln. There was a season in which he walked in despair, haunted by doubt, tortured by indecision, buried beneath the ghost of his own potential. But one day, when faced with the survival of a nation, he made a final decision. He stood up, and the weaker self was no more. He did not debate with his old voice. He silenced it. He did not compromise with fear. He overrode it with responsibility. And when he walked into that White House, it was not Lincoln, the man, who entered. It was Lincoln, the identity, rebuilt, definite, powerful, surrendered to principle above emotion. You must now do the same. You do not need more time. You need more death. The new you cannot live while the old you is still fed. So starve him of speech, starve him of company, starve him of explanation, and feed only the thoughts that build your throne. Most men avoid this process because it is painful. They think pain is a sign something is wrong. But I say to you, pain is the sound of the old self dying. It is not punishment, it is process. Embrace it, feel it, and finish the burial. When a man truly kills his old self, he becomes unrecognizable, not to others, but to himself. He wakes up with new thoughts. He speaks with a new tone. He walks with new rhythm. He enters rooms differently. He no longer begs. He no longer explains. He builds, commands, and moves. But hear me well. If you delay the death, you delay the destiny. If you revisit the old stories, the old excuses, the old company, you resurrect what you said was dead. And if you do that often enough, your new self will suffocate under the weight of who you refuse to let go. So let us declare this now. This is the last day the old me will be heard. His words are no longer welcome. His habits are no longer repeated. His posture, his tone, his fears, his phrases are gone. From this moment forward, you walk as the new you. And if you forget, return here. Return to this death chamber. Remember what you buried, and repeat the new identity until it becomes the only identity. For every day you delay the death of the old self, you extend the rule of failure. Kill him now, and take the throne that was meant for the man you are finally ready to become. Your mouth is not an ornament. It is an instrument of creation. The words you speak are not decorations of mood or expressions of emotion. They are commands issued to your subconscious mind, to the invisible forces of infinite intelligence, and to the future that obeys thought backed by faith and definiteness of purpose. If you desire to become a creator, you must speak like one. And if you desire to reign over your environment, you must think like a king. Most men speak as beggars, think as drifters, and wonder why they receive the crumbs of life. But the man who trains his tongue and disciplines his inner dialogue becomes a master of conditions. I must speak firmly now. Your language is either building your throne or digging your grave. Every time you say, "I can't," you place a chain on your potential. Every time you say, "I'll try," you feed the muscle of doubt. Every time you say, "Maybe," we'll see. Hopefully, you declare to your subconscious, "I am not in control." Such words are not harmless, they are treasonous. They betray your purpose. They weaken your command. They pollute the inner chamber of your mind, and the mind, being loyal, obeys the poison. It adjusts your identity downward. It reshapes your confidence to match the words. It delivers conditions aligned with your voice, not your hope. Understand this. The subconscious mind accepts every word as law. It does not interpret. It does not question. It does not laugh. It obeys, and it obeys with precision. Therefore, your words must become tools, each one chosen, sharpened, and directed with purpose. You must never speak what you do not want made real. Let me now give you the law. Speech must match aim. You may not say anything that contradicts your goal, not even in jest, not even in passing, not even when discouraged. The moment you do, you begin to fracture the image you are building. The builder must speak only blueprints. The king must speak only decrees. Let your speech reflect structure. I will. I am becoming. It is done. I do not entertain weakness. I declare my result in advance, and I obey its instruction. Most men speak in moods, but the man of power speaks in principles. He does not ask if he feels like building. He commands the bricks into place. He does not ask if today is favorable. He shapes the day with his decision. This is not arrogance. It is alignment with law. Let me now draw your mind to Henry Ford. He was not the most educated. He was not the most refined. But his speech was final. His commands were definite. When his engineers told him a thing could not be done, he did not discuss, he did not explain. He said simply, "Produce it." And they did, not because they believed, but because his belief outranked their doubt. That is the power of command speech. It reshapes reality, not by force, but by faith so certain that all opposition must bow. When you speak like this, you do not beg circumstances. You do not negotiate with weakness. You do not entertain contradiction. You speak, and it is so. Now, I must confront you. You may still be speaking the language of the old identity. Do you say, "I'm trying"? That is the speech of drift. Do you say, "We'll see"? That is the dialect of delay. Do you say, "I'm overwhelmed"? That is the song of the slave. You must eliminate every phrase that belongs to the man you buried. Here is your discipline. Listen to yourself speak. Record it if you must. Write it out if you must. Identify every phrase that opposes your definite chief aim and burn it. Replace it with precision. Speak only what serves your throne. Say this now. My tongue is the pen of a king. I speak what I intend. I repeat what I am becoming. I do not allow casual language to insult my destiny. Let me remind you, every great builder spoke with definiteness. Rockefeller spoke of markets and expansion before the oil had flowed. Carnegie spoke of organization and riches long before the steel had formed. Edison spoke of the electric light while the world laughed. They did not speak from evidence. They spoke from command. You must now do the same. Do not wait until results appear. Speak until they do. Do not wait until you feel powerful. Speak power until the feeling arrives. Do not wait for evidence. Speak what you intend and act like it is already law. Your mind is listening. Infinite intelligence is listening. Your body is listening. Your environment is listening. And all of them respond to your tone, not your wish, your tone. Speak with a tongue that makes hesitation impossible. Let us now install new identity speech. Say these daily. Say them aloud. Let them build the bones of your new self. I am the voice of my future. I speak what commands the world I am building. My words are not decorations, they are instructions. Every sentence I speak is a brick in my palace. Remember, your voice is a builder, not a mirror, not a vent, not a toy, a builder. If you repeat a phrase often enough, your subconscious accepts it. And once it accepts it, it begins to direct every action, emotion, and result to match that phrase. Speak accordingly. You have not been speaking to empty air. The thoughts you have repeated, the affirmations you have declared, the decisions you have made, they have been heard. Not just by your conscious mind, not only by your body, but by something greater. Infinite intelligence has been listening. And now the only question is, will you move accordingly? Understand this law. Infinite intelligence is not moved by emotion, by doubt, or by need. It is moved by definiteness. It is commanded through faith. It responds to purpose. And the man who speaks with unwavering belief becomes a channel through which all resources, people, ideas, and events flow to accomplish his declared intention. This is no fantasy. This is law. It is the law that built the fortunes of the industrial kings. It is the law that guided every major invention. It is the law that shaped empires. The man who aligns with it becomes magnetic. The man who ignores it becomes dependent. You must now understand, infinite intelligence does not ask what you want. It asks what you have decided, and it will send back to you that which aligns with your repeated declarations, good or bad. If you have spoken failure, expect failure. If you have entertained delay, expect delay. If you have repeated contradiction, confusion, vagueness, expect exactly that. But if you have spoken decisiveness, wealth, power, faith, prepare yourself. For all things are being arranged to bring you exactly what you have claimed. I will say it again. You become what you think about, backed by desire, faith, and decision. That phrase is not motivational. It is the blueprint of law. And the moment you obey it with full mind and full spirit, everything begins to move in your favor. But hear this warning. Half faith earns no power. Half speech builds no bridge. Half effort makes you a beggar. And infinite intelligence does not reward beggars. It rewards builders. You must move now as a man who is already being answered. You must walk with certainty. You must act as if the thing you desire has already been completed in the unseen, and you are simply arriving at it in time. Say aloud, I walk in unseen certainty. I act from completed vision. My success is not a wish, it is an unfolding certainty. This is not delusion, this is alignment. This is obedience to the unseen law that governs all success. The man who walks this way becomes a beacon of force. People follow him. Doors open. The very structure of time rearranges to serve his advancement. Let me give you an image. As water flows to the lowest point, wealth flows to the strongest belief. It does not flow to the most talented. It does not flow to the most desperate. It flows to the one whose mind has become a channel of command, narrowed, focused, definite, repeated, reinforced, clear. Repeat this daily. Infinite intelligence flows through me. It works for me, responds to me, guides me. My only job is to remain definite, faithful, and obedient to the identity I have declared. Let me speak now of burning desire. This is not casual want. It is not mild interest. It is the white-hot obsession with an outcome so vivid, so emotionally charged, so spiritually absorbed that it dominates the subconscious, reshapes behavior, attracts alliance, and bends reality. Burning desire does not beg. It does not hope. It demands. And that demand, when backed by faith, becomes a magnetic force. It draws to itself the people, the places, the opportunities, and the instructions that make the impossible real. Now listen carefully. If you break the chain, if you return to old speech, old habits, old excuses, the bridge collapses. The subconscious does not remain idle. It is always being programmed, either by your voice or by the voices around you. That is why repetition must become your religion. That is why definiteness must be your compass. That is why you must hear this message daily. This is not a speech. It is a command center. It is the blueprint of kings. And kings do not dabble. They decide. From this moment forward, you must see yourself not as one becoming great, but as one who already is. You are now the type of man who speaks with clarity, who walks with power, who builds by command, who acts without apology, who speaks what he believes and believes what he speaks. And because of this, infinite intelligence has taken notice. You are now on record. You have declared your purpose. You have cast your old self into the fire. You have replaced weakness with structure. You have spoken the words that create conditions. And now you must move accordingly. Repeat these final affirmations. Infinite intelligence has heard me. It works with me, through me, for me. I will speak only what builds. I will act only in alignment with my definite chief aim. I will not apologize. I will not delay. I will not retreat. And now, let this truth seal your transformation. Where does the storm truly rage? Outside or inside your own thinking? Life doesn't crush you with what it gives. It crushes you with how you interpret what it gives. And so the battle is not out there. It begins and ends in the mind.
You've heard of Think and Grow Rich, but have you lived it? Welcome to Napoleon Hill Daily Millionaire Mindset, where we break down timeless success secrets, one powerful idea a day. Miss a day, miss a breakthrough. Subscribe now. Your millionaire mind is waiting.
When life hits hard, most people crumble, but a few, they rise. What do they know that others don't? It's not luck, it's not fake optimism, it's a mindset, a discipline of perspective. Staying positive isn't about pretending everything's fine. It's about seeing the storm and choosing to build anyway, because positivity, when forged in pain, becomes power. It's how you bend without breaking, how you rise while others retreat. The question is, when life tests you, will you surrender or stay lit from within? In a few moments, I'll teach you how to stay strong and think positive, even when life feels really hard. Your mind is the battlefield. There are days when the world seems to close in on you, when the sky turns gray, the wind howls with problems, and you feel buried under the weight of worry. But let me ask you, where does the storm truly rage? Outside or inside your own thinking? You must understand that every setback, every failure, every moment of pain is not the enemy. The real adversary is the thought that says, this is the end. But what if you trained your mind to answer back, this is the beginning? Imagine this. You walk through a hallway in complete darkness. Most people stop. They panic. But you stretch your hand, feel the wall, take one small step forward. That's belief. That's power. You might ask, but what if I fail again? What if it hurts more? Then you get up again. You build a habit of resilience, not once, not twice, but daily. Like a blacksmith shapes iron, the fire, the hammer, the rhythm of repetition. Shape your mind in the same way. You control your thoughts, or they control you. So ask yourself, are you nurturing courage or feeding doubt? When the mind is governed by fear, every challenge looks like a monster. But when governed by faith, every challenge is just another wall to climb. You decide whether today becomes a tombstone or a turning point. The choice is not in what happens. The choice is in how you think about what happens. Purpose pulls you through pain. Pain becomes unbearable only when it's meaningless. But the moment you attach your pain to a purpose, it transforms into fuel. You are not made to endure blindly. You are made to endure forward. Think of a man digging a tunnel with his bare hands. He bleeds, he bruises, but he knows that on the other side there is light, freedom, something worth fighting for. It is not the hardship that breaks him. It is forgetting what he is digging toward. So I ask you, what are you digging toward? When life strikes, your first instinct may be to ask, why me? But shift that to, for what? For what lesson? For what preparation? For what future calling? Think of every struggle as a sacred training ground, not punishment, preparation. Imagine yourself trudging through the rain, soaked and cold, but in your hand is a letter you must deliver, a message the world desperately needs. Would you stop or would you press on? Purpose makes the pain worth it, and every moment you feel like quitting, remember, there's someone waiting on the other side of your perseverance. Maybe it's your future self. Maybe it's your child. Maybe it's someone watching your example. Don't allow temporary discomfort to rob you of eternal reward. The man with a mission walks taller, even through the storm. So what is your mission? Name it and let it pull you forward. You become what you expect. A person who expects to lose, loses long before the battle begins. Expectation is not just a silent thought. It is a force, a magnet. A builder or a breaker? You do not get what you want. You get what you expect. Walk through life expecting failure, and your feet will drag, your eyes will drop, and your voice will tremble. But walk through life expecting greatness, and something powerful begins to shift inside you. Shoulders rise, eyes sharpen, action intensifies. Not because the world changed, but because your inner world took command. Now ask yourself, what are your dominant expectations? Are you waking up expecting opportunity or disaster? Are you preparing for growth or retreat? Imagine two farmers. One prepares his soil, sharpens his tools, and plants with care. The other watches the sky and says, "It might not rain." Which one will reap the harvest? You must discipline your mind to expect victory, not wish for it. Expect it. That does not mean blind arrogance. It means trained confidence. It means saying, "I will win because I must win. I will grow because I refuse to remain small." So look around your life, your relationships, your health, your finances. What are your expectations building right now? And more importantly, are you brave enough to raise them? Resilience is a daily decision. You don't become resilient by reading about it. You become resilient by living it, not once, not twice, but every single day. Resilience is not a moment of strength. It is a daily decision to show up, to continue, to rebuild. There will be moments when the door slams in your face, when the ones you trusted most walk away without explanation, when the plans you nurtured with all your energy collapse like paper in the rain. And in that moment, you will face a decision. Will I retreat or will I rebuild? That choice is the seed of resilience. Not your muscles, not your medals, not your degrees or accolades. Resilience is forged not in moments of applause, but in moments of silence, when no one sees, when no one claps, when only you know what it costs to rise. Picture a craftsman, chisel in hand, whose masterpiece breaks halfway through. The grain splits, the hours of carving wasted. But does he curse the wood? No. Does he throw the tools aside? No. He starts again, with patience, with precision, with purpose. Why? Because the vision is stronger than the setback. And what about you? Maybe you've faced dreams that shattered at the peak. Maybe someone you loved turned their back. Maybe the career you built was taken away in an instant. But the truth remains, you can start again. Not weaker, not bitter, but wiser. You are not broken, you are built. Built by every fall you endured, every tear you wiped, every no you turned into a louder yes. Resilience isn't the absence of pain. It is the refusal to be defined by it. So I ask you today, what would happen if you decided to be unbreakable? What would change if, instead of fearing another fall, you prepared to rise stronger from it? The world doesn't need more perfection. It doesn't need more applause chasers. It needs more people like you who know how to lose and still lead, who know how to grieve and still build. Every morning you choose to rise again, you are writing a story worth reading. And that story, it's not about what stopped you. It's about what refused to keep you down. Your resilience is your quiet, defiant anthem, not of what you endured, but of who you became. So decide now, will you retreat or will you rebuild? Because the truth is, you were never meant to stay down. You were meant to rise. Faith in yourself is the first wealth. Before any man builds a fortune, he must first build belief. Long before gold fills his coffers or success crowns his name, there is a whisper inside him that dares to say, "I can." This whisper is not born in wealth nor taught in schools. It is discovered in silence, the silence of a man daring to face himself. Faith in yourself is not vanity. It is responsibility. Because if you doubt your worth, you will doubt your work. And if you cannot trust your step, you will never take the first one. You cannot lead a team, inspire a family, or build a legacy if you have not first accepted that your voice matters. Your mind is valuable, and your actions carry weight. Consider the captain of a vessel steering into uncharted waters. The stars may guide him, but the crew follows his confidence. If he trembles at every gust of wind, the ship will sway. If he questions his course, the voyage will stall. But if his hands are steady and his voice firm, even the storm begins to listen. You are that captain, and your belief must anchor you deeper than any fear. Now, picture yourself standing before a door On the other side, opportunity, destiny, your true call. But above the frame, a sign reads, "Only those who believe may enter." This is not metaphor, this is reality. Most people hesitate. They wait for proof before they act. They wait for applause before they speak. But you must choose to walk in. To knock, not because you're certain of the answer, but because you're certain of your ability to handle whatever comes. Ask yourself with urgency, what would change if you fully trusted yourself? What dreams would you chase? What risks would you stop avoiding? What excuses would you bury for good? Belief is not a luxury. It is the root of all progress. It is the first stone in every strong foundation. Every empire, invention, and idea began with someone who decided they were worth the effort. And if today you don't yet believe, then act like someone who does. Carry yourself with conviction. Speak with strength. Move with purpose. Because the mind follows the body's courage. Action precedes belief, and belief precedes every victory worth earning. No one hands you permission to believe in yourself. You must claim it, and once you do, the world begins to respond, not because it changed, but because you did. So stand tall, walk forward, and remind yourself, before you build the dream, build the belief. Because the man who says, "I can," changes everything, starting with himself. Discipline builds inner light. When darkness surrounds you, it's not more light from the outside you need. It's a fire within, and that fire is called discipline. Not the harsh, punishing kind, but the steady, self-directed force that whispers again and again, "No matter what happens, I will keep going." Discipline does not arrive with a trumpet. It does not knock on your door with applause. It begins in silence, in small choices, waking up when you said you would, finishing the work you promised yourself, choosing honesty when lying would be easier, listening when you'd rather speak. Every time you say yes to what builds you and no to what breaks you, you feed the flame that lights your way. You build your inner lantern. Picture yourself climbing a mountain alone. The weather is brutal. The sky grows darker. You see no sign of the peak. Your muscles ache. The air thins. But you take one step, then another. Not because the path is easy, but because there is a voice within that says, "This is who I am." That voice wasn't born overnight. It was built, brick by brick, through acts of discipline. Not in grand moments, but in the quiet ones. When no one else was watching, when quitting seemed easier, when comfort whispered its tempting song, you didn't listen. You chose the harder right over the easier wrong. Ask yourself now, have you been waiting for the right mood to start your change? Have you been hoping that motivation will strike like lightning? Or are you training yourself to move regardless of the weather in your soul? The ones who master their fate do not rely on emotion, they rely on practice. They train consistency like a soldier trains strength, daily, repeatedly, faithfully. Discipline does not shout. It does not beg for attention. It whispers. And if you are quiet enough to hear it and humble enough to obey it, it will lead you to a place few ever reach. A place where peace is not earned through ease, but through effort. Where your joy is not shaken by circumstances because it was not built on comfort. Storms will come. That is not a question. Pain will test you. Doubt will knock. Fatigue will whisper, "Just rest a little longer." But if your foundation is made of daily discipline, no storm can carry you away. Your anchor will hold. Your steps will steady. Your purpose will burn bright. Discipline is not a burden. It is a gift. A path. A promise you keep to yourself, and every day you keep it, your flame grows stronger. So when the world grows dark and the way forward seems unclear, do not search for rescue. Build the fire, light your lantern, and walk on. Because in the end, the strongest light comes not from the sky, but from within. Gratitude is the gateway to power. You cannot be both bitter and blessed at the same time. One clenches your fists, the other opens your hands. One closes your eyes, the other opens your spirit. Bitterness builds walls, gratitude builds bridges. One isolates, the other connects. If you want to rise, you must choose. Will you dwell on what's missing or awaken to what remains? Gratitude is not a soft virtue. It is a force, a discipline, a weapon in the war against despair. While others see it as sentiment, you must learn to see it as strategy. Gratitude is the key that unlocks strength, courage, and clear vision. It changes your chemistry, your countenance, your course. You may think, what do I have to be thankful for when everything's falling apart? But that's precisely the test. Gratitude doesn't begin when the storm ends. It begins inside the storm. It does not wait for comfort. It creates clarity. Can you see the gift in the grit, the lesson in the loss, the seed in the storm? Gratitude is not found. It is forged. It is hammered out in the fire of disappointment, in the heat of heartbreak, in the ache of unmet expectations. It does not arrive fully formed. It is built through choice again and again. Imagine this. You lose a job. The routine is gone. The paycheck vanished. But in that sudden stillness, you find time to reconsider your path, to question what you've been chasing. You begin to see not just what was taken, but what could be built. Or a relationship ends, the silence feels suffocating. But in that quiet, your voice grows louder. You hear yourself again. You reconnect with the version of you that had been buried beneath compromise. Or maybe a plan fails. It shatters into pieces, and in the rubble you find stronger materials to rebuild. Not the same plan, but a better one, aligned with a clearer vision. Every trial carries a treasure, if you dare to look. Every setback hides a seed. The question is, will you search for it? Ask yourself honestly, what am I ignoring that I could be appreciating? Is it your breath, your ability to think clearly, the fact that you are still here, able to try again? Gratitude begins with the ordinary, the overlooked, the assumed, the morning sun on your face, the taste of water when you're parched, the friend who checks in, the strength you didn't know you had until you had to use it. It does not require a perfect life. It asks only for an open heart. Gratitude is not the end result of getting everything you want. It is the starting fuel for getting through everything you must. It flips your perspective from scarcity to abundance, from not enough to more than I knew. You were never promised ease. That was never the deal. But you were given a mind that can reframe any reality. You were given the power to choose where you focus, what you magnify, and what you build upon. Use it. Don't let bitterness blind you. Open your eyes. Start each day not with a complaint, but with a question. What strength can I find today through thankfulness? The person who asks that question becomes invincible, because while pain is inevitable, despair is optional. While circumstances can shake you, they cannot shatter the spirit of someone grounded in gratitude. You become a lighthouse, steady, bright, immovable. Gratitude is a posture, a habit, a rebellion against the darkness. And the more you practice it, the more resilient you become, not because life gets easier, but because you get stronger. So today, choose to see what remains. Choose to honor the hidden blessings. Choose to speak thanks into the silence. Because every time you do, you trade bitterness for boldness. You trade sorrow for strength. You trade fear for faith. And in that sacred exchange, you find not just peace, you find power. Your circle shapes your strength. Show me your closest companions, and I will show you your future. Who you walk with determines how far you rise. The direction of your life is often found in the footsteps of your company. Walk with giants and you will rise. Sit with doubters and your dream will shrink to fit their fears. Energy is contagious, not just in moments of celebration, but in the quiet spaces where habits are shaped. Surround yourself with people who complain, who excuse, who delay, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, your fire begins to flicker. Your standards lower. Your dreams grow dull. You begin to accept what once felt unacceptable. It happens not in one decision, but in 1,000 tiny compromises. But when you surround yourself with those who challenge you, who live with purpose, who stretch your thinking, who won't let you settle, you begin to change. Not because they force you, but because their very presence reminds you of who you can become. Their discipline awakens yours. Their clarity sharpens yours. Their courage stirs yours. You rise by reflection, you grow by proximity. Imagine you're rowing across a wide river. Alone you tire, the current wears you down. Every stroke feels heavier than the last. But now imagine others rowing beside you, matching your rhythm, speaking life when doubt creeps in. You move forward not only faster, but with joy. That is the power of aligned fellowship. Not just company, but comrades. Not just presence, but partnership. Ask yourself, who do you confide in when the weight grows heavy? Who listens not just to respond, but to understand? Who sharpens your ideas, challenges your fears, pushes you to go further than your excuses. If you're the smartest, the most disciplined, the most driven person in the room, not because you don't belong, but because you are meant to grow. And growth demands friction. Friction demands people who are unafraid to see more in you than you sometimes see in yourself. This is not about status, not about prestige. It's about alignment. Alignment with people who honor your calling, who refuse to let you drift, who remind you, gently or boldly, that you are built for more, that mediocrity is not your home. True allies don't flatter you, they refine you. They don't cheer for your mask, they champion your potential. They don't just sit through your storms, they help you build shelter within them. And when you fall, they do not judge the stumble, they extend a hand and a higher standard. If you are serious about staying strong through the storms of life, audit your circle. Evaluate not just who is around you, but what they are pulling out of you. Are they reinforcing your weakness or calling forth your strength? Are they feeding your fears or strengthening your faith? Then, reinforce your circle. Build with intention. Choose allies of ambition, faith, and action. People who pray with you and plan with you. Who celebrate your wins and challenge your complacency. Who understand that loyalty is not agreement, but alignment with your highest good. Yes, the lone wolf may survive, but survival is not the goal. The thriving person, they thrive in a pack of purpose, in a tribe of transformation, in a circle that reflects not just where they are, but where they are going. So choose your company like your future depends on it, because it does. Walk with those who speak life, who live truth, who carry vision. And soon you will look back and realize you didn't just go further, you became better. Together, action cures fear. Fear is not destroyed by thinking, it is destroyed by doing. You cannot outthink fear. You cannot reason it into silence. The longer you sit with it, the louder it becomes. It grows in the shadows of delay, magnifying every worst-case scenario, whispering what-ifs until you're paralyzed. But the moment you act, fear begins to lose its grip. Like fog under the morning sun, it fades in the presence of motion. You may say, "But I'm not ready." Let me remind you of something essential. No one ever feels fully ready. Readiness is a myth. Action is the truth. You don't wait until you're fearless to move. You move. And that is how you train courage. Every brave soul you admire began not with certainty, but with a shaky step. Picture a person standing before a great wall. It looms, cold and towering, a monument to everything they think they cannot do. The wall mocks them. It lists their failures. It repeats their doubts. And so they stand, frozen. But the moment they reach up, find a crack and lift their foot, something shifts. The wall doesn't shrink, but the climber grows. Each handhold taken, each foothold earned, changes the balance. Why? Because action makes you bigger. Fear wants you to forget that. What are you hesitating on? A decision that could change your life? A conversation you've been avoiding? A dream you've buried under someday? Fear loves hesitation. It feeds on delay. It thrives in the gap between knowing and doing. But you can break its back with one bold step. Do not wait for the feeling of confidence. It rarely shows up on its own. Confidence is not a prerequisite. It is a result. You create confidence through motion. You build belief by beginning. Write the letter, take the walk, launch the idea. Let your body lead your belief. Action is not just a reaction to life. It is how you shape life. You are not a passenger on the road to your purpose. You are the one steering. And the wheel only responds when you move. In the war between fear and your future, motion is your sword. It cuts through doubt. It slices through hesitation. And the best part, that sword is always within reach. Every time you choose to act, no matter how small the step, you change your brain, you shift the narrative from "I can't" to "I'm trying." And then from "I'm trying" to "I'm doing." Fear will still whisper, that's its nature, but you don't have to listen. You respond not with argument, but with action. So ask yourself, what is one thing I can do today that fear doesn't want me to do? Then do it, not tomorrow, now. Because the longer you wait, the stronger fear becomes. But the moment you move, fear weakens. You were never meant to be caged by doubt. You were designed to create, to climb, to conquer. And none of that happens while standing still. So rise, move, do. Let action lead. Let courage follow. And let fear fall behind you where it belongs. Legacy is built in the now. Legacy is not something you leave. It is something you build while breathing. It is not reserved for the famous or the fortunate. It is not about marble statues or grand speeches. Legacy is about how you live today. It is not about being remembered someday. It is about living remembered now, in the hearts of those you touch, in the eyes of those you lead, in the choices you make, even when no one is watching. You might wonder, what can I really do that matters? The answer lies not in a single act, but in the pattern of your life. Every decision is a brick, every word a stone, every act a beam. Over time, those pieces come together to form a monument. The question is, what kind of monument are you building? Will yours be a fortress of excuses or a temple of courage? A pile of regrets or a tower of resilience? Imagine this. You see two builders at work. One rushes the process, eager to finish, cutting corners, ignoring the cracks. The other moves with care, laying each brick with intention, checking the level, reinforcing the structure. Years later, the difference becomes clear. One structure crumbles at the first storm. The other stands tall, unmoved, a refuge for others. What made the difference? Not the materials, not the tools, but the mindset, the discipline, the daily choices. So ask yourself, how do I show up when no one is watching? What habits am I building in the quiet hours? What example am I setting with the way I respond to frustration, to failure, to fatigue? Whether you lead 1 or 1,000, your impact begins in the private moments no one applauds. Legacy is not built in the spotlight. It is shaped in the shadows, in the hard conversations, in the early mornings and late nights, in the way you treat the unnoticed and the overlooked, in the promises you keep, especially to yourself, in the times you fall and rise again. You are already writing your legacy. It is not waiting for a grand gesture. It is unfolding in every sunrise. Each day is a fresh page. Each choice a sentence. Choose your words carefully. Choose your deeds with courage. Let them echo strength. The future will not ask what you hoped. It will reflect what you did. Hope is a seed. Action is the harvest. And if your present becomes your gift to tomorrow, then every challenge becomes sacred. Every obstacle becomes an opportunity to demonstrate what you stand for. You do not need a stage to influence. You need conviction. You need character. You need consistency. People are watching even if you don't see them. Your children, your colleagues, your community. They read your life like a letter. What are you telling them? Legacy is not loud. It is lasting. It is not made of applause. It is made of alignment. When your actions match your values, when your words match your walk, when your heart leads and your hands follow. So live with intention, speak with truth, act with honor. Let your legacy be a mirror of your inner life, authentic, unwavering, real, not perfect, but powerful. The world may not remember every detail of what you did, but they will remember how you made them feel. They will remember your courage when fear was easier, your faith when doubt was louder, your perseverance when quitting would have been justified. Legacy is not found at the end of life. It is formed in the middle of it, in your choices, your voice, your presence, the way you rise, the way you serve, the way you love. And when your time has passed, your legacy will speak, not in stone, but in stories, not in monuments, but in minds, not in riches, but in the ripple you left behind. Build that ripple today. Start now and never stop. Setbacks reveal strength. The moments when life knocks you down are not there to break you. They are sent to reveal you. In those moments, something greater is being uncovered. Not your weakness, but your strength. You don't truly know your power until strength is the only thing left. And when that moment comes, when the world goes quiet and you're face to face with your pain, that is when your true self rises. Most people treat failure like a dead end. They think it marks the end of the road, the conclusion of their story. But failure is not a wall. It is a mirror. It doesn't stop you. It shows you. It reflects what you've been avoiding, what you've neglected to face. It shines a light on your excuses, your patterns, your fears, and yes, it can sting. But that sting is sacred, because within it lies the invitation to grow. Your reactions in failure define you, far more than your victories. Anyone can smile in success, but only the courageous learn to stand again in the dust of disappointment, when plans fall apart, when dreams collapse, when the applause stops. These are the proving grounds of character. Who are you without the crowd? Who are you when no one is watching? Imagine walking a trail. It seems familiar, safe, predictable, and then suddenly you slip into a ditch. You didn't see it coming. It wasn't marked. Now you have two choices. You can sit in the mud, blaming the path, cursing the rain, reliving every step that led you there, or you can stand up, brush yourself off, look back only to understand where the path changed, and then move forward with that wisdom. One choice leads to regret, the other leads to resilience. And resilience is not about having an unbreakable body. It is about having an unbreakable spirit. It is choosing to rise when comfort tells you to stay down. It is standing tall when no one else offers a hand. It is refusing to let failure define your identity. You may ask, but how many times must I rise? How many hits can a person take and still move forward? The answer is as many as it takes to stop being surprised that you can. The strength doesn't come before the battle. It is forged in the fire. Every time you get back up, you're not starting over. You're starting wiser. You're starting with more clarity, with a deeper understanding of yourself and your purpose. The greatest stories ever written, in history, in faith, in legends, are not tales of perfection. They are tales of persistence. Men and women who were knocked down again and again, but whose determination outlasted their defeat. What made them great wasn't the absence of failure, it was their response to it. You are writing your own story right now. And this chapter, the one you're living through, the hard one, the painful one, the confusing one, is not the end. It is a turning point, a rising point. So let go of the shame. Let go of the lie that you're behind or broken or unworthy. You are becoming wiser, stronger, sharper, more grounded, more aware. Your story is not about falling. It is about the person you become because you rose. And you will rise again. You were never meant to stay down. You were meant to stand, to build, to continue, because the fall was never meant to finish you. It was meant to forge you. Rise, your words shape your world. What you speak becomes what you see. Words are not decorations, they are blueprints. Every sentence you say, every belief you whisper to yourself lays the foundation for what becomes your life. Speak defeat, and your life bends toward despair. Speak faith, and your path begins to rise up to meet your steps. In the furnace of adversity, when the winds howl and progress feels stalled, your first and most vital weapon is not strength, money, or even strategy. It is your voice. Not to blame, not to beg, but to declare. Declare who you are, declare where you are going, declare what you will no longer tolerate. Let the world know, not by pleading, but by proclaiming. Words are not echoes of what is, they are seeds of what shall be. And just as a seed holds the image of the future tree, your words carry the shape of your destiny. Imagine standing in a garden you wish to grow every day. You water it. You pull weeds, but instead of speaking to the soil with belief, you curse it. You say, nothing grows here. This soil is useless. These seeds are a waste. Would the garden flourish, or would it shrink under the weight of your despair? The answer is obvious. No garden thrives under condemnation, and neither will your life. The tongue has the power to build or to break. You may not realize it, but what you repeatedly say becomes the lens through which you see. If you constantly say, I can't, you won't. If you constantly say, I never win, you won't. But if you begin to say, this will not break me, I am made for more, I will find a way, then your words begin to construct the road beneath your feet. You do not need perfect circumstances. You do not need everyone to believe in you. You need powerful words. Words forged from clarity, certainty, and conviction. Begin each morning by speaking life into your being. Not just vague hope, but deliberate certainty. Not just wild dreams, but clear decisions. Say, today I will lead myself. Say, I am not my past. Say, my life is not over, it is just beginning. When fear shows up, don't negotiate with it. Speak against it. When doubt knocks, don't entertain it. Declare your truth louder. Silence the tongue of negativity and awaken the voice of destiny within you. Because what you say about yourself is far more important than what anyone else could ever say about you. Ask yourself, what have I been repeating to myself? Am I speaking as a creator or a critic? Have I spoken more fear than faith? Language is not just communication, it is construction. Every complaint chisels a brick out of your foundation. Every word of belief adds another stone to your fortress. Choose wisely. Speak like someone who is building a palace, not living in ruins. Your words are a prophecy in progress. They travel ahead of you, preparing the terrain. They can either clear your path or clutter it with debris. When you speak fear, you invite obstacles. When you speak faith, you summon breakthroughs. Stop speaking drought over your dreams. Stop calling your vision impossible. Stop saying, that's just the way I am. Instead, begin to say, I am growing. I am learning. I am becoming unshakable. Life will echo back to you the words you send out. So speak with intention. Declare your identity. Declare your future. Speak strength into your weakness, clarity into your confusion, victory into your battles. And if you must repeat anything, let it be truth. You are not waiting for the world to change. You are commanding your world to rise. The landscape changes when the language does. So open your mouth and build. Stillness is strength, not weakness. In a world that rushes, stillness feels like falling behind. The clock ticks, the world spins, and society praises the hustle as if noise equals progress. But that is a lie sold to the hurried and the harried. Stillness is not the absence of action, it is the foundation of all effective action. It is the place where clarity lives, where strength is rooted, and where direction is refined. You are not weak when you pause. You are wise. The person who races forward without a map may travel miles, but often in the wrong direction. The person who stops to study the stars, feel the wind, and examine the ground, they strike with precision, and every step matters. Busyness is not the same as progress. Motion is not the same as momentum. Stillness is the secret chamber of all great leaders, thinkers, and builders. It is in the silence that wisdom speaks. It is in the pause that purpose becomes visible. Think of a sculptor before the stone. They do not swing wildly at the marble, hoping greatness emerges by accident. No, they pause. They observe. They run their hands across the surface. They study the angles. And then, with calm certainty, they make their first cut. That is how greatness is shaped. Not through frenzy, but through focus. Stillness is not empty. It is full of information, insight, and intention. Ask yourself, when was the last time you were truly still? Not scrolling, not rushing, not performing, just present, just aware, just you. Have you been reacting to life or creating it? Most people live in reaction, to opinions, to trends, to noise. But the rare few stepped out of the storm, into silence, and listened. And from that listening comes clarity. And from that clarity comes direction. And from that direction comes power. Stillness is where you reset your internal compass. It's where you release tension, let go of emotional noise, and remember what matters. It is in the stillness where the whisper of truth can finally be heard. The one that says, you were not made to run without reason. You were made to move with meaning. In stillness, you remember who you are beyond the noise. You remember your values. You rediscover your vision. You learn that it is not the loudest thought that is the truest one, but the still, small voice beneath it all. If you want to act with power, first sit with purpose. Stillness is not inaction, it is the prelude to the right action. It is not weakness, it is preparation. The greatest athletes pause before the sprint. The wisest generals wait before the attack. The strongest trees are still as they grow. From silence comes clarity. From clarity comes conviction. And from conviction comes unstoppable momentum. This is not about meditation techniques or retreat centers. This is about your daily life. 5 minutes before the day begins, to breathe and ask, what matters most today? A short pause before a conversation to ask, what truth must I speak here? a sacred second before responding to anger, to ask, is this reaction worthy of me? Stillness is your strength, not your surrender. In a society that tells you to prove your worth with busyness, choosing stillness is an act of rebellion. And it is also an act of mastery, because the world will keep spinning, but you get to decide where you plant your feet. When you sit with intention, you begin to see what others miss. You begin to hear what others drown out. You begin to move with a rhythm that is your own, steady, strong, and unshakable. So do not fear the silence. Do not run from the pause. Step into it. Let it shape you. Let it show you. Let it center you. You were not made to be frantic. You were made to be focused. Let stillness become your superpower. Let silence teach you how to speak. Let reflection teach you where to strike. Then, and only then, will your actions carry the weight of purpose. The world may be rushing, but you are building. Every day is a choice between comfort and growth. You cannot walk both roads, comfort and growth. One feels good in the moment. The other feels right in the future. And each morning you must choose, not once, not twice, but daily. With every action, every decision, every excuse or push forward, you cast your vote. You decide who you are becoming. For no one drifts into greatness. It is climbed toward, inch by inch, choice by choice. Comfort is a tempting road. It wears the disguise of safety. It speaks in soft tones. It tells you that you can wait, that maybe next week, next year, next time, you'll be ready. It offers praise for doing the minimum. It shields you from rejection by asking you never to risk. It hugs you while quietly stealing your fire. Comfort is a slow surrender dressed as self-care. But growth whispers a different tune. It challenges, it beckons, it stirs something ancient and wild in your bones. It does not flatter, it demands. It doesn't care for your schedule or convenience. Growth throws you into the unknown and says, build wings on the way down. And yet, it is the very path that unlocks your hidden strength. For the muscles of the mind, spirit, and will are only forged through resistance. Imagine two fires. One burns hot and bright, thrilling to watch, but fleeting. It dazzles and dies. The other burns deep, steady, fed by patience and persistence. Growth is the second fire. It takes more to ignite, more to maintain, but it does not vanish. It sustains. It becomes a source of warmth for others. Comfort may light up your evening, but growth keeps you warm for a lifetime. You may say, but I don't feel ready. And you'd be right. No one does. Growth never feels like home at first. It feels like stretching, like failure, like uncertainty. But those very things are proof that you're not stuck. They are signs that you are moving, becoming, right. Comfort feels like control. Growth feels like courage. One keeps you safe, the other makes you strong. So ask yourself, where are you choosing ease over evolution? Are you doing what's familiar or what forges you into someone new? Are you reaching or reclining? Are you surviving or are you growing? Every breakthrough starts with a decision to do the uncomfortable thing, to face the hard conversation, to take the first step when the road is not clear, to show up without applause. You become strong not because it is easy, but because it is worth it. Discipline, grit, mastery, these are not gifts, they are earned, and their price is paid in sweat. The truth? Comfort will let you survive, but growth is how you thrive. Comfort keeps you where you are. Growth takes you where you're meant to be. Comfort speaks the language of fear. Growth speaks the language of faith. And every time you choose growth, you write a new chapter in your destiny. So today, dare more. Try again. Rise now. Say yes to the thing that makes your stomach flutter. Embrace the unfamiliar path. Let the discomfort refine you, not define you. Be the person who chose the climb over the couch, the one who picked the pain of purpose over the pleasure of passivity. For in the end, the comfort you sacrifice today becomes the greatness you carry tomorrow. Choose the stretch, choose the sweat, because your future is not built by your feelings, but by your choices. Choose growth. You are the root, not the fruit. People chase outcomes. They crave the finish line, the applause, the reward. But outcomes are the fruit, and no fruit grows without roots. You cannot demand the harvest without first tending to the soil. The world may praise what they see on the outside, but the strength of your life is always anchored in the unseen, the inner foundation. Most people obsess over results. They ask, what will I get? When will it come? Why haven't I succeeded yet? But these are the wrong questions. The right question is, who am I becoming? Because who you are is the root. Your beliefs, your discipline, your patience, your resilience, these feed the soil. These determine the fruit. You do not grow by chasing more. You grow by becoming more. And when you become more, the results cannot help but appear. You become magnetic to your goals, not by pursuing them blindly, but by preparing yourself inwardly. Imagine a tree yelling at its branches to bear fruit while ignoring its roots. It would be absurd. Yet this is what people do every day when they demand success without self-reflection, without discipline, without daily development. They water their image and neglect their integrity. They polish their profile and forget their purpose. The roots are invisible, quiet, slow growing, but they are everything. They are what allow the tree to stand tall in the storm. When the winds of failure blow, when doubt and delay test your spirit, it is not your ambition that holds you steady. It is your character. It is your commitment to growth in silence when no one is watching. Ask yourself each day, what have I done to feed the root? Did I study something that stretched my thinking? Did I train a skill that strengthens my path? Did I forgive someone who needed grace? Did I speak truth when silence would have been easier? These are not glamorous questions, but they are the ones that build a powerful life. You can skip many things in life, but you cannot skip the inner work. You cannot cheat the process. You cannot harvest a field you never sowed. The world may offer shortcuts, but nature never does. The law of the seed is absolute. What you plant, you will harvest, but only after you nurture, protect, and wait. Be more focused on who you're becoming than what you're achieving. Goals are necessary, yes, but they are not your identity. Titles fade, applause stops, trophies collect dust, but who you become in the process, that endures. That echoes in every room you walk into. That shapes your future long after the reward has passed. There is a kind of power that comes from a rooted life. It doesn't shout. It doesn't need approval. It walks with quiet confidence because it knows the work has been done in private. Rooted people don't just perform, they persevere. They don't just impress, they impact. So stop measuring your progress by the fruit alone. Measure it by your daily effort, your alignment, your self-honesty. Measure it by how often you show up, even when you feel unseen. Measure it by how deeply you are willing to grow beneath the surface. You don't grow by chasing more. You grow by becoming more. You grow when you face the hard truth, when you choose discipline over ease, when you say no to the distraction and yes to the direction, when you stop trying to look successful and start trying to be solid. And when the root is strong, the fruit follows, always. Not immediately, but inevitably, because life honors the person who honors the process. Your root is your responsibility. Feed it, protect it, grow it. Let others chase the fruit. You build the root. Progress is not always loud. Progress often whispers. It does not come with trumpets or headlines. It doesn't explode into your life with fanfare. More often, it arrives as a quiet nod, the decision to rise again, to try again, to stay committed one more day. In a world that glorifies instant success, this quiet form of progress is often overlooked, but it is the most powerful kind. We have been trained to expect fireworks. We think success is dramatic, a viral moment, a huge leap, a rousing applause. But real success? It is steady, it is faithful, it is boring to the impatient, and miraculous to the disciplined. Because the strongest structures are never built overnight. They rise one brick at a time. They are forged not in chaos, but in rhythm. Not in bursts of motivation, but in unshakable resolve. Imagine a person practicing scales on a piano. There is no stage, no clapping audience, just repetition, just focus, just an empty room and the will to become more. Each note is sharpening the fingers. Each hour is fine-tuning the hearing. The day will come when the music pours out effortlessly, but that day is bought by the 1,000 unseen days before it. Progress whispers, and only those with patience can hear it. Only those with vision can see it in the mundane. You may not feel stronger after one workout, wiser after one chapter, freer after one difficult conversation. But something inside you shifts. A layer is added. A thread is strengthened. These small, unseen victories are what make greatness inevitable. Ask yourself, am I discounting the slow gains? Am I judging the journey by today's lack of applause? Am I tempted to quit because no one else is watching? If you answer yes, you are not alone. But remember, applause is not a measure of worth. Visibility is not proof of value. What is built in the dark prepares you for the light. The real work is often unglamorous. It looks like studying when you're tired, like practicing kindness when you're frustrated, like saying no to shortcuts and yes to the long, narrow road. It is choosing alignment over approval, discipline over comfort. It is not flashy, but it is foundational. Each day you choose not to quit, you place another brick. Each act of effort, each repetition, each moment of persistence is forming the bridge to your future. And here's the truth. That bridge is either being built or broken with every decision. There is no neutral ground. You are either reinforcing your strength or reinforcing your excuses. You may not be where you want to be yet, but if you're moving, even slowly, you are not stuck. You are in process. You are under construction, and construction is messy before it is magnificent. So keep building, keep showing up, even when no one notices, especially then, because the day will come when the world sees the finished structure. They will call you lucky, gifted, blessed, but you will know it was the whisper of progress. The silent days of showing up, of pushing forward, of choosing not to quit, that made all the difference. You won't have to fake strength when that day comes. You'll already be it. You'll walk into your calling with the quiet confidence of someone who is trained in the shadows, who has earned every step. The spotlight is not the goal, the work is. The outcome is not the reward, the person you become is. And if you can learn to fall in love with the process, to honor the whisper of progress, you will never lose. So today, do the small thing with great care. Repeat the step that feels insignificant. Honor the habit that builds your foundation, because consistency compounds. And what begins as a whisper becomes the roar of success, brick by brick, step by step. Keep going. Progress is happening, even if you can't hear it yet. Doubt is the tax you pay for ambition. Every big dream comes with a toll. Doubt, it does not arrive alone. It rides alongside ambition, whispering questions and planting hesitation. The greater your vision, the louder this inner voice tends to get. But understand this, doubt is not your enemy. It is not a stop sign. It is a signal, a sign that you are doing something that matters. You might wonder, why do I feel fear every time I reach higher? Why does the leap towards something better feel so heavy? The answer lies in identity. You are moving beyond the limits of who you used to be, and your old self doesn't go quietly. Doubt screams when it sees you evolving. It yells because it fears irrelevance. It knows it cannot survive in the version of you that has grown stronger. Think of a bridge under construction. The ground trembles, the steel groans, bolts tighten under pressure, dust clouds rise, and there is noise all around. This isn't collapse. This is expansion. This is what it feels like when something new is being built. The same applies to your journey. That resistance is not a breakdown, it's the evidence of transformation. So what would you attempt if you stopped interpreting doubt as danger? What new step would you take if you saw fear not as a stoplight, but as a green light that says you're on the edge of growth? The truth is, doubt doesn't go away by waiting. It doesn't vanish by overthinking. You overcome doubt not by argument, but by action. You speak back to it with results. You quiet it with consistency. You diminish it with forward movement. You don't have to erase doubt. You just need to refuse to obey it. You need to walk beside it and keep going. Doubt can ride in the car, but it doesn't get to drive. So the next time doubt shows up, don't panic. Smile. It means you're moving. It means the old you is feeling the pressure of your expansion. It means you are standing at the threshold of something greater than you've known. Ask yourself this, What version of me does this dream require? What kind of faith, focus, and follow-through must I embody? Because it is not just about having a goal. It's about becoming the person who can carry that goal to completion. And in that becoming, doubt will surface. It will say, "You aren't ready." But you can answer, "I'm becoming ready." It will whisper, "What if you fail?" You can reply, "Then I will learn." Doubt thrives in silence, but it loses power when you confront it with truth. Remember, the future does not demand a perfect mindset. It asks for a committed one. You can stumble forward, you can sweat through the fear, you can bring your uncertainty along for the ride, as long as you don't stop. Every achiever, every leader, every visionary has battled doubt. But what separates the fulfilled from the frustrated is that the former chose to walk through the fear. They decided that the cost of regret was greater than the discomfort of risk. They saw doubt not as a verdict, but as a test. If doubt is present, it means the dream is real. If you're feeling resistance, it means you're pushing into new territory. Let that encourage you, not discourage you. Let it fuel you. Let it remind you that you're growing. The most powerful shift you can make is this. Instead of asking, "How do I get rid of doubt?" ask, "How can I move forward with it?" Because when you choose to act, even while uncertain, you prove to yourself that courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision that something else matters more. So stand tall when doubt arrives, thank it for showing up, then outwork it, outlast it. Because what lies on the other side is not just a result, it's a new you. In that version, they don't fear doubt, they use it as a compass. Teach the world how to treat you. Respect is not demanded, it is trained, not with force, but with frequency. Not through volume, but through values. Every day, by the way you carry yourself, speak to yourself, and hold your line, you are training the world how to treat you. Your actions are instructions. Your standards are signals. What you tolerate, you invite. What you reinforce, you receive. People mirror the energy you bring. If you move with confidence, they respond in kind. If you carry yourself with dignity, they learn to approach you with consideration. But if you accept disrespect, even in small doses, the world assumes that is your level. This is not about arrogance. It is about alignment. When you respect yourself deeply, consistently, quietly, others must rise to meet that standard or remove themselves. Imagine a person walking into a room, shoulders back, head high, calm but firm. They don't demand attention. They don't chase validation. They are rooted in who they are. They speak when needed, listen when wise, and act when it counts. That presence sets a tone. It is not about being the loudest. It's about being the clearest. That is strength. That is leadership. Ask yourself, am I setting the tone of my life or letting others decide it for me? Do I begin my day with intention or react to everyone else's urgency? Have I made it clear through word and deed that my time matters? My voice carries weight, and my values are not for sale. Respect starts within. If your internal dialogue is full of self-doubt, your outer world will reflect that. If you dismiss your own boundaries, others will too. You cannot expect others to value what you undervalue in yourself. Self-respect is not ego. It is self-alignment. It is walking your truth without apology. You don't have to argue for respect. You don't have to shout for it. You just have to show up clear, consistent, and committed. People learn from your repetition. They study how you respond when tested, how you speak when challenged, how you stand when pressed. That consistency builds reputation, and reputation over time commands respect without having to demand it. If life feels chaotic, if your boundaries are often broken, don't just look at what others are doing, look at what you've been allowing. Look at the times you said yes when you meant no, at the moments you stayed silent when your voice was needed, at the people you've let remain in your life out of fear, guilt, or comfort. The world treats you the way you treat yourself. You are the standard. You set the example, not once, but daily. Not in grand gestures, but in small choices. Do you keep your promises to yourself? Do you show up on time for your own goals? Do you hold space for your own rest, your own needs, your own growth? When you do, you radiate a quiet authority, and that is the kind of power that earns respect without ever asking for it. Set the tone, speak with clarity, act with purpose, hold your space not to intimidate, but to inspire, not to dominate, but to define. And the ones who are meant for your life, in work, in friendship, in love, will rise to meet that energy. The rest will fade. This is not about perfection. It's about presence. It's about saying to the world, this is who I am. This is what I stand for. This is what I will no longer accept. So start today. Look in the mirror and remind yourself, you don't chase respect. You cultivate it. You reinforce it. You train it. Set the standard high. Then live it. The future is built by what you refuse to neglect. It's not what you do once that shapes your destiny. It's what you refuse to stop doing. The future does not belong to the impulsive or the erratic. It belongs to those who protect what matters, their habits, their values, their dreams, with quiet daily commitment. Success is not a flash. It is a flame kept alive through discipline. Neglect is a quiet thief. It does not announce its arrival with noise or chaos. It whispers. It says, just skip today. It promises, you'll get back to it soon, but soon becomes someday. Someday becomes never. Momentum becomes regret. And when you finally look back, the path is overgrown, and the distance between who you are and who you were becoming feels unbearable. Think of a garden. Stop watering it for a day. No difference. Stop for a week, maybe still fine. But stop for a month, and the weeds win. They always do if left alone. Your dreams, your disciplines, your relationships, they are gardens. They require care, not once, not when convenient, but daily. Because neglect is not neutral. It rewrites your future, one ignored task at a time. Ask yourself, what small task have I let slide? What habit have I convinced myself can wait? What relationship have I stopped tending to? What talent have I ignored, hoping it will wait patiently for my return? These are not minor lapses, they are early warnings, and the wise listen to those whispers before they become shouts. Greatness does not require massive explosions of effort. It does not depend on bursts of motivation or streaks of brilliance. It is built slowly, consistently, quietly. One act of follow-through. One moment of choosing discipline over ease. One refusal to neglect what matters. You must protect your habits like a farmer protects his seed. You must treat your routines as sacred. You must guard your values like a watchman guards a gate. Because every time you say, not today, you make it harder for tomorrow to begin. Discipline makes the future lighter. Neglect makes it heavier. You don't need to overhaul your life overnight. You need to recommit to the small, vital things you already know matter. Wake up with purpose. Honor your morning. Keep the promise you made to your health. Return that call. Reopen that book. Pick up that skill. These may seem small today, but they shape everything about your tomorrow. Consistency is the engine of transformation. Not drama, not passion alone. The person who wins in the end is not the one who had the most energy, but the one who kept showing up. Because every time you choose to show up, you place another brick on the path of your future. The cost of discipline is discomfort, but the cost of neglect is devastation. And the danger of neglect is that it feels harmless in the beginning, but that small break becomes a habit. That skipped step becomes a pattern. That delay becomes a lifestyle. So what must you return to today? What did you once care about deeply but have let drift away? What part of yourself are you waiting to feel ready to reclaim? Stop waiting. Start watering. Start pulling the weeds. Start feeding the soil. If you commit to the little things, the big things will take care of themselves. If you take care of today, tomorrow gains power. Because the reward of discipline is not just success. It is strength. It is self-trust. It is peace. You become someone who follows through, someone who does not abandon what matters. Neglect writes a slow death, not with loud failures, but with forgotten dreams. But discipline writes an everlasting reward. It may feel slow, it may feel unrecognized, but it leaves behind a legacy. It builds a life you can be proud of. So today, renew your vow to what matters. Don't chase intensity, chase consistency. Be the one who returns to the work, who refuses to let the weeds win. The world does not need more dramatic gestures. It needs more steady hands. Hands that build, that tend, that protect. Refuse to neglect the things that make you strong, and you will never be weak. You are the author of the next chapter. Whatever yesterday held, failure, heartbreak, confusion, it ended last night. When your eyes opened this morning, the page turned, a new chapter began, and in your hand sits the pen. You may not control everything that happens in life, but you are the author of your response. You are the one who writes the next line. It is easy to believe that your past defines you, that the broken moments, the missed chances, the words you wish you could take back have permanently marked your life. But let me remind you, though you cannot change the past, you can change the pattern, and that changes everything. You are not just a character in your story. You are the author. And authors revise, they evolve, they learn, they shift direction when the story calls for something greater. The page before may be marked with pain, but the page ahead is blank, unwritten, yours. Imagine someone staring at a half-finished manuscript. The earlier chapters are filled with mistakes, moments of weakness or loss, and yet they don't tear the book apart. They don't toss it away. They pick up the pen, breathe deep, and begin a new sentence. That could be you. Today is that moment. A comma, not a period. A turn, not a dead end. Ask yourself, what do I want the next chapter to sound like? Not in vague hopes, but in clear intentions. What will I create, choose, pursue, forgive, and overcome? What actions, small and strong, will honor the person I'm becoming? You are not bound by your former pages. They are part of your story, yes, but they are not the whole, and they are certainly not the end. Redemption is not reserved for the lucky. It is carved by the brave. It does not come by wishing things had been different. It comes by deciding things will be different. Your future is not written in the ink of your regret. It is written in the ink of your resolve. So how do you begin again? You begin by turning the page, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You forgive yourself. You release what you cannot fix. You take ownership of what you can. You replace guilt with growth. You trade shame for strategy. You stop asking, why did this happen to me, and start asking, what will I do with what happened? Every powerful story includes a pivot, a moment when the main character chooses courage over comfort, faith over fear, progress over paralysis. That moment could be now. That character could be you. Your past is not permission to stay small. It is preparation to rise strong. Every stumble taught you something. Every heartbreak refined you. Every failure revealed what truly matters. These are not stains on your story. They are underlines. They mark the moments that shaped your strength. Let others reread your old pages. You write new ones. You show up differently. You commit to the new paragraph, the better decision, the higher standard. Not for applause, but for alignment. Not to impress, but to transform. There is something powerful about deciding, saying, I don't know exactly how it ends, but I will no longer let the past hold the pen. That is how stories shift. That is how people rise. So today, write something new. It doesn't have to be perfect, just real, just honest, just forward. Refuse to let yesterday be your forever. Refuse to sit in a paused life. Turn the page, begin again, not because it's easy, not because you feel ready, but because your story deserves more than a rerun. It deserves a resurrection. It deserves a rise. And it begins with one line, one choice, one new sentence. Start writing. You have been taught to work hard, but no one taught you to think richly. You have been told to save pennies, while men of power create millions with a single idea. Stay with me, and I will give you the exact steps that built the fortunes of Carnegie, Ford, and Edison. I am here to awaken you, for there is a way to command money, to attract it in such boundless amounts that poverty becomes impossible. Not through chance, not through inheritance, but through the mind that is trained to think in gold and can now build yours. Let me ask you plainly, have you decided to be rich? Or are you still entertaining the illusion that riches belong to other men? Are you waiting for your ship to come in while refusing to build the ship? Are you hoping for money while speaking words of poverty and walking in fear? You say you want more money, but desire without decision is the seed of poverty. Most men do not lack opportunity, they lack will. They do not suffer from fate, they suffer from indefinite thought. They drift, they wish, they hesitate. They speak of dreams, but act on doubt. And so life gives them exactly what they have commanded: fear, limitation, lack. You were not born to live this way. You were not created to fear every bill and serve every coin. You were born rich in thought, rich in spirit, rich in possibility. And today, if you will hear me, if you will stay with me to the end, I will teach you how to awaken riches so vast, so continuous, so overflowing, you will not be able to spend it all in a single lifetime. This is no idle promise. This is not wishful thinking. It is not fantasy. It is not hope. It is law. I am not here to inspire you. I am here to instruct you. There is a method by which riches are attracted to the mind that is trained to think in gold, to believe in abundance, to speak with definiteness, and to act without fear. These words you are about to hear are not mine alone. They are the distilled conclusions of 25 years of labor, born of my association with Andrew Carnegie, who charged me to interview and study the 500 most successful men of the age. Men who rose from nothing to control industries, men who possessed no formal education, no wealth, no social position, and yet shaped the course of history through the power of organized thought. Among them, Henry Ford, who began as a farm boy with a dream and reshaped transportation. Thomas Edison, who failed 10,000 times before birthing the electric light. Charles Schwab, who rose from laborer to command a steel empire. Rockefeller, Morgan, Hill, Gillette, all of them different in station, but united in one trait. They trained their minds to attract riches, and they demanded wealth from life with such faith that life could not deny them. And now, so can you. But let me warn you, this is not a speech for casual ears. This is not a tale told to pass time. What follows is a spiritual blueprint for commanding riches. You must not listen lightly. You must not drift while you listen. For if you miss a single part, you may miss the very step that was meant to unlock your fortune. The principles I will give you are exact. They are eternal. They are the same laws that lifted these men from obscurity to greatness. If you will stay with me, if you will submit yourself to the instructions, if you will apply what you hear with faith and decision, you will build a fortune so expansive, so enduring, that the world itself will bend to your definiteness of purpose. And so I say again, stay until the final word. Do not be like the man who dug for gold and quit 3 feet from the vein. Do not be like the multitude who say, I already know this, yet live as beggars in a universe of wealth. Remain, listen, absorb, command. For this may be the hour your life changes. And if it is, if you grasp the truth I will unfold, you will rise from your present state and begin to attract more money than you ever thought possible. So much that spending becomes secondary. So much that giving becomes joy. So much that you no longer chase riches. You become a magnet for them. Repeat these words before we begin. I was not born to be poor. I was born to be rich. I do not wait for money. I command it. My thoughts are definite. My aim is clear. My fortune is on its way. Now let us begin. If you think riches are for other men, I tell you plainly, you have already rejected the treasure that was meant to be yours. If you believe wealth is for those born under a lucky star, or blessed by some divine exception, or gifted with mysterious talents beyond your reach, then I must be direct with you. You have already forfeited your inheritance. For the first step toward wealth is not labor. It is not education. It is not luck, nor connection, nor time. The first step toward riches, without exception, is the belief that you can possess them. Until that belief is planted deep in your spirit, no action will bear fruit, No plan will gain traction, and no effort will be sufficient to overcome poverty. But once you believe, truly believe, that wealth is not only available to you but meant for you, then the floodgates of possibility begin to move, first within, then without. Every man who has ever been wealthy began by first believing he could be. Before there was gold in his pocket, there was gold in his thoughts. Before there were houses and lands and factories and fortunes, there was one thing, a definite belief that he would possess them. Henry Ford had not $1 when he began his pursuit. He had no formal education. He had no family inheritance. What he had was a vision, and a faith in that vision that grew hotter each day until it consumed his very doubts. John D. Rockefeller, before he was a name, walked to his first job interview in worn clothes and with trembling hands. But in his mind, he already saw himself at the helm of a great enterprise. Charles Schwab, as a youth, carried steel messages and swept floors. But in his mind, he saw skyscrapers and empires. They believed before they earned. And because they believed, they earned more than most men can count. That is not a trick. That is not mystery. That is not divine favoritism. That is law. You must tear from your mind the lie that poverty is noble or permanent or beyond your control. Poverty is a temporary condition, born of indefinite thinking, sustained by fear, and cured only by the decision to think accurately, believe fully, and act with purpose. I have seen men lift themselves from starvation to abundance in a matter of years, not because the economy changed, nor because someone handed them money, but because they began to think definitely. The riches were always within them, but they were waiting for orders. And so it is with you. There is more gold within your mind than in all the mines of the earth, but it lies dormant until you give it orders. You are the only commander your subconscious will obey. And yet most men speak no orders at all. They let their thoughts wander like dogs off a leash, chasing every doubt, every fear, every worry that enters the gates of the world. They complain of lack while thinking in lack. They fear bills and create more. They speak of what they cannot afford, and thus ensure that their wealth never arrives. They declare war on their own riches by repeating the slogans of the poor. I can't afford that. That's too expensive. Money doesn't grow on trees, and then they wonder why money does not grow in their life. What you say is a command. What you think is a blueprint. What you believe becomes real. This is not philosophy, it is fact. Look at your present condition. You work hard, but the harder you work, the farther ahead the goal seems to move. You save pennies, but somehow the dollars vanish. You lie awake at night, not from abundance, but from anxiety. You wonder how you'll pay the next bill. You fear that wealth may never come. You look at other men who live in abundance and think they are made of something different. My friend, what you lack is not money. What you lack is a command over your own mind. You are letting the most powerful instrument ever created run wild without direction. Your subconscious obeys only definite orders, and you have issued none. If you desire riches, you must stop thinking like a man who accepts poverty. You must declare war on vagueness. You must stop talking like a man who is merely trying to get by. Do not say, I want more money. That is not definite, that is not purpose, that is not command. Say this instead, I demand of life $1 million, and I will earn it by rendering a specific service. Name the amount, name the method, write it, speak it, feel it, see it in your mind so vividly that your very bones respond to it. This is how riches are summoned. A man may say, but I have no skills. Then learn. I have no capital. Then begin where you are. I have no connections. Then speak so clearly and think so powerfully that connection is drawn to you. Desire, when definite, backed by belief, reinforced by repetition, and carried into action, will tear down every obstacle you now face. But if you drift, if you delay, if you speak aimlessly and act timidly, you will remain a beggar in a world of gold. I have spoken with men who lost everything, business gone, friends gone, reputation ruined, but within months some of them rebuilt, faster, stronger, wealthier. Why? Because they still believed they could. They still saw the vision. They still acted with precision. The world respects the man who knows what he wants, and it ignores the man who does not. Right now, there are riches in motion. More money than you can fathom is changing hands every hour. But only those who think with definiteness and speak with belief will attract it. The rest will watch from a distance, wondering why wealth passes them by like a carriage in the night. Now I say to you, you are the richest man alive if you choose to be. You must repeat it, not once, but daily, until the words dissolve your doubt, until your subconscious accepts them as law, until your every action flows from the identity of a man who was born to be rich. Say it now. I was born to be rich. I will demand riches from life. My thoughts attract gold. My words command gold. My actions draw gold. I am a rich man in thought, in purpose, in spirit, and soon in possession. There is no virtue in poverty. There is no strength in lack. There is only misdirection, thoughts turned inward, backwards, and downward. You were meant to rise, to build, to create, to overflow with so much wealth that it blesses others. Money is a tool, one you must master, not fear. It is a servant to the trained mind. It is an ally to the definite man. It is an enemy only to the weak, the wavering, and the wandering. Let your past be poor if it must, but let your thoughts be rich from this moment forward. And if you continue with me, if you give yourself fully to the teachings ahead, if you obey the laws I will now lay before you, the day will soon come when you open your ledger and find yourself overwhelmed, not by debt, but by surplus, not by fear, but by power, not by questions, but by purpose. And when that day comes, remember this moment, the moment you first declared, I will be rich, and meant it. Now, let us continue. Riches never come by accident. They do not fall from the sky, nor do they arrive by luck. Riches are the result of desire, not a wish, not a fleeting hope, but a consuming, persistent, burning desire that refuses to accept anything less than wealth. A wish says, I hope to be rich. Desire says, I shall be rich, and nothing shall stop me. That difference is the chasm between the poor and the powerful. The beginning of all riches is desire, pure, white-hot, unrelenting. Every great fortune you admire began first in the heart of a man who would not let go of the picture he saw in his mind. That picture, repeated with feeling and belief, called forth the money to match it. Weak desires bring weak results. Vague hopes bring vague returns. Only desire backed by belief, repeated until it becomes faith, and then carried out with definite action, can compel wealth to obey you. Desire must not live in your mouth alone. It must saturate your thoughts. It must dictate your speech. It must drive your deeds. It must become the dominating influence of your waking hours and a companion to your dreams. The man who drifts says, I'd like more money. The man of purpose says, I will possess a fortune, and here is the exact amount I claim. One is hoping, the other is commanding, and the world bows only to the man who commands. Consider the story of Edwin C. Barnes. He did not begin with money. He did not even begin with introduction or favor. He began with desire. A burning desire to become the business partner of Thomas Edison. He had no way of knowing how it would happen. But his desire was so definite, so persistent, that he acted upon it. He boarded a freight train, crossed miles with no ticket, and arrived at Edison's office uninvited, unannounced, but unwavering. When Edison saw him, he later said, he looked like an ordinary tramp. But there was something in his eyes that told me he would not leave without getting what he came for. That something was desire, stronger than appearance, louder than credentials. Barnes did not get his partnership immediately, but he accepted a menial job, and for years he kept his eyes on the one thing he came for. Then came the day Edison launched a new invention. The salesman did not believe in it, but Barnes did. He seized the opportunity. He sold the invention with such belief that it swept the nation. And so Barnes, the unknown man with no money and no title, became the trusted partner of Thomas Edison. He became rich, not by chance, but by desire. That story lives because it proves the law. Burning desire, backed by definiteness of purpose, carried out by action, will create its own opportunities. The world moves aside for the man who knows where he is going. Now ask yourself, have you truly decided what you want? Or are you still hoping vaguely for improvement? Are you chasing 5 goals? Or have you chosen one aim and made it the master thought of your life? Let me give you the 6 exact steps that, when followed, will turn desire into riches. I did not create these steps. I discovered them in the lives of every wealthy man I studied. They are not theory, they are law. 1. Fix in your mind the exact amount of money you desire. Not more money, a definite sum. The subconscious does not respond to vagueness. 2. Determine exactly what you will give in return. There is no such thing as something for nothing. What service, what product, what value will you render? 3. Establish a definite date by which you intend to possess the money. A goal without a date is a dream, and dreams, unwatched, fade. 4. Create a definite plan and begin at once, whether you feel ready or not. The man who waits for perfect readiness never begins. Begin now. 5. Write out a clear statement of your goal and include the amount, the service, the date, and your plan. Write it in full. 6. Read your written statement aloud twice each day, morning and night. Read it with faith. Read it with emotion. Read it until your subconscious accepts it as fact. If you will do these 6 steps daily, riches will begin to move toward you in ways you cannot predict. The method is not instant, but it is inevitable when followed with discipline. But let me say this directly. If you have not written down your definite sum, you are not serious. You may say you want wealth, but if your desire has not yet reached your pen, it is not yet ready to command your life. Words spoken pass quickly, but words written hold the mind. Writing your desire with clarity and conviction is the first outward sign that you have begun to shape your inward faith. If you cannot decide what you want, how can the infinite respond? The man who is unclear in thought is invisible to opportunity. But the man who writes his purpose in ink writes it first into his future. You must become so obsessed with riches that you feel the weight of the gold in your hands before the world gives you a coin. Your imagination must furnish the evidence before the bank does. Desire must live in your imagination like fire in the furnace, consuming, directing, heating every thought with purpose. If you do not see the money inwardly, you will never receive it outwardly. Say aloud, my desire is definite. My goal is clear. I will have it. Repeat it again, not weakly, not questioningly. Say it as a commander. My desire is definite. My goal is clear. I will have it. Each morning, read your statement. See yourself already in possession of the money. Feel what it will feel like. Speak as if the wealth is already yours. At night, read it again, so that your last thoughts before sleep are thoughts of riches. This is not fantasy. This is instruction. The subconscious does not sleep. It listens in the dark. And when it hears the same message night and morning, it begins to accept it as law and deliver the circumstances to match it. Do not skip this. Do not neglect this. You may work 10 hours a day, but if you will not take 10 minutes to speak your riches into being, you are sabotaging your wealth before it begins. Riches are not accidents. They are commanded. They are built first in the mind and then made real by the hand. The world is filled with men who work hard, but only the men who desire definitely grow rich. Let others chase opportunities without direction. Let others complain of bad luck. You must burn with desire and move with precision. That is the way forward. That is the road to riches. Say this: money is coming to me now in increasing quantities. My mind is magnetized to wealth. I act with purpose. I speak with command. I walk in riches. You are not too late. You are not too old. You are not behind. The moment you decide with definiteness, the universe moves to meet you. Desire is the invitation. Belief is the key. Action is the door. And you, yes, you, must begin now. Let us go forward. Faith is the spiritual chemistry by which thought is converted into riches. You cannot touch it, yet it molds every coin. You cannot weigh it, yet it tips the scales of fortune. Without it, desire remains a dream. With it, desire becomes substance. You do not wait for faith to arrive. You build it. It is not found, it is formed. Faith is not the reward of circumstance. It is the cause of it. You create it through the repetition of belief until your subconscious accepts your words as reality. Faith does not come to the lazy mind. It is the prize of the disciplined thinker. It is forged in silence and repeated aloud until the very marrow of your bones believes what your lips declare. When you speak your definite chief, aim aloud, day after day, morning and night, with emotion and belief, you are building faith. You are saturating your subconscious with truth until doubt no longer finds a place to hide. It is impossible to become rich without faith. The man who doubts himself shall remain poor, even in a land of gold. The man who believes, even in a land of hardship, will find the way. Faith must come before the money, not after. This is the great error of the drifting masses. They say, when I see the riches, I will believe. But life says, believe first, and then you shall see. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. It begins with a word spoken aloud, a picture in the mind, and a feeling in the heart that refuses to let go. If your faith is weak, it is because your repetition has been weak. If your belief is shallow, your confession has been shallow. If your results are poor, your self-talk has been poor. You are the prophet of your own destiny, and the words you speak today create the future you will walk in tomorrow. Speak as a king, and riches will obey. Speak as a beggar, and poverty will remain. Let me tell you of a man who believed. His name was Charles M. Schwab. He was not born into riches, but he carried in his mind an idea so powerful, and in his voice such belief, that it built an empire. He came to Andrew Carnegie with nothing but conviction. He did not ask for permission. He did not beg for opportunity. He spoke with such faith that Carnegie entrusted him with the formation of United States Steel. That decision created a $600 million empire and made Schwab one of the wealthiest men of his generation. What gave him this power? Faith in himself, faith in his idea, faith in his ability to carry it through. He had no assurance except the voice inside him, but he obeyed it. He repeated it, and that inner certainty became outer reality. That is the power of belief before evidence. The world responds not to need, but to belief. You do not get what you want. You get what you are certain of. You do not receive by wishing. You receive by declaring. I have said it before, and I say it again. What the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. This is no mere slogan. It is the foundation of every fortune ever made. If you cannot yet see the money, then see it in your mind. If you do not yet possess it, speak as if you already do. Walk, speak, and act as though the fortune is yours. When you do this consistently, you are programming your subconscious to obey, and your subconscious will create the conditions to fulfill what you believe. Doubt is poison. Doubt whispers, maybe it won't work. Doubt says, who am I to be rich? Doubt claims to protect you, but it steals from you every hour you entertain it. If you hold doubt in your heart, it will choke your dream at the root. The man who doubts today will beg tomorrow. He will delay his riches for years while waiting for permission. But faith never asks permission. Faith moves forward while others retreat. Faith speaks truth in the face of empty pockets. Faith declares wealth while the world calls it madness. If you lack faith, begin today to create it. Speak your definite chief aim aloud. Say it with feeling. Say it with certainty. Say it when you feel it and when you do not. Say it until your voice shakes no longer. Say it until the words no longer sound strange. Say it until your subconscious accepts it as law. Then your mind will go to work creating the results. This is not mystery. This is mechanics. This is how the great men of wealth whom I studied over 25 years created their fortunes. They saw the fortune first in the mind. They believed in it while others doubted. They declared it while others feared. They acted while others hesitated. And so the world yielded its riches to their command. When you build faith, you remove hesitation. When faith is strong, decisions are quick, actions are bold, plans are executed with power, and riches once distant begin to move swiftly toward you. Faith is the bridge between desire and money. Without it, desire remains a fantasy. With it, desire becomes destiny. Say this aloud now. I believe I am rich. I believe riches are coming to me now. Faith is the bridge between desire and money. Speak it with force. Say it again and again. For every time you speak these words, you are building new grooves in your mind. And these grooves become roads for riches to travel. Faith does not come by sitting still. It comes by speaking aloud your purpose, by acting boldly, and by repeating truth until truth becomes flesh. You may not feel rich today, but that does not matter. What matters is what you believe and repeat. Your present condition is not your permanent reality. No man can stop the one who believes. No circumstance can withstand the one who declares. No amount of lack can survive the one who is filled with faith. Remember, your mind is the master, your subconscious is the servant, and faith is the language that gives orders. Use it well, use it daily, use it now. Let your definite chief aim be your anthem. Let it be the song you sing with joy, the phrase you carry in your pocket, the sentence you whisper as you walk. Say, my fortune is mine, I believe it, I speak it, I receive it. What I believe I shall see. From this moment forward, let there be no more doubt. Let your mind be a temple of belief. Let your heart be a furnace of faith. Let your words carry the tone of a man who already possesses wealth. You have asked, when will I be rich? The answer is simple. When your faith becomes greater than your fear. That is the turning point. That is the day the money begins to move. Now go back to your written statement. Speak it again. Read it aloud with emotion. Stand and declare it. Close your eyes and see the fortune. Open your mouth and believe it into being. This is the way. This is the path. This is the power that builds empires. Faith is your servant. Speak, and it will obey. Now let us continue. There is a silent partner within you. He works without sleep, without complaint, without delay. He never speaks, yet he executes your deepest instructions with absolute obedience. This silent partner is your subconscious mind, and it is the most powerful tool you possess in the creation of wealth. Your subconscious mind is always working. It is not idle for one moment, and it does not argue. It does not question your judgment. It accepts your dominant thoughts as law and proceeds to turn them into results, whether you intend it or not. You are not a creature of fate. You are the product of what you have allowed to dwell in your mind. Your life is not the result of chance. It is the result of the orders you have silently issued to your subconscious through repeated thought. If you have spoken often of poverty, you have planted poverty. If you have feared lack, you have fertilized it with your attention. If you have talked constantly of your bills, you have instructed your subconscious to deliver more of the same. The subconscious does not judge. It does not filter. It accepts whatever you repeat often enough, and it brings those ideas into form. What you hold in mind, backed by emotion, must appear in kind. Henry Ford once said, "Whether you think you can or think you can't, you're right." He understood this truth. He believed the Model T would fill the streets long before anyone else dared to believe it. That belief was planted, nurtured, and repeated until the world simply matched it. Ford did not consult the opinions of men before he built his fortune. He consulted the image in his own mind. He believed in that image so completely that his subconscious accepted it and moved mountains to bring it forth. The subconscious mind is like a fertile field. Whatever you plant, it will grow. If you plant thorns, it grows thorns. If you plant gold, it grows gold. But it cannot tell the difference between treasure and trash. That decision is yours. Most men plant the seeds of lack. They speak of what they cannot do. They fear what might happen. They repeat phrases of limitation. And then they are surprised when poverty blossoms in their lives. You cannot whisper fear into your subconscious and expect it to give you faith. You cannot speak of failure and expect success. You cannot rehearse scarcity and expect abundance to arrive. What you plant is what you grow. The law is exact. The results are always faithful to the seed. If you want wealth, then you must plant wealth, daily, deliberately, and emotionally. This is where auto-suggestion becomes your tool of transformation. You must speak aloud your definite chief aim. You must read it twice each day. You must feel it in your heart. You must impress it with emotion. Emotion is the water. Repetition is the sun. Belief is the soil. Together they awaken the subconscious. Together they create results. If one is missing, the growth is weak. If all are present, the harvest is abundant. The subconscious does not sleep. Even while your body rests, your mind is still receiving instructions. If your last words at night are words of purpose and belief, your subconscious will work through the night to fulfill them. You must never speak casually of your life. Words are seeds. Speak only that which you desire. Speak only riches, health, strength, and purpose. Let no idle phrase enter your mouth. When you say, "I can't afford that," you are planting limitation. When you say, "Things are getting worse," you are commanding decay. When you say, "I never win," you are closing the door to success. Guard your mouth. Guard your thoughts. You are shaping your future with each sentence. If you wish to become wealthy, then every word must carry the tone of prosperity and strength. Let your mind be a sanctuary of belief. Let no fear linger. Let no doubt be repeated. The moment a negative thought enters, dismiss it and replace it with one of power. Say aloud, "That is not my thought. I think in riches. I think in purpose. I think in gold." Say it with force. Say it often. Say it until your subconscious accepts no other voice but your own, the voice of definiteness, faith, and action. Every rich man I studied used his subconscious as a silent partner. Carnegie, Rockefeller, Edison, Schwab, they all understood this truth. The mind that is trained commands the world. They impressed success into their minds so deeply that it became inevitable. And once their subconscious accepted it, opportunity, ideas, and people arrived without effort. It is not luck. It is not magic. It is law. Your subconscious is a builder. You give it the blueprint. It handles the labor. But the blueprint must be complete. It must be written with care and repeated with emotion. That is why you must write down your goal. That is why you must speak it aloud. That is why you must read it every morning and every night. Not because it pleases your ears, but because it programs your inner builder. Your subconscious holds your fears, your beliefs, your habits. You cannot afford to let it operate by default. You must train it. You must give it new orders. You must fill it with wealth, or it will continue to repeat your old limitations. You may say, "But I have been poor for so long." That does not matter. The past is gone. The only question is, what are you planting now? Say aloud, "My subconscious mind is a magnet for wealth. I impress riches into my subconscious night and morning." Repeat those words. Write them. Speak them daily. Each time you do, you are pushing out fear. You are rewriting the inner code. You are awakening the part of you that already knows how to create riches. You must not skip this step. You must not say, "I understand it," but fail to do it. The man who listens and applies shall grow rich. The man who listens and forgets shall stay poor. Let me be clear. The world around you will mirror the world within you. Your circumstances are but the reflection of your internal orders. If you want to change the outer, you must command the inner. Plant wealth in your subconscious. Speak prosperity with conviction. Declare riches until they feel natural. And walk each day as if the results are already on their way. You are not hoping for change. You are creating it. You are not begging for wealth. You are building it. Your subconscious, once trained, will bring you what you demand. Say, every thought I plant grows into riches. I speak with purpose. I believe with strength. I act with faith. This is the process. This is the method. This is the secret that men of wealth have known and that you now possess. Let us go forward with belief in the mind, purpose in the voice, and wealth in the subconscious. Desire is the seed. Faith is the soil. Autosuggestion is the water. But without action, without organized planning, the seed of riches will never rise from the earth. A man may believe and yet perish in poverty if he never moves his belief into motion. It is a common error to suppose that strong feelings alone bring success. Feelings unaccompanied by action are like a fire without wood. They burn bright, then vanish. Desire alone is not enough. Faith alone is not enough. The man who would command great riches must translate his inner desire into definite plans, and those plans into definite action. You cannot attract riches vaguely. Money is a lover of precision. It flees from those who hesitate. It avoids the man who dreams but does not act. It is drawn to the one who thinks clearly, speaks directly, and moves swiftly. Andrew Carnegie did not become the wealthiest man of his day by faith alone. He believed, yes, but he also planned. He organized his empire by surrounding himself with men who specialized in every field. He did not pretend to know everything. He did not try to do everything. He formed a mastermind alliance, an organized group of minds working toward one definite aim, and he executed with speed. You must do the same. If you are alone, your plan will be limited by your vision. But when you bring other minds into harmony with your own, you multiply your power tenfold. Begin with this. Form a mastermind group. 2 people, 3, 5. But let them be aligned in purpose, disciplined in thought, and faithful to the aim. Meet regularly, share openly, hold each other to account. Next, write your plan. Not a vague intention, but a definite method by which you intend to earn the sum you desire. Will it be through business, investment, service, product? Define the channel. Do not say, I will make money. Say, I will earn $100,000 through teaching. I will earn $500,000 through real estate. I will earn $1 million through a publishing enterprise. The plan must be specific. Then, take immediate action on your plan. Not next week. Not after you feel ready. Act now. The subconscious mind respects movement. The universe respects momentum. Life respects the man who moves with purpose. Your first plan may be imperfect. That does not matter. Action refines what theory cannot. Begin and correct as you go. Start and allow movement to reveal what still must be shaped. Do not wait for the perfect plan. The man who waits for perfection never begins. The man who moves with decision gains feedback, growth, and strength with each step. Remember this always. Riches are offended by delay. They do not visit the man who hesitates. They pass by the indecisive and reward the one who dares to act. Procrastination is the enemy of fortune. It kills more dreams than failure ever could. The moment you delay, the moment you say, tomorrow, the spirit of riches begins to withdraw. The man who says, let me think a little longer, will still be thinking 10 years from now. The man who acts, learns in motion, corrects as he proceeds, and builds a fortune as he goes. If your first plan fails, make another. If that one fails, make another. But never quit. Riches are not offended by failure. They are offended by giving up. Every great fortune has failure in its history. But no fortune was ever built by a man who allowed failure to end the story. The rich man makes failure his servant by responding with improved planning. When you act, you will meet resistance. Obstacles will arise, delays will occur. That is not the signal to stop. That is the call to plan again, smarter, sharper, and with greater commitment. You must become as flexible in planning as you are fixed in purpose. The goal remains the same, but the method may change. Adaptability is a law of success. Let me speak to you about decisiveness. A man who hesitates over money shall never hold much of it. He who cannot make decisions quickly will forever be the servant of those who can. Rich men make decisions promptly and change them slowly, if at all. Poor men make decisions slowly and change them frequently. Which one are you? You cannot attract wealth while remaining indecisive. Your subconscious reads hesitation as uncertainty, and uncertainty cannot magnetize riches. It repels them. Do not consult everyone about your plan. The man who needs permission from the crowd will always be ruled by the crowd. Seek counsel from the wise, not approval from the weak. When Carnegie entrusted Schwab with control of U.S. Steel, it was because Schwab moved with certainty. He spoke plans, not theories. He offered action, not ambiguity. The world respects the man who knows what he wants and is bold enough to take it. Your plan, however small it seems, gains power when carried out with decision. Let me give you a formula. Desire plus faith plus plan plus action equals riches. Remove one, and the formula fails. Combine all, and wealth becomes certain. Now, do not just think this, do it. Form your mastermind alliance. Write your plan today. Decide on your course. Take one step before you sleep tonight. That one step may change your life. Say aloud, I act on my plan with courage and speed. Money obeys the man with a definite plan. Repeat those words until they become your truth. Let them guide you in every movement. Let them remove all delay, all doubt, all drifting. Every morning, review your plan. Ask yourself, what can I do today to advance this? What step can I take now? Who must I speak with? What must I adjust? Do not allow a single day to pass without progress. Each day is a brick in the structure of your fortune. Stack them daily, and the mansion of wealth will rise. Your plan is your contract with the unseen. It is the proof that your desire is real. It is the message you send to life that says, I am serious. I am committed. I will have what I have claimed. When you act on your plan, even before the money arrives, you are speaking faith through movement, and that movement awakens unseen forces that begin to align in your favor. The great mistake is to wait. The great truth is to move. Let this be the day you shift from intention to action, from desire to execution, from dream to design. Say this aloud and believe it with power. I do not delay. I do not wait. I act with purpose. I execute my plan. Each action I take brings money closer to my hands. Now go and write your plan. Then act on it before the day ends. Let the world know you are no longer a man who waits, but a man who moves. Let us continue. Fear is the tool of a man-made devil. It requires no chains, no prisons, no weapons. Fear is the invisible assassin of greatness. It kills silently and leaves no wound. It paralyzes the mind, silences the voice, and keeps a man poor, though he walks among gold. Among all the enemies to wealth, none is more cunning, more consistent, more destructive than fear. It is the unseen barrier between desire and achievement. There are 6 basic fears that I identified through my study of thousands of men, 6 ghosts that walk silently beside every failure. But among them, 3 stand as the tyrants of the soul: the fear of poverty, the fear of criticism, the fear of ill health. Each of these poisons a man's mind, stops his hand, and reduces his potential to dust. The fear of poverty is the greatest of all. It is the foundation of every excuse. It whispers, "What if I fail?" It says, "Better be safe." It suggests, "Now is not the time." And so men delay, postpone, and retreat. The man who fears poverty accepts scraps. He lowers his price. He stays silent when he should speak. He clings to his job in terror, though he dreams of freedom. His thoughts are bound in chains, and so his life remains in bondage. The fear of criticism silences dreams before they are spoken. It says, "What will they think?" It warns, "They may laugh." And so the idea dies unborn. The invention remains hidden. The ambition stays buried in the soul. The fear of ill health drains energy from the present. It imagines weakness. It rehearses decay. It keeps a man so focused on what might break that he never builds what could grow. But these fears are not born in you. They are planted by society, by failure, by education, by opinion. And they can be removed, replaced, destroyed when met with faith and definiteness. Let me tell you the story of a man I once knew. He had no money, no friends of influence. His credit was broken. His family had turned away. And yet, he made a decision. He said, "I will burn the bridge behind me. I will not return to the life I have known. I will demand riches from life, and I will back that demand with action, belief, and persistence. I will have it, or I will die in the pursuit." That man sold all he had to invest in himself. He had no guarantee. He had no applause, but he had faith. He repeated his purpose aloud every morning and night. He took action every single day. He refused to let fear dictate one step. Within 2 years, he had replaced debt with surplus, rejection with recognition, and worry with wealth. He became a millionaire, not because life gave him a chance, but because he destroyed fear with definiteness. He had no special gift. He had no secret advantage. What he had was courage, the courage to confront fear and move forward anyway. Understand this truth. Fear dies in the presence of faith. Fear flees from purpose. Fear cannot live where daily action and belief reside. It only grows in the shadow of delay. Every time you act boldly, you shrink fear. Every time you speak your goal aloud, you silence the whisper of failure. Every time you take a step forward, you prove to fear that it has no power here. Fear grows in silence. It thrives in hesitation. It multiplies in vagueness. But when met with clarity, repetition, and decision, it dies as all illusions do, quietly and quickly. You must starve fear by feeding belief. You must speak affirmations daily, not when you feel strong, but especially when you feel weak. That is the moment fear is most vulnerable. Say aloud, "I am not afraid of poverty. I was born to be rich. I reject fear. I walk in purpose and riches." Repeat these words, write them down, say them until they no longer feel like fiction, but the foundation of who you are. For what you say with repetition becomes the truth your subconscious believes. Fear will try to return, it always does, but you are not the man you once were. You are no longer drifting. You are no longer apologizing. You are moving with purpose, and purpose casts out fear. You must become a guardian of your mind. Stand at the gate of your thoughts. If fear knocks, do not open the door. Speak faith instead. Declare purpose. Affirm wealth. Do not talk of problems. Talk of solutions. Do not dwell on what might go wrong. Focus on what you will make go right. Shift your speech, and you shift your spirit. When you feel fear, act anyway. When you feel small, speak power. When doubt comes, declare your goal again, louder, stronger, and with deeper conviction. The devil cannot withstand a mind on fire. Fear is powerless against the man who moves, who speaks, who acts with direction. You must make fear uncomfortable in your presence. You must become so definite, so decisive, so determined that fear finds no place to land. Let your life be too full of motion to give fear a seat at your table. Riches will not come to the man who negotiates with fear. They come to the man who commands wealth, who rejects fear, and who acts as though success is already written in his future. Say this aloud: fear has no place in me. I was born to conquer, not to cower. I choose faith, I choose wealth, I choose action. Each time you say these words, you are building a fortress around your mind. You are replacing weakness with will. You are replacing fear with faith. Your life changes not when fear disappears, but when you act in spite of it. That is the moment of transformation. That is the moment riches begin to respond. Let the world tremble if it must, but you must be steady. Let the storm rage, but you must walk on. Let fear shout, but you must speak purpose louder. Every rich man I interviewed had fear, but none of them obeyed it. They moved through it. They rejected its advice. They acted anyway, and so riches followed. You must not wait for courage. You must create it. You must not hope fear will fade. You must make it flee, and that happens only through motion, decision, and belief. Now, write down your fears. List them. Then write next to each one the action you will take in spite of them, and then do it. That list is your battleground. Win it daily. Say again, I reject fear. I move with purpose. My mind is filled with strength. My life is filled with riches. Let this be your daily song. Let it be your hourly chant. Let it be the shield you raise and the sword you swing. Fear cannot survive when you live this way. You are no longer a man who asks, "What if I fail?" You are now the man who says, "What if I win?" and never stop winning. Kill fear with the fire of decision. Destroy it with the hammer of action. Replace it with the armor of faith. And walk forward, rich in spirit, rich in mind, and soon rich in hand. Wealth is not an event. It is not a surprise nor a miracle. Wealth is a habit, built one thought at a time, one word at a time, one disciplined day at a time. The man who becomes rich has simply trained himself to think, speak, and act in riches so consistently that the universe has no choice but to obey. There is a law at work in all things. I call it cosmic habit force. It is the silent force that fixes your repeated thoughts into permanent habits. And once a habit is formed, it moves you automatically, without strain, without thought, without delay. You do not need to think about tying your shoes. Why? Because habit has taken over. You no longer learn it each day. It is written into you. So it is with poverty. So it is with wealth. Your repeated thoughts become fixed patterns. Cosmic habit force is neither good nor evil. It simply obeys what you feed it. If you feed it confusion, you become a man of indecision. If you feed it clarity, you become a man of command. What you repeat becomes what you are. One inspired day will not make you rich. One emotional moment will not bring you millions. One strong week will not change a life. What changes a life is the daily ritual of success thinking, repeated until wealth becomes a second nature. The greatest men I studied did not wait for inspiration. They worked daily with persistence until habit carried them forward, even when desire weakened. That is mastery. That is how wealth endures. Thomas Edison did not invent the electric light by one sudden flash of genius. He worked daily for years through failures and trials until the result emerged. His power was not in brilliance, but in habit. He created success by developing the habit of persistence, and he maintained it until all resistance yielded. He worked when others rested. He thought when others gave up, and his legacy is now history. So how does one develop the wealth habit? Begin with daily autosuggestion. Speak your definite chief. Aim aloud every morning and every night. Let your voice ring with emotion. Let your mind believe what your mouth declares. And next, practice the morning reading of your purpose. Upon waking, before speaking to anyone else, read your goal. See it in your mind. Affirm it with power. Start each day as a rich man in thought, and life will match the identity. Track your progress with pen and paper. Written tracking creates conscious movement. Note what you achieved, where you fell short, and what action you will take next. The wealthy keep records. The poor forget what they promised themselves. Avoid idle conversation. Do not speak of failure, gossip, or complaint. Your words form your world. Speak only of action, plans, service, and gain. You cannot afford the habit of poverty speech. Not for 1 hour. Guard your mind from drifting thoughts. When you find yourself daydreaming without aim, redirect immediately. Bring your attention back to your goal. Say aloud, I focus only on what builds my fortune. Inconsistency is the thief of success. It whispers, take today off. It says, you've done enough this week. But the man who starts with fire and quits with smoke will never hold gold. Do not confuse excitement with endurance. Many begin with great zeal, only to disappear at the first delay. Wealth honors the steady hand, the daily discipline, the quiet persistence. Repetition is the master key. Speak your desire, think your belief, act on your plan daily, not when you feel like it, not when it is easy, daily, until it becomes automatic, effortless, expected. Let every day contain your wealth ritual. Speak, believe, plan, execute, review, adjust, repeat. These are the tools of riches. Use them faithfully and money will come. You are not training for a single victory. You are building a life. Your habits will write the story of your wealth or your lack. Do not trust emotion. Trust discipline. Trust routine. Trust the process. Say aloud, wealth is my habit. I do the same rich actions every day. My thoughts, words, and habits attract endless riches. Repeat these words morning and night. Let them echo in your mind throughout the day. Let no doubt enter. Let no excuse linger. This is who you are now. Success is not reserved for the gifted. It is reserved for the consistent. The man who acts daily with order and faith will outdistance the one who acts sporadically with inspiration alone. If you break your routine, return at once. Do not wait until Monday. Do not wait until next month. Success responds to speed. The moment you fall, rise. Return to your rhythm. Remember, you are not creating wealth. You are becoming a wealthy man in mind. And the money will be drawn to match your new identity. That identity is built through habit. Let each action, each word, each hour of focus become another stone in the structure of your wealth. Soon, the house will be too strong to fall. Soon, wealth will become inevitable. Now, establish your daily ritual. Set a time. Write it down. Create reminders. Post affirmations on your walls. Make your environment serve your success. Do not leave it to chance. Say again, I act like a wealthy man, I speak like a wealthy man, I think like a wealthy man daily. Wealth is attracted to my rhythm, my thought, and my movement. This is your life now. This is the law you follow. This is the path you walk. Let us go forward. The day will come when you open your account and cannot believe the balance. You will see numbers where once there were only hopes. You will see overflow where once there was only struggle. And you will smile. Not because of luck, but because you now know why it came. The world will pour gold into your hands, and it will not surprise you, for you have been speaking this into being. You have been planning it, affirming it, acting upon it. The result will feel natural. It will feel right, because it is your right. There was once a man who listened to this philosophy, not with interest, but with conviction. He wrote his desire. He spoke it aloud. He formed his master mind. He acted on his plan. He failed once, then again, but never quit. He rose early and repeated his purpose. He guarded his speech. He surrounded himself with minds of purpose. And within a few years, he was no longer asking for opportunity. He was granting it to others. He became wealthy beyond his needs. His wealth flowed like a river. But the greatest joy was not in the things he bought, but in the lives he touched, in the businesses he funded, in the families he lifted, in the legacy he left. He understood what I now tell you. True wealth is not only in money, It is in time, it is in freedom, it is in impact, it is in the knowledge that your life has moved the world forward, not backward. Riches are not evil when in the hands of the righteous. They are tools, they are fuel, they are levers that lift the burdens of others. The man who walks in riches with purpose becomes a source of light. This is what you are being trained for, not only to possess wealth, but to direct it, to command it, to guide it with wisdom, to multiply it, and to use it to fulfill your definite purpose on this earth. Let me remind you, this is not a dream. This is not fantasy. This is not mere motivation. This is law. These are principles as exact as gravity, as certain as sunrise, as dependable as the ticking of time. Rockefeller was not born with fortune. He was born with discipline. He learned to keep a ledger, to master detail, to tithe, to multiply. His thoughts were definite. His plans were exact. His faith was unshakable. Ford was not born into wealth. He was born with vision. He saw a nation on wheels before anyone else dared. He believed in mass production before the machines were built. He persisted when others laughed. These men did not guess. They knew. They trained their minds to expect riches. They saw the results before the world caught up, and so the world gave them empires. Now it is your turn, not to be Ford, not to be Rockefeller, but to be the wealthy man you were born to be. To claim the life that belongs to the man who is definite in thought, fearless in speech, bold in action. You must think like the wealthy, speak like the wealthy, act like the wealthy, and then you become wealthy. First in mind, then in habit, then in hand. This is the progression. Do not ask if this will work for you. That question already reveals doubt. The question is, will you work this system without hesitation, without delay, without compromise? The opportunity is here. The path is clear. The instruction has been given. What remains is what always matters most. The decision. Will you act or will you delay? Here is what you must do today. Create your plan. Write the amount you demand of life. Choose your method. Determine your timeline. Write your statement in full. Begin the autosuggestion tonight. Speak your desire aloud with belief. Feel the emotion. Picture the result. Do not miss a single day. Gather your allies tomorrow. Form your mastermind. Share your purpose. Build your circle. Let no small mind enter. Choose only those who believe. Take action now. Any step, any move, any effort in the direction of your goal. Do not wait until you are ready. Begin, and power will meet you in motion. Repeat this truth until it echoes in your bones. Desire, faith, decision, persistence, plan, action, thought, purpose. This is the formula. This is the fire. This is the way. Speak it daily. Live it hourly. Let no man shake you from it. Say aloud now, I was born rich. I command wealth. I walk in riches. I give to others in overflow. There is so much money coming to me, I will never be able to spend it all, and I will use it to bless others, to grow, to build, and to become. Let these be your final thoughts tonight. Let them be your first words tomorrow. Say them until your mind no longer doubts. Say them until your hands match the words. There's a level of wealth where giving becomes effortless. Where tithing is not duty, it is joy. Where building is not burden, it is your nature. That is where you are going. This wealth is not far. It is waiting for you to move. It is waiting for you to believe. It is waiting for you to become the man who no longer hopes, but commands. And now you know how. Let us walk the final step together. Let this be the beginning of the life you were born to live. The life of a rich man, not just in money, but in mind, impact, and destiny. You were not made to run from lack. You were made to lead in overflow. Now go. Why do some people reach their goals while others give up just days in? The answer isn't luck, talent, or even motivation. It's perseverance. The ability to show up every single day, regardless of how you feel or what's going on around you. And let's be honest, Staying consistent is hard. That's why you must train yourself to do it, especially on the days you don't feel like it. In this journey, I will help you break through your excuses, overcome resistance, and build an unshakable mindset rooted in self-discipline. If you're ready to stop starting over and finally commit to your goals for real, then our journey begins right now. Have you ever wondered why some people succeed while others quit so quickly? Is it because they're smarter, more gifted, or simply luckier? No. The real difference lies in one thing: consistency. And I'm not talking about temporary enthusiasm, the kind that fades after a few days. I'm talking about a quiet, persistent discipline that doesn't rely on emotions. It's the strength to keep going when you're tired, bored, or when the world turns its back on you. This is the foundation that every lasting success is built upon. I used to think inspiration was what kept me going, but inspiration is like the wind. It comes fast and leaves even faster. You can't build a house on the wind, but you can build a future on steady actions, repeated day in and day out. Most people begin with excitement. They write down goals. They shout, "I'm going to change my life." But a few days later, life pushes back. A cold morning, a stressful meeting, a rejection, and suddenly they start to postpone. I'm not saying this to judge you. I'm saying it so you can forgive yourself and start again from a stronger foundation. That foundation is consistency, not because you feel like it, but because you're committed. When you act consistently, you begin to build a new kind of trust. Trust in yourself. Every time you overcome laziness, every time you keep a promise to yourself, you are proving, silently and powerfully, I'm someone I can rely on. And once you can trust yourself, everything changes. You no longer wait for encouragement. You stop depending on your mood. You don't wait for motivation to act. You become the force that drives you. Look at truly successful people, athletes, artists, entrepreneurs. Do you think they wake up every day full of passion? Of course not. They have bad days too. But the difference is they still show up. They still train, they still write, they still make the calls. They take action, even when no one's watching, even when no one claps. Because they understand something simple but powerful. Repetition creates results. At first, your efforts may seem unnoticed. But think of a snowball rolling down a mountain. With every push, it grows. Consistency is that push. Without it, nothing moves. You might do the right thing today and see no change, but do it again tomorrow and the next day, and again the week after. One day you'll wake up and realize you are no longer who you used to be. You've changed. Not loudly, not dramatically, but in the quietest and most sustainable way possible. And here's something important. Consistency is not a gift. It's a skill, a choice. Just like a muscle, the more you use it, the stronger it becomes. You don't have to start big. Start small. So small you can't fail. 5 minutes of reading, 10 minutes of journaling, 1 push-up every morning. You're not doing it because you enjoy it. You're doing it because this is who you want to become. Every small, consistent act sends a message to your brain. This is who I am now. And when you repeat it enough, your brain will believe it, and you'll begin to act from that new identity. But don't confuse consistency with perfection. You will miss a day, you will slip. What matters is how fast you come back. It's not I never fall. It's I always get back up. You don't need to be the most talented. If you are more consistent than others, you will go further. That's a promise from me to you. And it's a promise you must make to yourself. From now on, every morning, remind yourself, I don't need inspiration, I need action. And I will show up, no matter what. Because if you keep showing up, you will surpass those who are smarter, stronger, or even luckier than you. Life doesn't reward those who start. It rewards those who stay. And I truly believe you can be that person. If you've ever told yourself, I'll do it maybe tomorrow, or I just need a bit more time to prepare, you're not alone. Procrastination isn't laziness. It's your brain's defense mechanism when faced with fear, uncertainty, or overwhelm. And perfectionism, though it may sound noble, is often the most deceptive mask procrastination wears. Left unchecked, both will silently steal your time, your energy, and eventually your confidence in yourself. I want you to understand one thing clearly. Procrastination is the silent thief of success. It doesn't scream, it doesn't make noise, but it seeps into every small decision, keeping you in a state of, I'll start someday. But someday never comes. You don't need more time. You need to start right now with whatever you have. When something feels scary or too much to handle, your brain will instinctively seek escape, scrolling your phone, watching short videos, snacking, or switching to easier tasks. That's not because you lack discipline. It's because you haven't yet learned to reduce resistance. The key is not to focus on the whole task. Start with just 5 minutes. Say to yourself, I only need to do this for 5 minutes and then I can stop if I want. Most of the time, once you begin, you'll go far beyond those 5 minutes. Stop waiting for inspiration. Motivation doesn't precede action, it follows it. It's action, even the smallest kind, that generates momentum. Stop overthinking. Act. You don't need to know everything, you just need to do the first thing. Another cause of procrastination is perfectionism. You hesitate to begin because you fear not doing it well enough. But here's the truth. Nothing excellent is born perfect on the first try. Perfection is just an excuse to avoid failure. Yet while you're waiting for the perfect moment, others have already started, made mistakes, and made progress. You must pursue progress, not perfection. Done is better than perfect when perfect never gets done. Creating artificial deadlines is another effective way to beat procrastination. Without a clear deadline, your brain assumes you have all the time in the world. Set a cutoff point. Remind yourself. Share it with someone. Schedule it like a non-negotiable appointment. If your focus is often broken by your environment, take control of your space. Turn off notifications. Close unnecessary tabs. Clean your desk. Place your phone out of reach. When your space is detoxed, your behavior becomes easier to direct. A simple but powerful strategy is the 2-minute rule. If a task takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately. If the task feels too big, break it into parts that only take 2 minutes to start. Small actions reduce mental resistance, and repeated small actions build momentum. You also need accountability. Tell someone what you're working on. Let them check in on your progress. Knowing that someone is counting on you doubles the chances you'll follow through. Your environment shapes you more than you think. Surround yourself with action takers. If you're constantly around procrastinators, you'll absorb their energy. But if you immerse yourself in a space filled with commitment and drive, you'll be pulled upward. Choose your environment intentionally. Procrastination feeds on excuses. I'm not ready. I'm tired. Next week will be better. Every excuse sounds reasonable until you pause and ask, what's the worst that could happen if I just start? And then ask again, what will happen if I don't? Picture the consequences of continued delay. A year from now, you're still in the same place. Same dreams, no progress. Now imagine the reward of taking action today. Confidence, growth, real results. Which picture makes you feel proud? Every time you overcome procrastination and complete even the smallest task, you are rebuilding trust with yourself. You're proving that you're capable. This trust is invisible, but it is one of your most valuable assets. In the end, you don't need a massive goal, you need a daily system of actions. Don't just say, I want to write a book. Say, I will write for 30 minutes every morning. Turn a wish into a schedule. Turn a dream into a habit. When actions become part of your daily rhythm, procrastination loses its grip. And don't forget, reward yourself. Every time you push through resistance and take action, celebrate a moment of rest, a small treat, a kind word to yourself. These reinforce the behavior you want to repeat. You don't have to be perfect, you just have to begin. And then keep going. Day by day, actions become habits. Habits shape who you are. And who you are is not forged in the easy moments, but in the ones where you chose to act, even when it was hard. Procrastination and perfectionism only hold power when you stay silent and step back. But the moment you act, they lose it all. And you become the most powerful, courageous, and consistent version of yourself. My friend, let me ask you a simple yet profound question. What do you believe separates successful people from everyone else? Is it luck, talent, circumstances? I've observed, reflected, and lived long enough to realize it's none of those. The true difference lies in self-discipline. Discipline is the bridge between dreams and reality. It's not an innate trait, it's a habit forged day by day, hour by hour, even in your most exhausted, directionless, or unmotivated moment. Have you ever promised yourself, I'll start tomorrow, only to come up with an excuse when tomorrow arrived? You're not alone. Most of us have been there. But here's the truth. Every time you break a promise to yourself, you chip away at the most important trust you'll ever need, the trust in yourself. Discipline isn't restriction. It's not the removal of freedom. In fact, discipline is the foundation of freedom. When you gain control over your actions, you stop being a slave to emotions, to circumstances, to delay. You become the master, and that feeling, that deep, steady sense of being in control of your life is one of the most powerful and peaceful states a person can experience. So where does discipline begin? With the smallest acts. Don't wait for a grand surge of motivation. Make your bed in the morning. Drink a glass of water. Get up when the alarm rings without hitting snooze. These seemingly trivial actions are the first bricks in building a solid foundation. Discipline doesn't come from inspiration. It comes from commitment. Commitment to doing what you said you'd do, regardless of your mood. Commitment to showing up for yourself, even on your darkest days. It's not about forcing yourself. It's about choosing to stand beside the best version of who you can become. And then something remarkable happens. The more you keep your word to yourself, the more you begin to trust yourself. That trust becomes the fuel that feeds your persistence. And that persistence is what takes you further than talent or luck ever could. When you train discipline, you also develop a form of invisible power, mental strength. It doesn't shout, it doesn't boast, but it holds you steady when everything around you is shaking. It carries you forward when others have already given up. It's the inner flame, small but unwavering, that lights your entire path forward. Mental strength doesn't come from never failing. It comes from not letting failure define who you are. You fall and you rise. You're tired, but you move anyway. Each time you forge a stronger armor, more resilient, more grounded than before. Understand this. Disciplined people aren't that way because they always want to take action. They're disciplined because they decided to act before emotions had a chance to interfere. They don't wait to feel like it. They follow one principle. I do this because I chose this path. Don't confuse discipline with harshness. Training discipline doesn't mean abandoning joy or living a rigid life. On the contrary, discipline gives birth to a deeper, longer-lasting joy, the kind that comes from knowing you're progressing, growing, and mastering yourself. Maybe today you only wrote a few lines, worked out for 15 minutes, or learned a single new thing. But if you do that every day, you will no longer be the same person. You are shaping a new identity, steadfast, solid, unshaken by temptation or disappointment. And here's the secret I want you to never forget. Intentional repetition creates greatness. Not a single explosive effort, not short-lived glory, but quiet, steady, conscious, purposeful repetition. That is the true foundation of lasting success. You don't have to be superhuman. You just have to be the one who shows up every day, who keeps your promises even when tired, discouraged, or still waiting on results, because results don't come overnight, but they always come to those who do not quit. Start today. Don't try to do everything. Just choose one small action. Do it every day and treat it like a sacred commitment. Soon, discipline will no longer be something you struggle to maintain. It will become part of who you are. And when that happens, nothing will be able to stop you. Not because you're never afraid, but because you act even in fear. Not because you're always strong, but because you refuse to let weakness make decisions for you. My friend, let today's action be a declaration of a new future. Let discipline be the gift you give yourself. Let each day be living proof that you no longer live by fleeting emotions, but by a clear and powerful long-term vision. I believe in you. Not because I'm blandly optimistic, but because I've seen people like you, step by step, day by day, build what once seemed impossible. And now, it's your turn. There's an invisible enemy that always shows up the moment you decide to begin. Just as you sit down to write, start exercising, or change an old habit, it appears. Quiet, persistent, relentless. It doesn't arrive with a fierce face, but with familiar whispers. You can do it later. You're tired today, start fresh tomorrow. Don't push too hard, skipping one day won't hurt. I call it resistance. Resistance is not an event, it's an energy, a force that rises every time you attempt something meaningful. And here's what you need to know. Resistance never truly goes away, but you can outmaneuver it and win every single day. My friend, I'm not telling you a fairy tale about unbreakable willpower. I'm sharing a truth that anyone striving for something better has faced. Resistance is part of the mind. It's not your enemy unless you allow it to take control. Resistance feeds on delay, fear, and lack of clarity. The more vague your goals are, the more mentally drained you feel, the easier it is for resistance to pull you under. So the first step to beating resistance is not trying harder, it's making your goals clearer, more specific, and simpler. Don't write, I need to write a chapter today. Write, I will write 500 words from 8 to 9 a.m. Don't say, I'll exercise. Say, I'll walk for 20 minutes right after breakfast. The more specific you are, the less space resistance has to thrive. Next, lower the starting threshold as much as possible. Resistance is strongest when you're still thinking, but it begins to lose power the moment you take action. Tell yourself, I'll just do this for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. But those 5 minutes are your first sword against inertia. Sometimes simply starting is the biggest win of the day. And once you begin, you usually go farther than you thought. Action is the most powerful antidote to resistance. Resistance also loves to deceive you. It makes you believe you have to wait until you feel ready. But remember this, you will never feel fully ready. Emotions fluctuate. Commitment does not. Anchor yourself to commitment, not to your mood. Also understand that resistance is clever. It doesn't just hold you back with laziness. It disguises itself in logic. You should research more before you begin. Read a bit more first. Study just a little longer before taking action. But if you look closer, you'll see it's just fear wearing the mask of knowledge. The only way to break this cycle is to start imperfectly. Let action lead. Learn along the way. Adjust as needed. But don't wait for the fog to clear, because that moment never comes. Another critical strategy is identifying your personal resistance patterns. Observe yourself. What time of day do you tend to quit? What task usually triggers distractions? Who or what tends to derail your focus? Write down these weak points and create counter strategy. If you're often distracted at home, change your environment. If you scroll your phone every morning, leave it in another room overnight. Every barrier you remove brings you one step closer to consistency. Don't forget the power of emotional cues. Before you start your task each day, ask yourself, how will I feel once this is done? Connect action to the feeling of completion, because the brain seeks pleasure, and you're using that very instinct to move yourself forward. There will be days when nothing feels like it's working. Resistance will feel like a heavy fog over your thoughts. On those days, hold to a single rule. Just don't quit. You may do less than usual. You may only complete part of the task, but your presence is already a victory. Every time you take even one small step through resistance, you reinforce inner trust. My friend, remember, you're not alone in this fight. Even the most exceptional people face resistance every single day. The difference is they don't let it rule them. They recognize it, they feel it, and they move through it. Bit by bit, with relentless determination. Don't wait for a day without resistance. Become the person resistance cannot break. The more you act despite it, the closer you move toward real freedom, the kind that liberates you from the very barriers your own mind has created. And one day, as you look back on your journey, you may not remember every small victory, but you will remember that you never stopped. That will be the moment you realize you didn't just defeat resistance, you defeated your former self and rose into someone stronger. When people witness someone achieving remarkable success, they often ask, "What's your secret?" They talk about habits, about systems, about the small, repetitive things they do every day, often boring, often unnoticed, but quietly responsible for lifting them to the top. If you want to change your life, don't start with grand plans or lofty goals. Start with a small action repeated daily until it becomes second nature. When you build the right habits, you no longer need to fight yourself every day. You simply move in rhythm. Habits are choices you once made, but have since programmed into instinct. You don't need to think about brushing your teeth every morning. You don't have to consciously decide to fasten your seatbelt. And if you build the right habits, your progress will become just as natural. But here's something you must understand. Willpower alone is not enough. Willpower is the fuel to get started, but systems are the tracks that keep you on course. This is where you need to design a solid system of action, a system that doesn't depend on emotion or motivation, but operates as a personal commitment. It's this simple. Want to read more? Your system is reading 10 pages each morning before checking your phone. Want to write a book? Your system is writing for 30 minutes every day at a fixed time. I'm not asking if you're motivated. I'm asking what system have you set up to protect what you're pursuing. Someone without a system, no matter how strong their start, is likely to fall off track within days. But someone with a system, even if they move slowly, always returns to the rhythm. And that's who ultimately wins. You may think a system will confine you, but the truth is a system gives you freedom. When you no longer need to make a decision each day, you conserve willpower and energy for more important matters. A system turns things I should do into things that simply happen. And you stop wrestling with yourself every time resistance shows up. A writer doesn't always feel inspired, but if they write at the same hour each day, the manuscript gets done. An athlete doesn't always feel energized, but if they train according to a consistent schedule, they maintain their form. Stability comes from systems, not from fleeting inspiration. So how do you build a system that works for you? First, start simple. Don't try to build 5 or 10 new habits at once. Choose one thing and make it an essential part of your daily routine. Once it becomes automatic, add the next layer. Second, attach the new habit to an existing one. For example, after I make my morning coffee, I'll write 3 ideas in my notebook. This is called habit stacking. Your brain begins to accept this as a sequence, and you no longer need effort to remember or force yourself to do it. Third, design your system to be fail-proof. If you want to run, but the weather often derails you, have a backup plan. Indoor workouts, jump rope, or quick body weight exercises. Don't let predictable obstacles break your rhythm. Fourth, always track your progress. A marked-up calendar, a habit tracking app, or a simple journal noting your efforts. All of these keep your motivation alive. When you see your streak building, you won't want to break it. And finally, never underestimate the power of repetition. At first, you have to remind yourself constantly. After a month, it becomes easier. After 3 months, you'll feel something's missing if you skip it. After a year, people will ask, "How do you stay so consistent?" And your answer won't be, "I have strong willpower," or "I'm extremely disciplined." Your answer will be, "I have a system. I have habits." Systems don't just help you maintain. They help you grow beyond expectations. When you no longer waste energy on starting, you can invest all your focus into evolving. Every day, you only need to do one thing well. But do it right, consistently, and without interruption, and you'll be amazed when you look back at the road you've covered. My friend, you don't need superpowers to change your life. You only need to understand that success doesn't come from one heroic act. It comes from thousands of small, repeated actions no one else sees. And those actions are habits. Those habits are nurtured and protected by systems. And systems, quiet but unwavering, are the pathway to any peak you choose to climb. I want you to picture this. You're standing on a long road with tempting turnoffs on either side. One path invites you to rest, another encourages you to quit. And the only road that leads to success has no flashy signs, no cheering crowd, and no immediate rewards. It only offers one thing: relentless repetition, day after day. I'm telling you this because somewhere inside you there was a moment when you gave up on a goal left unfinished, a dream never reached, a once exciting plan now covered in dust. But here's what you need to know. You're not lacking in ability. You're lacking belief in continuation. And today I want to help you reclaim that. Because the person who never gives up isn't the strongest, isn't the smartest, it's the one who endures. The person who never gives up understands that success is the reward for persistence, not perfection. They don't wait to feel ready. They don't wait for inspiration. They don't wait to have all the answers. They simply continue. And one day they surpass everyone who started faster, who seemed more talented, who once looked more promising. If you want to become that person, you must change how you face adversity. Most people, when challenges arise, retreat and wait for things to get easier. But those who endure keep moving forward. Despite fear, fatigue, or a lack of motivation, they understand one simple truth: the only way out is through. Quitting brings temporary comfort but leaves long-term scars. Regret from not holding on will quietly haunt you. Every time you see someone succeed at what you once began, on the other hand, every time you choose to continue, even by a single step, you build inner resilience. You're proving to yourself, I am someone who follows through. So how do you cultivate the spirit of never giving up? First, eliminate the mindset of, I'll just try and see. When you say try, you've already allowed yourself the option to quit. People who never give up don't try, they commit. They declare to themselves, I will do this, no matter what happens. Second, accept that boredom and difficulty are part of the journey. There will be days when you feel like doing nothing, days when progress seems invisible. But those are the moments when consistency matters most, because it's in those moments that character is forged. Successful people aren't always motivated, they just do the work regardless of how they feel. And by continuing to act, they gradually regain momentum and turn it into powerful growth. Third, learn to stay connected to the process rather than obsessing over the result. When all you see is the finish line, you'll easily grow discouraged if results don't show. But if you learn to appreciate the journey, every small step, every quiet effort, you won't need a reason to keep going. The act itself, the progress itself becomes the reward. Those who never give up also know how to actively replenish their energy. They rest when needed, but they never abandon the path. They give themselves space to recover, not to surrender. They understand. Rest is not failure. It's part of the strategy of persistence. And most importantly, they build a new identity. Don't just say, I'll try not to quit. Say, I am the kind of person who never quits. From there, all your behaviors begin to align with that identity. You start to act like someone who is resilient. And with each consistent action, each day, your belief in yourself becomes unshakable. Remember, you don't need to win every day, but you do need to show up every day. You don't need to always move fast, but you do need to move forward just a little, every time, without stopping. The person who never gives up is the one who tries again the 100th time without bitterness over the 99 that failed. They are not broken by failure, they are strengthened by it. They don't see mistakes as the end, but as the raw material of growth. You can be that person, truly. You don't need more talent. You don't need to be extraordinary. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. You just need to keep going. Stay in the game. Don't walk away just because the results haven't shown up yet, because results are only given to those still standing when the last applause rings out. I don't know what you've abandoned in your past, but I do know this. If you choose to continue today, that past has no power over your future. And if you're still here, still listening to these words, you still have one thing left. A chance. A chance to become the person who never gives up. Will you be that person? If there's one single moment that can change a person's life forever, it's not reading a book, attending a course, or listening to a powerful speech. It's the moment you stop blaming, the very instant you let go of all the reasons why you haven't succeeded, haven't moved forward, or haven't changed, and instead choose to take 100% responsibility for your results. That is when real transformation begins. I know you've been through difficult times. Maybe you've lost opportunities, been betrayed, or lacked the support you needed. I get it. But let me ask you this. If you keep retelling that same old story to explain your current situation, will your future truly be any different? Or are you just locking yourself into an outdated version of you that you no longer believe in? Excuses like, I'm too busy, I don't know where to start. I'm not good enough yet. Or this isn't the right time may sound reasonable, but let's be honest. They are just polished disguises for something deeper. Fear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of change, fear of facing yourself. And here's the truth. Fear never really disappears. But you can choose to act in spite of it. You can look yourself in the mirror and say, I am the one responsible for my results. That's where your power begins. When you take full responsibility for your life, you stop being a victim. You become a creator. Instead of asking, why is this happening to me? You begin to ask, what must I change to make sure this doesn't happen again? At that point, every mistake becomes a lesson. Every failure becomes feedback. Every struggle becomes a mirror for growth. You no longer need the world to change for you to succeed because you've begun changing yourself. You might say, but there are things I can't control. And that's true. You can't control the weather or what others think or the past. But you can absolutely control your response, your attitude, your decisions, and that's more than enough to rewrite the entire story of your life. I've met people who had every advantage and still failed because they were stuck in the habit of making excuses. On the other hand, I've seen people with almost nothing rise up, take ownership of every day, and move forward step by step. They don't ask, can I do this? They ask, what will I do next? That's the difference. Remember, every time you blame your circumstances, you hand over the steering wheel of your life to things you can't control. But when you take back full responsibility, you reclaim the power to lead. This doesn't mean you must do everything alone. It means you stop waiting for someone to rescue you. You stop needing permission to begin. You stop waiting for the world to become fairer before you take action. And when you act from a place of full responsibility, everything changes. Instead of thinking, I have to do this, you think, I choose to do this. You don't exercise because someone told you to. You do it because you respect yourself. You don't work because you fear losing your job. You work because you've chosen a life of meaning. Your actions are now powered by inner strength, not external pressure. Let me say this clearly. You don't need motivation to take responsibility. Motivation is a byproduct, not a prerequisite. It comes after action, not before. When you clean the room you've been avoiding, when you send that email you've been delaying for a week, when you stand up and begin to change even one small thing, you're building motivation from your own commitment. And stop waiting for perfection. You will stumble, you will make mistakes, you will get lost at times. But if you keep getting back up and say, I'm responsible, you will never truly fail. Because you're playing the long game, and in that game, the only way to lose is to stop playing. Start asking yourself daily, what excuse am I using to delay what I need to do? Am I waiting for someone else to change so I can live more easily? Am I blaming the weather, my job, other people, or even my past just to avoid owning today? And after you've answered with radical honesty, erase every excuse. Get up. Do the next right thing. No inspiration needed. No waiting for a better tomorrow. Just action right now. The sooner you break the habit of excuse making, the sooner you'll free yourself from old limits. The faster you take full responsibility, the faster you take back full control of your life. And one day, as you look back, you'll realize every great change began with one decision. The decision that you would stop blaming, that you would stop making excuses, that you would rise and write the next chapter of your life with your own hands, your whole heart, and relentless action. If you've ever wondered why some people reach mastery in their field while most remain average, the answer isn't natural talent. It lies in something deceptively simple: deliberate repetition. And I say this not to sound poetic or cliche, but because I've witnessed it, lived it, and guided many people toward becoming their best selves through a single principle: repeat the right thing over and over until you master it without even thinking. You may be enthusiastic about something once, but only when you commit to doing it every day, even without the excitement, do you begin to approach mastery. Because a master is not someone who was the best from the beginning. A master is someone who didn't stop at the 10th try, who didn't quit on the 50th attempt, and who kept going even after the 1000th repetition. Repetition is where real training begins. Ordinary people act when they feel motivated, but the extraordinary, they act even when bored, tired, or uninspired. They understand that emotions are fleeting, but skill is forever. You cannot expect real progress if you do something only a few times and give up. But if you're willing to repeat, little by little, every day, you'll witness something remarkable. You don't just get better, you start becoming the person you're trying to become. Think of the greatest piano players in the world. They don't have a secret. They've simply repeated finger movements, scales, and entire pieces for thousands of hours until their bodies no longer need to think. That's not genius. That's muscle memory. That's unconscious precision. That's a nervous system reprogrammed through deliberate repetition. And I want you to understand this: when you repeat an action, you're not just building a skill, you're reprogramming your identity. Every time you take an action, you embed it deeper into your subconscious. Repeat it often enough, and it becomes a reflex. And when action becomes reflex, you no longer need motivation to move. That's the ultimate advantage of those who persist. The average person retreats when the process becomes dull. The exceptional person understands that boredom is a sign something great is forming. When you do the same thing over and over until every detail becomes sharp and refined, you don't break through with a sudden explosion. You evolve through increasing precision. Remember, repetition is the most patient and most ruthless teacher. It spares no one. You can't trick it. But if you stay with it long enough, it will give you something no classroom ever could: unshakable confidence. Real confidence doesn't come from wishful thinking or bold declarations. It comes from having done something so many times that self-doubt no longer has space to exist. I've met many brilliant, talented people who never got far because they didn't stick with repetition. They tried a few times, didn't see results, and walked away. Meanwhile, the most successful people I've ever known chose one thing and repeated it until they reached near perfection. That's what made the difference. If you're feeling discouraged, if you're asking yourself, is it worth it? I want you to return to the core truth. Every skill, every habit, every ounce of confidence begins with small repetitions. And the more you repeat, the closer you get to the most excellent version of yourself. Don't wait until you're good to start repeating. It's the repetition that makes you good. Don't search for inspiration from the outside. Let each action be a step in reprogramming your mind, affirming your identity, and strengthening your belief. And if it feels hard, remember, you don't have to do everything at once. You just need to do one small thing every day. One push-up, one written page, one vocal warm-up, one practice drill, just one thing, repeated every single day. without quitting. That is how you build a foundation for lasting mastery. I won't tell you this path is easy, but I will tell you it's the most certain. While others wait for opportunity, wait for inspiration, wait for a miracle, you will be quietly reprogramming your destiny through repetition. Look at the reality. The winner is not the one who starts with an advantage. The winner is the one who never stops repeating the right thing until the results become inevitable. You don't have to be fast, you just have to be consistent. You don't have to do more, you just have to repeat steadily. Let each day be a brick, and soon you'll have built a result others only dream of. Repetition is the secret of the masters. And now that secret belongs to you. The only question left is, are you willing to repeat the right thing until you become extraordinary? There will be moments when you want to give up. Days when you wake up and everything inside you screams, I'm tired. I can't keep going. It's not because you're weak. It's not because you lack motivation. It's because the path of personal growth always winds through the roughest turns, where you're forced to confront yourself. And right there, in that exact moment when you feel like quitting, your reaction will decide the entire course of your future. I've felt it too. Sitting alone in silence, wondering if my efforts were worth it, if anything would truly change, if I was even on the right path. But then I realized those moments when you feel like stopping aren't signs that you should stop. They're signs that you're getting closer to a breakthrough. You see, no one who's ever succeeded hasn't wanted to quit at some point. No one who's reached greatness hasn't doubted themselves. The difference lies here. The people who move forward, even just one step, are the ones who cross the fragile line between still trying and already quit. When you're exhausted, what you need isn't a reason to keep going. What you need is a quiet moment to return to why you began. Sit down, take a deep breath, and remember, why did you start this journey? What stirred you to change? What vision of yourself once lit the fire within you? That memory, your original reason, will hold you steady, even when your spirit feels like collapsing. It's also possible that you're in the blind zone of progress, a place where you're doing everything right, working relentlessly, but the results haven't surfaced yet. Like planting a seed, you water it daily, yet the soil remains still. Don't confuse silence with failure. Every major transformation begins quietly, underground. In moments when you want to quit, remember this: no one sees your progress until you break through. And that breakthrough only comes to the one who stayed, to the one who held on a little longer, to the one who chose not to walk away. Train yourself to build an anti-quitting reflex. When your mind starts repeating phrases like, I can't do this, I'm too tired, maybe later, learn to observe instead of obey. Those are just emotional waves, not truth. You don't have to act on them. Instead of asking, how do I get motivated again? Ask, what's one small thing I can do today to stay committed? Maybe it's 5 minutes of reading, 10 minutes of exercise, one email, one call, just one thing. Do that, and you'll realize action is the way out of crisis. Understand this: adversity doesn't show up to stop you. It shows up to test how serious you are about your goal. The exhaustion will pass, so will the doubt, but if you give up, you'll have to start over again. And those endless, unfinished beginnings is what keeps most people from ever reaching the finish line. If you've made it this far, you deserve to finish. You deserve to experience consistency. You deserve to witness how far you can go if you stop quitting on yourself. There's one thing I always remind the people I mentor: quitting is a habit, but thankfully, so is continuing. And you get to choose. Every time you persist, even a little, you're breaking the old pattern of giving up that's been holding you back for years. And then one day, when the next challenge comes, you'll smile because you'll know you've already survived moments far harder than this. Confidence won't be a slogan. It'll be a living truth inside your mind. What you're doing today, even if it's small, even if it's just resisting the urge to surrender, is rewriting your destiny. The more you endure in hard times, the more you forge a powerful weapon no one can take from you, the character of someone who doesn't give up easily. No one wins every day, but the real winners are the ones who refuse to quit on their worst days. So if today you feel like giving up, just pause. Don't act, just wait. Don't decide anything while tired. Tomorrow you'll be stronger. And then you'll thank yourself for not giving up. There's a strange truth that few are willing to accept. Success doesn't come from giant leaps. It comes from small, steady steps, often boring, often invisible, repeated every single day. I say this with full conviction because I've lived it and I've watched thousands of others rise out of stagnation through one small win every day. You don't need to do something grand today, but you do need to do one right thing, even if it's so small that no one notices. Write one paragraph. Fold your blanket. Walk for 10 minutes. Say no to a negative invitation. Drink one more glass of water. Log off social media 15 minutes earlier than usual. Small actions like these, when done with intention, stack into changes you could never predict. People often underestimate the power of a small step because they're obsessed with the image of the big leap. But they forget every leap is made up of hundreds of quiet, preparatory steps. Success is not an event. It is the compounded outcome of countless invisible actions. Why should you focus on small steps? Because small steps lower your mental resistance. When you stare at a big goal, your brain instantly activates defense mode. Am I good enough? How long will this take? What about everything else? But when you say, I just need to do one small thing today, your mind no longer feels afraid. It's free to act. Small steps are also the antidote to procrastination. When you delay because you're waiting for more time, more inspiration, more perfection, small steps are what pull you out of the loop. Just start. Just do something. Don't wait until you can run. Begin by walking. Even more, small steps create sustainable motivation through real results. Every time you complete a tiny task, your brain releases dopamine, that chemical spark of satisfaction and momentum. You don't need a motivational book. You don't need an inspiring video every morning. You just need that small, quiet victory each day. This is how momentum is built. And once momentum starts, it carries you further than any short burst of inspiration ever could. When you win over yourself today, you're more likely to win again tomorrow. When you write one paragraph, you'll feel like writing another. When you resist temptation once, you'll feel stronger the next time. I've met many people who struggled for years to start something, writing a book, losing weight, learning a new skill, until they finally broke through by committing to one simple daily promise. Every day, I'll give 15 minutes to this, no more, no less. Miraculously, within a few weeks, their lives began to change. Not because they did more, but because they did it consistently. Remember, consistency beats intensity. A person who writes 30 minutes daily will finish their book before someone who pulls all-nighters but loses momentum. A person who works out 15 minutes each morning will be healthier than someone who hits the gym for 3 hours once a week and quits after one. It's not about how much you do. It's about whether you show up the next day. And the surest way to keep showing up, don't overdo it, do just enough. Finish while you still want to do more. That's how you sustain the flame. You'll also realize that small steps build self-trust. Every day you keep a promise to yourself, even a tiny one, is a day you tell yourself, I follow through. And self-trust, when nurtured through steady action, becomes an armor that shields you from doubt and distraction. Don't underestimate an ordinary day, because when you string together 365 ordinary days with one intentional action each, you get an extraordinary year. And that's not a miracle. That's a clear, repeatable formula. I want you to understand this deeply. Everything great begins from something very small. Don't chase miracles out there. The miracle is here, in your ability right now to make a slightly better choice than yesterday. That choice will trigger a cascade of other choices, and one day you'll look back and realize I've come this far just by taking small steps. And if someday you feel tired, doubtful, unable to go on, return to the very first small step. You don't have to change the world, just clean your desk. Just turn off your phone notifications. Just stand up and walk for 5 minutes. Today's small win is the seed of tomorrow's big victory. You don't need to do it perfectly, just do it consistently. You don't need to move a mile, just take one step. You don't need to be a hero, just don't quit. And you will win, one day at a time. I used to believe that to change my life, I needed to change myself, try harder, be more determined, more disciplined. But then I discovered a deeper truth. It's incredibly difficult to change yourself if you keep everything else around you the same. Not because you're weak, but because the environment you live and work in every day is silently reprogramming your behavior, emotions, and thoughts, minute by minute, hour by hour. If you're trying to grow while surrounded by things that drag you down, it will always feel like you're swimming upstream, and no one, no matter how strong, can swim against the current forever. Every time you decide to take action, you're not just battling procrastination or fear within, you're battling the context around you. If your environment is full of noise, negativity, or lack of direction, you'll easily lose momentum. That's why one of the most powerful levers you can use to change your life is not to start with changing yourself, but to change the environment you put yourself in. Think about it. If you wake up each day in a cluttered room, the first thing you see is your phone, notifications, and the endless noise of social media, how can you start your day with clarity, presence, and intention? If you work in a space filled with distractions, surrounded by people who constantly complain or delay, how can you maintain long-term focus? Your environment is like the water you're swimming in. And if that water's polluted, no matter how good you are at swimming, you'll get dragged under. Here's the good news. You can design your environment to support your long-term goals. You don't need to move cities or find the perfect place. You just need to start with small, powerful shifts. First is your physical space, where you sleep, work, eat, move. Clean it. Simplify it. Put the important things in plain sight and remove the distractions. A book on your desk makes it easier to read. Workout shoes by the door make it easier to move. A smart environment reduces your reliance on willpower because it pulls you into right action automatically. Next is your people environment, those you interact with each day. I urge you to reflect honestly. Is there someone who holds you back? Someone who makes you doubt yourself? Someone who makes you feel like you're not enough? And on the flip side, who uplifts you? Who inspires you to be better? Relationships don't just affect your mood, they shape your direction. Sometimes you don't need advice. You just need to be around people who live right. Their energy bounces back onto you. Their discipline makes you question your excuses. Their calmness helps you find your own. If you don't yet have those kinds of people in real life, create a virtual environment. Don't underestimate the power of what you watch, listen to, and read every day. The podcasts you play in the morning, the YouTube channels you follow, the articles you bookmark, they're all shaping your mindset. If you hear complaints every day, you'll start believing life is unfair. But if you hear stories of resilience, you'll start believing you're capable too. Be selective with your input. Clean your digital space. Unfollow anything that makes you feel worse about yourself. Turn off notifications that don't serve you, and give more of your attention to content that brings you back to yourself, that sharpens your focus, steadies your thoughts, and strengthens your spirit. Environment also includes your habits and your daily structure. Don't let life carry you wherever it wants. Design your day. A morning with gentle music, natural light, and a screen-free moment grounds you more than any coffee. One deep, focused hour of work will take you further than an entire day of distraction. When you control your rhythm, you take back control of your life. Here's the key truth I want you to remember. You can't rise by changing it. If you want to read more, put books everywhere. If you want to eat better, clear the junk from your kitchen. If you want to create more, set up a quiet, well-lit space that invites your focus. You can't expect yourself to live with discipline if your environment constantly invites you to surrender. You can't expect consistency if you're surrounded by people who constantly quit. But here's the good news. You don't need anyone's permission to change that. You are the architect of your environment. Every behavior is triggered by a cue. Change the cue, and the behavior will follow. Make the right thing easy to do. Make the wrong thing harder. Don't let your success depend on your willpower. Let it be supported by your environment. And finally, ask yourself, is your current environment, from your space to your people to your habits and digital inputs, lifting you up or pulling you down? If the answer makes you uncomfortable, don't panic. Just begin with one small change. Clear your desk. Pick one book. Unfollow one negative account. Message one inspiring friend. One simple act, and you've already begun rewriting your next chapter. Changing your environment may seem quiet, simple, but it is one of the most powerful tools used by the most consistent and successful people, because they know when you change where you stand, the way you see your life begins to change too. There's one truth I want you to remember forever. Every result in life is just the tip of the iceberg. The part beneath, the part that truly determines everything, is your mindset. It's not the action alone that shapes your life, it's how you think about that action. And it's not your circumstances that define your fate, it's how you interpret those circumstances. Mindset is not something abstract or distant. It's the foundation, the filter, the central control system that governs everything you do, from how you begin a small task to how you face adversity. I've seen people who are incredibly hardworking, deeply talented, yet they can't seem to break through. And I've seen others who started with nothing but rose with strength and created extraordinary success. The difference, it's here. Mindset. The first group carries a fixed mindset. I'm not good enough. I can't change who I am. I was born this way. The second group embraces a growth mindset. I don't know yet, but I can learn. I haven't succeeded yet, but I can improve daily. I will create a better version of myself. You can't control everything that happens to you, but you can control how you respond. That's where mindset begins to reveal its power. When you face failure, do you blame yourself and give up? Or do you extract the lesson, get back up, and move forward? When motivation is low, do you wait for inspiration, or do you remind yourself that action creates motivation? When others judge you, do you bend to please them, or stay aligned with your values? Strong mindset isn't about always being positive. It's about facing reality and still choosing a more empowering belief. It's when you say, I'm struggling, but I'm not defeated. It's when you say, I'm tired, but I will still do what needs to be done. It's when you refuse to let emotions dictate your actions and instead choose to lead yourself. One of the biggest mindset shifts I ever made was when I stopped asking, how do I feel? And started asking, what's the right thing to do right now? Emotions fluctuate wildly. High one moment, foggy the next, but the right action is always clear. A successful person isn't someone who always feels good, but someone who does the right thing even when they feel nothing. That's mindset discipline. Mindset is also how you retell the story of your life. You can say, I failed, so I'm afraid to try again. Or you can say, I failed, and that experience taught me how to grow stronger and do better. You can say, life is too hard on me. Or you can say, the challenges I've faced built a spirit that doesn't give up. Same event, different story. The right mindset doesn't rewrite the facts. It rewrites the meaning to empower you instead of weaken you. You must also transform how you think about process and outcome. Most people obsess over outcomes. How many pounds did I lose? How much money did I make? Did I get there yet? But high performers focus on the process. Did I improve compared to yesterday? Am I staying true to my goal? Am I consistent even when there's no result yet? When you fall in love with the process, you stop quitting. And when you commit to action, results come as a natural byproduct, not as something forced. Beware of the waiting mindset. I'll start when I'm ready. You will never feel truly ready. No one does. Those who act are the ones who begin before they feel ready and become ready along the way. You don't need more time, more knowledge, or more validation. You need only one thing, the belief that you are enough to start now. Another mindset shift I want you to engrave deep in your soul. Success is not a destination. It's how you live each day. You don't need to wait until you have it all to be considered successful. You are successful every time you keep a promise to yourself, every time you choose the hard right over the easy wrong, every time you rise after a fall, every time you walk through fear and keep moving forward. And finally, a powerful mindset is a mindset of responsibility. No blaming, no complaining, no waiting. You take 100% ownership of your life, not others, not circumstances, not the past. When you fully believe, if I don't do it, no one will do it for me, you are no longer a victim of life. You become the architect of it. I believe this with all my heart. The difference between someone who merely exists and someone who lives fully isn't their conditions, it's the mindset they carry into each day. One says, how can I avoid failure? The other says, how can I learn from anything that happens? One says, I'm not sure I can. The other says, I'll try and I'll learn. You carry within you far more strength than you realize, but to unlock it, you must start from within. Transform your mindset, and everything else will follow. You don't need another book. You don't need another motivational video. And you don't need someone to come and pull you out of your rut. Because if you've made it this far, something inside you has already stirred. Something that truly wants to change. Something that no longer wants to live a life of delay, mediocrity, or dependence on fleeting inspiration. I'm not going to tell you the journey ahead will be easy, but I will tell you this. It will be worth it. Worth beginning. Worth enduring. Worth rejecting every excuse and rising for your own sake. You will get tired. You will want to quit. You will have moments of self-doubt, of questioning the outcome, and maybe even questioning the entire world around you. But if you keep going, even just one more step, even in silence, you'll be doing what few ever dare to do, living a life on purpose. You don't need to change the whole world, just change the way you act today. Wake up 10 minutes earlier, write one more line, turn off one notification, or simply refuse to quit one more time. I want you to understand this. You don't fail because you lack ability. You only fail when you refuse to start again. And every time you choose to keep going, even quietly, you're rewriting the definition of who you can become. Remember this, no one can live your life for you. No one can take responsibility on your behalf, and no one can stop someone who's truly committed to themselves. This world doesn't need more perfect people. It needs you, your truth, your persistence, and your readiness to live fully. And if there's one thing I hope you take away from all of this, it's this. Every moment is a chance to begin again. What if today really was your first day on Earth? What would you try? Who would you become? You get to decide, because no one owns your direction but you. Every morning, your first thoughts shape your fate. Tell yourself you're tired and your day drags. Tell yourself you're powerful and you become powerful. Your mind follows your voice. Speak truth before doubt arrives. Say the right words and your actions will obey. Your morning self-talk isn't routine, it's your launch pad. Use it with intent. In a few moments, I will teach you how powerful morning affirmations can reshape your mindset, direction, energy, and entire life. Today, I begin anew. Every morning, you wake up to a clean slate. The ink of yesterday has dried. What matters now is what you choose to write today. But too many rise and carry forward the weight of old mistakes, as if failure is permanent. It's not. Failure is feedback. Yesterday was your teacher. Today is your opportunity. You begin anew when you decide to. When you step out of bed and say, no matter what happened before, I decide who I am now. That's real freedom. To choose your attitude, to define your day, not let it define you. So how do you begin anew? By refusing to dwell, by getting dressed with purpose, by walking into your life like a man on a mission. When you act like it's day one, your mind resets. You see possibility, not pattern. Imagine a soldier waking at dawn. Does he think of yesterday's fatigue? No. He straps his boots. He moves forward. Can you do the same? What if today really was your first day on Earth? What would you try? Who would you become? You get to decide, because no one owns your direction but you. I control my focus. Your mind is like a lantern. Wherever you point it, that's what gets lit. But most people walk through life letting the light scatter, flickering from one worry to the next. No wonder they feel lost. You're not like that. You don't drift. You direct. Every morning remind yourself, I control what I focus on. Not the noise, not the doubts, not what others are doing. Only what moves you closer to your goal. Focus sharpens your purpose. Without it, your power dissolves. So how do you master it? Begin with your first thoughts. What are you feeding your mind? Is it fear or is it fuel? Speak your focus aloud. Write it down. Hold it in front of you like a compass. Picture a man building a house. If he stares at the neighbor's yard, will his walls rise? Of course not. But if he lays brick after brick, unmoved by distraction, a home stands tall. Which one are you becoming? Ask yourself. Are you chasing scattered sparks or building a steady flame? I am stronger than I feel. Strength isn't always a shout. It doesn't always wear a crown or raise its voice. Sometimes, strength is the man who wakes up sore and still chooses to build. Sometimes it's the woman who carries burdens no one sees and still gives her best. Real strength doesn't beg for recognition. It reveals itself in quiet persistence. The worker who returns to the grind despite fatigue, the parent who keeps giving without applause, the soul who gets back up after every fall. This is strength, and you have it. Even when it feels far, it's there. Even when you doubt, it's waiting. Strength doesn't disappear just because you feel weak. It hides beneath your hesitation, waiting for action to bring it forward. Feelings are not facts. They shift with the wind. 1 hour confident, the next filled with doubt. But your will, that's different. It's anchored. It's deeper than fear, louder than exhaustion. Feelings will whisper that you're not ready, that you should rest, that today, but those whispers aren't your voice. They're distractions. You don't need to feel powerful to act with power. You only need to decide. Strength begins with a decision, not a sensation. You choose to rise. You choose to continue, and through that choice, your inner power awakens. Even when your emotions lag behind. Each morning, speak this truth. I am stronger than I feel. Say it out loud if you must, not for motivation, but as a command, as a declaration of who you are becoming. Refuse to wait for the perfect feeling. Refuse to delay until confidence shows up. Move without it. Begin anyway. Action is what trains emotion. It's what teaches your body and mind that you are capable. As you move forward, the fear will fade. The strength you thought was missing will rise, because you activated it through movement, not feeling. What does strength look like? It's doing what needs to be done before your excuses start speaking. It's choosing the task when your mind suggests delay. It's moving your body when your feelings beg for comfort. Real strength is not emotional, it's decisional. Every time you act before your mood approves, you sharpen your edge. You show yourself what you're really made of, and slowly, day by day, you stop needing motivation because discipline takes over. And discipline, once awakened, becomes a fire that keeps burning. Picture this. You wake before the sun. The house is still. No audience, no rewards, just silence. And your decision. You lace your boots. You lift the pen. You open the book. You train. You show up. That quiet choice, that invisible victory, that's the real strength. Not loud, not flashy, just undeniable. The kind of strength that builds legacies. The kind of strength that doesn't need applause to grow. Ask yourself, are you following your feelings, or are you finally leading them into action? Because once you lead them, they'll follow. And you'll discover, you've been strong all along. I am responsible for my life. There's a sacred moment each morning. A moment before the world's noise enters, before the distractions begin, when you must decide, will I take command or will I drift? Most men don't even see this moment. They rise late and react to the day like victims of fate. And when life hits them hard, they look outward. They blame the government, their job, their upbringing. They point at everything, except themselves. But the man who wins, he refuses to play the blame game. He stands in front of the mirror and says, it's on me. That's where power begins, not in perfection, but in ownership. Responsibility isn't a weight, it's a weapon. It separates men who lead from men who complain. When you take full ownership of your life, you become unshakable. No longer are you at the mercy of others' actions, no longer controlled by fate or fear. You become your own authority. The moment you stop blaming is the moment you start building. You don't need permission. You don't need a lucky break. You need one thing, to say, it's my life and I will shape it. That's the highest form of power. A man who owns his path, no matter how broken it began. Speak it daily. I am responsible for my life. Speak it with conviction, even when your life feels like a mess. Especially then, because only the responsible man can repair what's broken. Only the responsible man can rebuild from the ruins. If your health is failing, change your habits. If your mind is cloudy, sharpen it with truth. If your work is unfulfilling, create something better. Responsibility means you're not waiting for a rescue helicopter. You are the rescue. You climb, you crawl, you rise, not because it's easy, but because it's yours to carry. So how do you live this truth? Through decisions, not talk. Not intentions, decisions. Every meal you eat is a vote for strength or for sickness. Every hour you use is a seed planted for harvest or for regret. Every conversation you enter builds your character or corrodes it. There are no neutral choices. You are casting votes all day long, and the man who realizes this becomes powerful, not overnight, but with every conscious step. Responsibility isn't just in big moments. It's in the small choices that quietly shape your entire life. Picture a captain at sea. A storm rises, thunder cracks, waves roar. Does he sit down and complain about the weather? Does he curse the ocean? No. He stands up, he takes the wheel, he studies the winds, he adjusts the sails. He leads not because he controls the storm, but because he controls the ship. That's what you must become. Life will not stop throwing storms your way. But storms aren't your enemy. Passivity is. Blame is. The man who blames the sea never reaches the shore, but the one who leads, no matter the storm, always finds his way. So ask yourself this: who's steering your ship this morning? Is it the part of you that complains, waits, delays? Or is it the part of you that acts, builds, endures? Because every day you wake up, the wheel is in front of you. And you have two options: grab it or drift. Let others waste their time blaming. Let others wait for smoother tides. But you steer, you correct, you move forward. You may not control the storm, but you can always control the course. That's responsibility. That's power. I speak power into my day. Words are not noise. They are not filler. They are not decoration. Words are commands. Every sentence you speak becomes a seed planted deep in the mind, shaping what grows next. Say you're tired long enough and your body obeys. Call yourself unlucky and life will mirror it. But speak strength and your spirit stands taller. Declare resilience and your muscles tighten with... You are not just speaking about your life, you are speaking into it. That's why weak words are dangerous. They shrink you, they make you soft. But powerful words, they sharpen you. They make you unstoppable. Each morning you face a choice. Not just what to wear, not just what to eat, but what to say. What you say when you rise sets the rhythm for the entire day. Will you speak defeat before the battle even begins? Or will you choose words that prepare your soul to win? The man who rises in power speaks with purpose. He says, I am focused, I am ready, I am disciplined. And in time, his body, mind, and habits fall in line with those declarations. He becomes what he says, because he chooses to speak life, not laziness. So how do you use this truth? Simple. Don't wait for the world to speak to you. You speak first. The news or someone's complaint set your tone. You set it. Wake up and command the day. Look yourself in the mirror and declare, I don't shrink, I rise. This day belongs to me. Speak it before fear has a chance to whisper, before doubt rolls in. Words are like fire. If you light them early, they'll burn through anything the world throws at you. Imagine two men waking side by side. One stretches, groans, and mutters, it's too early, I hate this. And what happens? His shoulders slump. His pace slows. He walks into the day already defeated. The other man, he opens his eyes and says, let's go, I was built for this. His spine straightens. His steps are sharp. By noon, one is drowning in excuses, the other is halfway to victory. And the only difference? Words. One cursed the day, the other commanded it. Now ask yourself, which one do you want to be? Start small, start real. Declare before you doubt. Your words are either weapons or weights. They're lifting you or they're chaining you. There is no neutral speech. Every word adds fuel or steals it. And you, my friend, must become a master of the spoken battle. Bless your day before it begins. Say, I am focused. I am calm. I am relentless. Say it even if you don't feel it, especially then, because the feelings will follow your voice. And soon your reality will match the words you've chosen to live by. This is not magic. It's maturity. Weak men wait to feel strong before they speak strong. But warriors know that speech comes first. The sword of the tongue shapes the path of the body. So speak it every single day. Don't just talk about goals. Declare them. Don't just wish for discipline. Claim it out loud. Let your language be your armor. Let your voice build your destiny. Say it until your feet move. Say it until your habits form. Say it until your results catch up to your beliefs. Ask yourself, are your words sharpening your blade or dulling your edge? Are they fueling your fight or feeding your fears? Every word is a choice. Every sentence is a step. If you want to rise, speak upward. Speak forward. Speak boldly. Because the man who controls his mouth, he eventually controls his future. Let the world murmur doubt. Let the weak complain. But you command, you conquer, you create with every word. I am bigger than any obstacle. When something blocks your path, your mind has two choices, shrink or rise. Most people shrink. They let the obstacle whisper lies like, this is the end, or you weren't meant to win. They treat every delay as a denial, every struggle as a sign to stop. But you're not most people. You weren't made to back down. You weren't born to bow. You were built to climb. Every great man you admire once stood where you stand, face to face with something that looked bigger than him, but instead of folding, he rose. You must do the same, because obstacles don't break the man. They reveal him. There's something powerful that happens when you rise inside before anything changes outside. The problem might still be there, the weight might still press down, but your posture changes. Your energy changes. You begin to see the obstacle differently, not as a wall, but as a test. Every time you speak power to yourself, you chip away at the lie that you're too small. Say this aloud, I am bigger than this. Because you are. Your voice, your will, your determination, they are stronger than the challenge if you let them lead. You don't need the mountain to move. You need your spirit to grow. Stop waiting for the world to get easier. It won't. Life doesn't soften for the unprepared. It sharpens the prepared. And that's what you are now becoming. Stronger, sharper, more committed. The stronger your spirit, the smaller the problem becomes. Look back. How many impossible things have you already survived? So what makes this one different? This isn't a punishment. It's a platform. It's not here to stop you. It's here to shape you. When your back is against the wall, don't collapse. Expand. The man who wins is the one who grows bigger than the problem. He doesn't wait for the storm to pass. He learns how to walk through rain. Every hardship you face has a gift hidden inside it, but only the determined discover it. Why? Because most people stop at discomfort. But discomfort is not a warning, it's an invitation to grow, to transform, to become unshakable. If you run from every hard thing, you'll never meet the strongest version of yourself. But if you lean in, you'll rise above it. So how do you rise? First, look at the obstacle, then look at yourself. Now ask, which one is more permanent? The obstacle only lives as long as you allow it. The moment you decide to solve it, move through it, or learn from it, it begins to lose its power. But if you hesitate, it grows. It feeds on your delay. That's why you must respond quickly, with strength, not fear, with vision, not confusion. Your future doesn't bow to your obstacles. It waits for you to face them. Let's make this simple. Problems only last as long as you refuse to act. They don't vanish on their own. They fade because you outgrow them, because you got up one more time, because you chose progress over pity. The moment you say, I'm done being stuck, you're not the same man anymore. You don't need permission to change. You don't need anyone to rescue you. You just need a made-up mind. Once you commit fully, without doubt, the obstacle shrinks to its true size. And that's the moment you rise. Picture this. A man walks down a path and a giant boulder blocks his way. One man sits. He waits. Maybe the wind will move it. Maybe help will arrive. But nothing happens. Years pass. The boulder becomes part of his identity. But another man sees the same boulder and grabs a chisel. He doesn't whine. He doesn't wait. He starts cutting steps into the very rock meant to stop him. He climbs higher with every strike. And one day he looks back, not just at the mountain he moved, but the strength he gained by refusing to quit. Obstacles are mirrors. They don't show you the world, they show you yourself. When a problem makes you freeze, it's not the problem, it's the belief behind it. Maybe you've said, I can't, or this always happens to me. Break that belief. Replace it. Speak power even when you feel powerless. Say, this ends with me. Say, I rise now. Because when your mind believes it, your body follows. Your habits shift, your spirit lifts. And suddenly, the thing that scared you now empowers you. You must learn this. Difficulty is not defeat. It's demand. A demand for strength, for creativity, for persistence. When something blocks you, it's not telling you to stop. It's asking, how bad do you want it? And if your answer is bad enough to endure, to learn, to rise, then the obstacle becomes your path. Don't waste time asking, why me? Start asking, what must I become to break this? That question changes everything. It makes you the builder, not the victim. The victor, not the excuse maker. So I'll ask you one last thing. Are you bowing to your problem, or are you standing taller than it? Every moment you hesitate, the obstacle wins. Every moment you rise, you reclaim your power. There is no easy path, only the path you carve. The road doesn't clear itself, but you can clear the doubt. You can outlast the pain. You can overpower the fear, rise above what blocks you, and soon others will follow the path you created through the storm they once feared. Be that man, build that path, rise. My actions shape my future. You don't stumble into success. You build it. One decision, one action, 1 hour at a time. The man who rises is not the one who waits for opportunity. He is the one who makes it. Every morning, you wake with the same question burning in front of you. Will you shape this day or let it shape you? The weak man wanders. The strong man works. The one who wins doesn't chase perfection. He builds progress. He doesn't blame his past or fear his future. He grabs hold of the present because he knows this hour is power. This day is direction. The past, gone. The future, not promised. But the present, that's your tool, your sword, your pen. And every move you make today carves into your destiny. Every step, no matter how small, is either sculpting a champion or sabotaging one. When you understand that, you no longer waste days. You use them. You no longer wait for motivation. You create momentum. So declare it now. My actions shape my future. Say it again. Let it burn into your thinking. Because the man you want to become is being shaped right now by what you choose to do next. Success doesn't happen in a moment. It happens in a rhythm of discipline, a rhythm of sacrifice, a rhythm of choosing progress over comfort. And that rhythm begins the moment you wake. That's why you must start your day on purpose. Don't wander. Don't drift into reaction. Instead, command the day. Wake up and go straight into forward motion. Even 5 minutes of focused energy can spark an entire shift in momentum. Choose one hard thing and do it first. Why? Because the hard thing unlocks your inner strength, and that strength sets the tone for everything else. The man who wins isn't always the fastest or the smartest. He's the one who moves while others hesitate. So move. Don't wait to feel ready. Don't wait for the perfect plan. Perfection is the lie that keeps man idle. Action is the truth that wakes man up. If your heart is beating and your feet can move, you have enough to start. Let motion bring clarity. Let forward steps reveal what standing still never will. Each step you take teaches you something, what works, what doesn't, and most importantly, who you really are when it matters. How do you turn that motion into power? By acting with intention. Most people are busy, but few are building. Don't confuse activity with progress. You must aim. Every action should move you toward your highest vision, not just keep you occupied. Ask yourself before every task, does this matter? If the answer is no, drop it. If the answer is yes, double down. Your life is not a to-do list, it's a blueprint, and every stroke must be deliberate. Wasted motion leads to wasted life, but focused action, that builds a legacy. Picture this, a craftsman stands before raw wood. In his mind, he sees a throne, but that vision means nothing until his hands move. He must reach for his chisel, shape with precision, and sweat into the work. Every tap, every cut, every adjustment brings the future into form. The same is true for you. Dreams without discipline die as fantasies, but discipline with direction, that's creation, that's power. So, what tool will you pick up today? Will you write, build, train, speak? Whatever it is, make sure it shapes, not just fills your day. Now, imagine the opposite. A man with ambition, but no action. He talks, he plans, he even means well, but nothing gets built. His energy bleeds out in conversations, not creation. His confidence withers because nothing moves. That's the tragedy of idle ambition. It feels like something but builds nothing. You must not fall into that trap. Talk less, act more. Speak with your hands. Let your results do the talking. And let the silence of your focused effort be louder than the noise of 1,000 empty intentions. It's easy to stay busy, to check boxes, to call it a day because you were productive. But were you effective? Did you build something real today or just manage the chaos? Stop measuring your worth in minutes. Start measuring in moves. One move toward your dream is worth more than 10 hours of maintenance. Start your morning with a plan, but end it with a proof. Proof that you acted like a builder. Proof that you chose progress. Proof that you didn't just talk about the future. You started carving it. And what if you slip? What if the morning gets away from you? Start again. Midday, evening, midnight. There's always a place to begin again. The builder's mind doesn't look for a perfect schedule. It looks for the next brick. So pick it up, stack it, and then the next. You don't rise in a day, but you do rise daily. Bit by bit, blow by blow. You don't wait for breakthroughs, you build into them, one quiet, consistent strike at a time. So ask yourself, with total honesty, are your actions leading somewhere, or are you just staying busy? The difference will define everything. Every action is either laying a foundation or wasting material. And at the end of your days, the man you become will be the sum of the decisions you made when no one was watching. So move with meaning, strike with purpose, build like your future depends on it, because it does. You don't stumble into greatness, you forge it, one focused hour at a time. I decide what defines me. The world will try to name you lazy, average, broken. It will reach for labels that shrink you. Labels rooted in your lowest moments, your worst decisions, your past failures. But hear this, those are not your labels unless you wear them, unless you agree, unless you bow to someone else's definition. Every morning, you get the chance to decide who you are. So say it aloud. I decide what defines me. Not your parents, not your boss, not your failures, you. That choice is yours, and if you don't make it, someone else will. You are not your past. Your past is a chapter, not your character. It's part of the story, but it's not your name. You are not your scars, your mistakes, your low points. Those may explain where you've been, but they do not dictate where you can go. What matters is this: what do you do next? Your power lies not in perfection, but in persistence, not in being untouched by failure, but in being unmoved by it. People will speak. They always do. They'll whisper, judge, assume. Let them. You don't have to argue. You don't have to explain. You simply build, you live, you work, you act, and through your actions you name yourself. You become undeniable. You stop answering to noise and start responding to your own purpose. Because when you act with clarity, you walk with power. No one can define the man who knows exactly who he is. No one can shrink the one who stands tall from within. So how do you define yourself? With clarity. You get still. You stop running from your truth and you look it dead in the eye. You ask yourself, what do I stand for? What do I refuse to compromise? What do I want my name to mean when I'm gone? These aren't easy questions. That's why few ask them. But if you do, if you dared to decide who you are before the world tries to tell you, then you'll rise above the noise. And more than that, you'll walk in purpose. Your identity is not a discovery, it's a decision. You choose your identity every day through your principles, your work, and your vision. If you say you are disciplined, then show it. If you say you are resilient, then prove it. Don't wait for someone to see your worth. Live in a way that forces the world to respect it. Stop accepting titles you never agreed to. Start earning the ones you want. And remember, each act is not just a task. It's a declaration of who you're becoming. The world will try to attach its limits to your name. He's not that smart. She's not leadership material. They're just average, but you don't have to carry those names. Break them, burn them, replace them. The man who changes his life begins with this one shift. He stops listening to what others call him and starts calling himself what he intends to become. Don't ask the world for permission to rise. Declare who you are and then become it day by day through your actions. Imagine two men. Both were rejected. Both were overlooked. One hears it and says, I guess they're right. He folds. He fades. He carries the world's label like a badge. The other hears it and says, watch me. He doesn't argue. He doesn't explain. He executes. A year later, one is still explaining, still defending, still hoping someone will approve. The other, he walks into the room and the room listens. Not because he was given respect, but because he commanded it by how he lived. This is the power of naming yourself. When you name yourself, the world adjusts. They may laugh at first, they may resist, but if you stay the course, if your actions match your declaration, they'll have no choice but to change their view, because they can't ignore what becomes consistent. They can't deny what becomes undeniable. You don't need to shout it, you just need to live it. Live in a way that makes your identity visible, without needing approval, applause, or agreement. And yes, it takes courage. Naming yourself isn't easy. It means rejecting comfort. It means refusing victimhood. It means saying, I am not what happened to me, I am what I do about it. Most people never make this shift. They wait for someone to validate them, to rescue them, to crown them. But the strongest men crown themselves. They don't just hope to be seen, they build a life that cannot be ignored. That begins with naming yourself before the world gets a chance to do it for you. So now ask yourself, are you letting others define you? Are you carrying names that don't belong to you? Or have you made the decision to name yourself, to become the author of your identity? Because this is where freedom begins, not when people finally see your value, but when you decide it, when you stand in the mirror and say, this is who I am, this is what I stand for, and no matter what they say, I will prove it with how I live. Your name is not what they call you, your name is what you respond to. And every day you write it with your choices, your habits, your standards. If you want a new life, give yourself a new name, and then live in a way that makes it real. Let your focus declare it, let your effort define it, and let the world adjust to you. Because once you know who you are, no one can name you again. I am not afraid of effort. Most people crave ease. They want results without resistance, rewards without responsibility. They pray for shortcuts, chase comfort, and fear the sweat that real progress demands. But the man who rises knows the truth. Effort is a gift. The sweat, the grind, the long hours, they aren't burdens. They are blessings in disguise. They mold your discipline, sharpen your focus, and forge your future. You weren't made for soft paths. You were built for the uphill. The climb doesn't destroy you, it reveals you. Resistance doesn't stop you, it shapes you. The man who understands this doesn't run from difficulty. He runs into it. Each morning, say it out loud. I am not afraid of effort. Let that be your war cry. Let it echo louder than your excuses, because effort is the price of greatness. And you're willing to pay it. You know ease has never built a champion. Ease breeds weakness. But effort builds empires. Every drop of sweat you pour into your mission is an investment, one that compounds over time into confidence, skill, and unshakable character. You may not feel the reward today, but it's coming, because effort never goes unnoticed by life. Effort is not pain, it's proof. Proof that you're moving forward. Proof that you're committed. When your muscles burn, when your mind resists, when the task gets heavy, that's when most people stop. But that's when you begin. You outwork the voice that says stop. You silence the doubt with motion. You replace hesitation with hustle. How? By starting with the hardest task, the thing you've been avoiding. That's your proving ground. The man who wins tackles the hard thing first, because it demands the most and reveals the most. Don't wait for motivation. Don't wait for it to feel right. Start with intention. Start with pressure. Move, even if you don't feel ready, especially when you don't feel ready. That's how you separate yourself from the average, from the weak, from the talkers. Sweat with dignity, grind with purpose, and know this: every ounce of effort spent in silence will one day shout through your results. Let others avoid the weight, you carry it. Let others quit when it's heavy, you get stronger. Because struggle doesn't scare you, it trains you. Imagine a farmer tilling the soil. The sun beats down, his hands are blistered, his back aches. But he doesn't complain. He doesn't wait for someone else to do it. He keeps digging, planting, watering, day after day. Why? Because he knows the truth. The harvest only belongs to the man who works, not the one who watches, not the one who talks, the one who sweats, the man who wakes up early, shows up when tired, and keeps going when others stall. That's the man who reaps. That's the man who wins. Your life is your field, and the ground is hard for everyone. But only those willing to break it, shape it, and work it, only they will taste the fruit. Most want to skip the process and enjoy the reward, but you're not most people. You've chosen character over comfort. You've chosen effort over ease. You've chosen the grind, and that choice will take you where shortcuts never can. It's not about what's easy, it's about what's earned. There will be days when nothing feels like it's working, when the effort seems invisible. But that's when the roots are growing deepest. That's when the foundation is being laid. Most people quit right before the breakthrough, right before the reward. But the man who endures, the one who trusts the process, he reaps what others only dream of. Because success isn't random. It's reserved for the committed, for the consistent, for the ones who keep hammering when the rest lose faith. That man becomes unstoppable. Let pain be your permission. The ache means you're building. The strain means you're growing. When others see discomfort as a sign to stop, you see it as a sign to push further. There's honor in hard work, in showing up even when no one's watching, in doing the unseen, the unglamorous, the uncelebrated tasks, because those are the moments that forge champions. And when the world finally sees what you've built, they'll think it happened overnight. But you'll know it was paid for in sweat. It was earned inch by inch. You don't rise by accident. You rise by intention, by deciding that every day is a chance to get sharper. You don't fear effort. You invite it. You don't run from the grind. You make it your ally. Let others take the easy path. Let others beg for breaks. You build your edge in the friction, because you know that struggle creates strength and pressure reveals power. You don't want an easy life. You want a strong one, a earned one, a life built with effort, owned with pride. So ask yourself, are you choosing comfort over character? Are you staying soft when you should be sharpening? Or are you ready to earn the life others only wish for? The world rewards the man who works, not the one who whines, not the one who wishes, the one who works. That man gets stronger. That man becomes wiser. That man gets what he came for. Choose effort. Choose discomfort. Choose to sweat. Because greatness never bows to the lazy. It waits for the man who shows up and earns it. One drop at a time. One battle at a time. One day at a time. I don't wait for motivation. I build discipline. Motivation is a visitor. It knocks, it whispers, and it vanishes. Some days it wakes you up like a spark. Other days it's nowhere to be found. And if that's all you rely on, you'll stay inconsistent, confused, and powerless. But discipline, that's your house. That's your foundation. It doesn't care about feelings. It stands when you're tired. It moves when you feel stuck. It shows up when motivation goes missing. The men who win don't depend on how they feel. They depend on what they do. Because what you do, especially when you don't feel like it, is what makes you different. Every morning, declare it. I don't wait for motivation. I build discipline. Let those words become law, then back them with action. Discipline is not born in comfort. It's born in friction. When you rise while others sleep, when you move while others make excuses, when you begin before you feel ready, that's when discipline is forged. One act, one move, one task that says, I keep my word, no matter what. Discipline is not about extremes. It's about repetition. You don't become great from one perfect day. You become great by doing what matters daily, even on the off days, especially on the off days. You said you'd do it, so do it. Not for the praise, not for the feeling, but for the standard. Every time you honor your own word, your confidence grows. You don't need approval from others when you trust yourself. That trust, it's built in silence. It's earned through sweat. And it begins with one decision. Show up the cold mornings, the tired evenings, the long, unrewarded stretches. These are not setbacks. They are tests. Discipline is built when no one sees you, when the applause is gone and it's just you and the task. The world watches the highlight, but the man who wins lived through the routine. Not glamorous, not loud, but relentless. You keep showing up, not because it's exciting, but because you said you would. That integrity, that consistency, that's power. Picture a blacksmith. He stands over the fire, hammer in hand. Some days the flame roars. Some days it sputters. Some days the steel bends easily. Other days it resists. But the blacksmith doesn't stop. He swings over and over because he knows the form is in the process. The beauty is in the repetition. Your life is no different. Your habits are your hammer. Your decisions are your strikes. And the future you want, it's the steel. Keep swinging, especially when it's hard. That's how greatness is shaped. Don't wait for the right moment. There is no perfect time. There's only now. The undisciplined man waits. He waits for energy. He waits for inspiration. He waits for everything to feel just right. But the disciplined man, he acts. He doesn't need the fire to be perfect. He brings the heat. He knows the fire will burn brighter once the hammer swings. He doesn't wait for momentum. He creates it through movement. So ask yourself, have you swung your hammer today? Discipline is freedom. It's the power to choose what's hard now, so life becomes easier later. Most people choose ease and stay trapped. You choose discomfort and get stronger because you know that each disciplined act builds resilience, builds structure, builds you. The man who trains when it's inconvenient, works when it's thankless, and improves when it's unnoticed, that man can't be shaken. He becomes undeniable, not because he's lucky, but because he refused to break his rhythm. And it's not about being emotionless. You will feel tired. You will feel doubt. You will hear that voice say, just this once, skip it. But that's the moment discipline matters most. That's when you train your mind to lead, not follow. You override emotion with decision. You choose your mission over your mood. And with each override, you gain ground. With each override, you get stronger. Until one day, you don't need to fight as hard because it's who you are. Understand this. The disciplined man is rare. He's not controlled by weather, emotions, or moods. He's led by principles. He doesn't just want results, he earns them. Every day, through effort, through focus, through habits no one sees, but everyone eventually respects. And that's the man who wins. The one who doesn't chase motivation, but commands himself. And because he commands himself, others follow, others trust. Because they know when he says it, he'll do it. So what's your pattern? Do you swing the hammer daily or only when you feel like it? Do you treat your habits like law or suggestions? Your answer is the difference between growth and stagnation, between power and passivity, between becoming and merely wishing. Don't let your potential rot under the weight of inconsistency. Strike, swing, move, even when it's quiet, especially when it's quiet, because that's when your discipline is being carved into your soul. Let today be proof, not of what you hope to do, but of what you did. Show yourself that you don't need to feel perfect, you only need to be consistent. Show the world that your name stands for effort, for action, for discipline. And when others look back years from now wondering how you did it, they'll never guess it was built one simple swing at a time. But you'll know, you didn't wait for motivation. You built discipline. That's why you won. That's why you're still winning. My thoughts create my world. Every building you see, every cathedral that scrapes the sky, every bridge that spans rivers, every invention that reshaped history began in one place. A quiet, invisible corner of imagination and belief. Someone dared to see what wasn't yet real. Your life is no different. What you think, you begin to build. What you permit to linger in your mind becomes the blueprint of your future. Not immediately, not obviously, but steadily and surely. Your repeated thoughts form a pattern. That pattern becomes belief. That belief becomes decision. And your decisions, they shape everything. You don't experience life as it is. You experience it as you think it is. Perception becomes your personal truth. A man who believes he is powerless will walk through life like a prisoner, even when the door is unlocked. He'll hesitate when he could lead. He'll bow when he should rise. But a man who believes he was born to lead, his back straightens, his voice sharpens. His presence commands attention because belief gives him form. That's why every morning, before the world invades your space, you must speak truth into your mind. My thoughts create my world, not in fantasy, but in direction. When you believe in strength, you act boldly. When you believe in focus, you move decisively. And when you believe you're meant to grow, you find yourself stepping forward even in resistance. Thoughts are not decorations. They are instructions. And if you don't choose them, the world will choose them for you. So how do you take control? It begins with guarding the gate. Your mind is not a dumping ground for random, fearful, anxious chatter. It's your command center. And like any center of power, it must be protected. When a weak thought arises, I'm not enough, or what if I fail? You don't negotiate, you reject it immediately. And in its place, you plant something stronger. I am focused. I am building. I am prepared. Say it not just once, but until your soul begins to align with it. Think of your mind as a garden. If a gardener lets weeds grow unchecked, they overtake the soil, stealing nutrients, stunting growth. But a wise gardener inspects daily. He uproots weeds early. He plants intentionally. He waters what he wants to grow. Your thoughts are no different. They're the seeds, and you are the one planting. If your mental soil is filled with doubt, fear, comparison, how can you expect a harvest of confidence, success, and purpose? You can't. You must tend your thoughts as carefully as you would your future. This takes repetition. You don't think strong thoughts once and expect your life to transform. You train your mind daily just like you would train a muscle. Each thought is a rep. Each affirmation a strike at the old limitations. The more you speak power, the more your mind adjusts its default wiring. You reprogram your internal script by force, by consistency. Weak thoughts will still try to rise, but now you have the habit of answering back. And that's when you start to win. Most people never examine their thoughts. They assume every inner voice is true. But the mind is an echo chamber of past experiences, fears, and other people's opinions. You must interrupt it. Ask, is this thought helping me or harming me? If it's shrinking you, weaken it. If it's elevating you, strengthen it. This is the difference between mental slavery and mental mastery. You either believe every passing thought, or you become the architect who filters, reshapes, and commands them into form. The man who builds a powerful life starts by building a powerful mind. And a powerful mind isn't one that's always positive, it's one that's disciplined. It knows what to allow, it knows when to fight, it knows what to dismiss. If your thoughts were people, some deserve your attention, others deserve the door. So be ruthless, cast out the thoughts that drain you, invite in the ones that build you, and repeat this process every single day. Why? Because the world won't stop trying to program you. So you must stay ahead. There's a war for your mind. Every ad, every headline, every comment, it all tries to install belief systems. Most people don't even notice, but not you. You're aware. You realize your thoughts shape your actions, and your actions create your outcomes. That's why your first duty every morning isn't to react or worry. Your first duty is to plant, to declare, to shape your inner world before the outer world gets a chance. You're not reacting to life, you're writing the script from within. Picture a builder stepping onto a plot of land. There's nothing there yet, but he sees it in his mind. A structure, a home. That vision drives his first move. His team shows up, materials arrive. Brick by brick, it becomes real. But without the vision, nothing happens. That's you. Every day, you step into the field of your life. The question is, what are you building with your thoughts? A fortress or a ruin? Vision is the start. Thought is the trigger. Action is the proof. So ask yourself, what kind of harvest are you planting in your mind today? When you look at your life a year from now, will you see the results of deliberate, disciplined thinking or the effects of unchecked negativity? The choice is always yours. No one else has access to your mind unless you give it. No one else controls your inner dialogue unless you surrender it. You are the gatekeeper. You are the gardener. You are the builder. Don't just think strong thoughts. Live them. Let them shape your speech, your posture, your decisions. Let them reflect in your standards, your focus, your endurance. And when doubt rises, because it always will, you answer it with proof. You move anyway. You act anyway. You build anyway. Because you are not waiting for your world to change. You're changing your thoughts and letting those thoughts change your world. Your mind is not a mirror of the past. It's a map of your future. Design it wisely. Fill it intentionally. Protect it fiercely. And speak this truth each morning. My thoughts create my world, because they do. And that world, it begins now, in you. I am guided by purpose, not emotion. Men who are ruled by emotion drift. Their lives are unstable, shaped by the weather of their moods. One day they're full of fire, the next they're scattered ash. They chase comfort like it's a reward, but all it brings is stagnation. Their actions depend on feelings, and because feelings shift, so does their life. But the man guided by purpose, he is different. He is steady. He walks with direction. He's not cold, but he is calculated. He's not cruel, but he is clear. He is dangerous in the best way, because he cannot be swayed by the noise around him. He is led not by impulse, but by intent. Every morning, you stand at a crossroads. On one side, the road of emotion. It's seductive. It offers comfort, indulgence, excuses. It whispers, take it easy. On the other side, the road of purpose. It offers resistance. It demands effort. It whispers, stay the course. One leads to regret, the other leads to greatness. Most men choose the first. But you must choose the second. Because ease will lie to you, but purpose never will. It might be hard, but it's honest. It might stretch you, but it grows you. Say it now, I am guided by purpose, not emotion. That is your compass, your internal truth. Let it anchor your mind before the world pulls at your nerves. When fear tells you to shrink, remember your aim. When fatigue begs for comfort, remember your aim. When critics laugh, when friends don't understand, when temptation knocks, remember your aim. Purpose makes you unshakable. It reminds you that you are not your feelings, you are your decisions. And those decisions must come from vision, not from mood. So how do you align yourself every day? You write your mission. Simple, clear, real. Not a fantasy, not a wish list. A statement of what you stand for and where you're going. And you read it every morning. Let it speak louder than your doubts. Let it remind you of the bigger picture. Because when you lose your why, you fall prey to how you feel. But when you keep your purpose close, you act with intention. You rise with clarity. You move with discipline. You do what must be done regardless of emotion. Picture a sailor in the middle of a storm. The wind screams. The waves rise like walls. Panic tempts him to toss the compass, to follow his gut, but he doesn't. He holds the course, not because it's easy, but because the compass doesn't lie. He knows storms pass, but direction must remain. So he holds steady, and soon the clouds part. The man led by purpose does the same. When the emotional storms come, and they will, he doesn't toss his mission aside. He anchors to it. And because of that, he survives. He wins. And this doesn't mean you become emotionless. It means you don't let emotion drive. Feelings are passengers. Purpose is the wheel. You don't ignore what you feel. You simply don't bow to it. If anger rises, you channel it. If fear stirs, you confront it. If joy comes, you let it fuel you. But none of these emotions dictate your actions. Your mission does. This is what makes you strong. Not how you feel, but what you do when the feelings come. Emotion is momentary. Purpose is permanent. Understand this. Mood is a liar. It will convince you to skip the workout, to avoid the call, to delay the action. But every time you obey your feelings, you weaken your edge. And every time you choose purpose over emotion, you sharpen it. Discipline becomes easier. Direction becomes clearer. Confidence becomes earned. Not because you were always inspired, but because you acted when you weren't. That's what separates you from the average man. You don't drift. You decide. Most men wait for motivation to strike before they move. But the man led by purpose moves first and lets motivation catch up. He doesn't need external hype. He has internal fire. And when that fire flickers, he fans the flame with action. Not delay, not excuses, just one step forward and then another. Momentum doesn't come from mood. It comes from movement. That's why the first task of your day is sacred. It's not about checking a box. It's about declaring, I am in charge. You'll face distractions. People will offer paths that look easier. Emotions will tempt shortcuts, but you must stay rooted. Ask yourself, does this serve my mission? If the answer is no, let it go. That single filter will eliminate 90% of what wastes your time. You don't need to be everywhere. You need to be direct. You don't need to feel good. You need to build good. That's how purpose makes you powerful. It simplifies life. You know what matters, and you move only in that direction. This is the path of builders, of warriors, of men who are hard to stop because they've already decided. While others debate, they act. While others react, they stay focused. While others crumble, they rise again and again, not because they felt like it, but because they trained themselves to act from vision, not emotion. You must become that man, steady, clear, anchored, not perfect, but purposeful, not driven by feelings, but by fire that burns beyond comfort. So I ask you now, are your decisions today built on direction or on how you feel? Are you building your future with intention or just reacting to your emotions? If you're tired, good, work anyway. If you're afraid, good, step anyway. If you're uncertain, good, decide anyway. Because the man guided by purpose cannot be stopped by mood. He moves by principle. And in a world full of men led by emotion, he becomes rare, he becomes respected, he becomes unshakable. Let others drift, you drive. Let others wait, you begin. Let others bow to feelings, you lead with fire. Your compass is not comfort. Your compass is purpose. Hold to it. Speak it aloud each morning. I am guided by purpose, not emotion. And then prove it by how you live, by what you do, by the discipline in your hands and the mission in your eyes. That is the way. That is your path, and you are born to walk it. I choose what I become. You are not born finished, you are born capable, full of potential, but unfinished by design. Every day you rise, you are becoming something, stronger or weaker, sharper or duller, closer or further from who you're meant to be. The question is not if you're changing, it's who you are becoming, and whether you are choosing it. Most men don't. They move through life unconsciously. They repeat habits they didn't choose. They carry labels they didn't earn. They let their surroundings shape their identity instead of taking that responsibility for themselves. But the man who rises, he decides who he will be, and then he builds it, brick by brick. Most men drift, not because they're lazy, but because they never learned to direct. They wake up and repeat yesterday. They react to traffic, to emails, to moods, to people's opinions. Their life becomes a series of reactions, never creation. But the men who rise act with intention. They walk like sculptors, carefully, precisely, decisively. They do not wait to be told who they are. They forge it. They know life doesn't hand you identity. You must build it. Every word, every decision, every response is a tool, and with it they carve their character. Each morning you must claim it. I choose what I become, not someday, not when it's easier. Now, today. Don't wait for someone to name you. Don't hope that one day your purpose will fall from the sky. You don't discover who you are, you decide it. You speak it. You walk in that image before anyone else believes it. The world will wait to see proof. You don't, you lead with conviction. The day you stop asking, who am I, and start declaring, here's who I'm becoming, that is the day you begin to take real control of your life. How do you shape your becoming? Through alignment. Your desired identity must shape your daily actions. If you say you want to be disciplined, but you snooze the alarm, you're becoming something else. If you want to be a leader but shrink from responsibility, your actions are molding a follower. The man who rises doesn't hope his actions match his dreams. He forces them to. Action precedes title. You don't become strong and then act strong. You act strong again and again until it becomes who you are. You act it into existence. Picture a potter at his wheel. His first spin is awkward. The clay wobbles. His hands are unsure. The shape is unclear, but he doesn't stop. He keeps pressing, shaping, refining. Day after day, he turns rough formlessness into form, until one day, the clay obeys. It bends beneath his intention. It becomes what he sees in his mind. That is your life. You are both the potter and the clay. The hands that shape you are your habits. The pressure that molds you is your daily discipline. And the vision? That's the man you're becoming, if you stay at the wheel. Becoming is not a feeling, it's a process. And processes are built on repetition. What you do consistently is what you become permanently. That's why you must treat each day like a sculptor treats his chisel, with purpose. Don't live by default. Don't move through your day unconsciously. Begin with the end in mind. Ask, what kind of man am I building today? And then make sure your actions match that blueprint, because you are building whether you mean to or not. Every decision is either shaping you into strength or softening you into regret. This is not about perfection. It's about pattern. Your first try may be messy. Your hands may tremble, but if you press forward with intention, the clay starts to listen. Life starts to yield to your design. The world may still test you. Doubts may still rise. But now you're moving forward on purpose. You no longer ask the world to define you. You walk into each day as the author of your becoming. And with time, your consistency turns into confidence. Because there's no confidence like the kind you earn, others will not understand it first. They'll say you've changed, that you're obsessed, that you're different. Good, because most people fear intentional change. They'd rather drift and call it peace. You'd rather struggle and call it becoming. Do not expect applause. Do not expect anyone to believe in your process until they see results. And even then, some won't. But you will know. You'll know because you built it, because you chose it, because you didn't wait, you worked. Every step forward becomes your signature. Every small win becomes your stamp. The cost of becoming is discomfort. It demands effort when you don't feel like it. It demands decisions when your mind seeks delay. But what's the alternative? To stay the same? To coast? To become by default? That's the path of regret. That's the life of a man who wakes up one day and wonders where his power went. Don't be that man. Be the one who molds. Be the one who walks toward a future he's actively designing, not one passively assigned. So ask yourself, are you becoming by design or by default? Are your habits pushing you toward your vision or pulling you away from it? Are you choosing your thoughts, your standards, your direction, or letting others set it for you? This is your life, your name, your legacy. No one else will build it for you. No one else can. The hammer is in your hand. The wheel is spinning. The clay is in place. Now press. Now shape. Now build. Don't wait to feel ready. Don't wait to be recognized. Start shaping now. Start walking like the man you want to be, not tomorrow, today. Let each day be a stroke on the sculpture of your life. Let your consistency be the force that transforms uncertainty into clarity. You are not finished. You are not stuck. You are becoming. And that becoming is your responsibility, your art, your power. Speak it now. I choose what I become. Then act like it's already true. Because if you act with intention long enough, it will be. No one owes me, and that's my power. It's a dangerous belief to think the world owes you something. Many men live trapped in that illusion, waiting, wishing to respect, money, love, recognition. They want it handed to them, as if life is a fair deal or an owed reward. But the truth is this: nothing is guaranteed. Not love, not fairness, not success. And that truth, it's not a curse, it's your power. Because once you stop believing you're owed, you begin to realize the full power of what you can earn. That shift from expectation to ownership is where transformation begins. Because the man who stops expecting starts building. When you expect nothing, you gain everything. You stop waiting for someone to pick you. You stop wishing someone would save you. You stop begging for opportunities, and instead you create them. You walk into every day with your sleeves rolled up, not your hands out. That mindset frees you. It puts the weight of your life on your own shoulders, not as a burden, but as a privilege. You are no longer a passive receiver. You become the active builder. No one can take that from you because no one gave it to you. You earned it. You owned it. Each morning, say it. No one owes me, and that's my power. Let that be the anthem in your bones. Let it drown out self-pity. Let it silence blame. Because the man who believes he is owed walks around with entitlement in his eyes and resentment in his heart. But the man who believes he owes himself everything, that man becomes unstoppable. He doesn't depend, he doesn't beg, he doesn't lean on others to carry his vision. If someone helps him, he's grateful. But if no one shows up, he still rises. Because he was never waiting to begin with. So how do you own this power? First, refuse to complain. Complaining is the language of the powerless. Every time you complain, you give your power away. You say, this thing controls me. But when you stay silent and act, you take the wheel. Second, reject envy. Envy poisons potential. It tricks you into thinking someone else's success means there's less for you. But success isn't a pie, it's a fire. Light your own. Lastly, stop measuring your value by what others give. Measure it by what you create. Be the man who walks into the room with something to offer, not someone who waits to be noticed. Life will test this mindset. People will ignore your effort. They will forget your name. They may not say thank you, but you must keep creating anyway. Why? Because your value isn't based on applause. It's based on output. It's built on integrity. You become the kind of man who brings value into every space, not because it's returned, but because it's who you are. You stop looking around wondering what you're missing and start asking, what can I build here? What can I give? That is the difference between the entitled and the empowered. Picture a man standing in an empty field. There's no fruit, no shelter, no applause. Others pass by and say, there's nothing here. And they keep walking. But this man stays. He digs, he plants, he waters, he works in silence while others mock. And in time, something grows. Not by luck, not by handout, but by hands that didn't wait. He feeds not just himself, but others. Why? Because he understood that destiny is not developed. He didn't wait. He worked. And that made all the difference. Most people want to be rescued. They wait for better circumstances, a better job, a better relationship, a better year. But all waiting does is rob you of the time you could be building. The truth is, no one is coming. And that should excite you. Because if no one is coming, that means it's up to you. And when it's up to you, that means you can begin now. You're not waiting on permission. You're not trapped by delay. You're just one decision away from motion. And motion creates momentum. Momentum creates everything. You must stop asking the world for something it was never designed to give you. Recognition, validation, permission, these are shadows. Chase them and you'll exhaust yourself. Build your value and they'll eventually follow. But even if they don't, you'll be strong anyway. Because you'll know, I built this. You'll walk taller, speak clearer, think sharper. Not because someone crowned you, but because you earned your crown in private. That's what makes your power untouchable. When you stop expecting others to deliver your life to you, you begin delivering it yourself. You stop checking who liked your work and start doing more work. You stop needing to be understood and start understanding yourself. That independence breeds confidence, because the man who builds alone is no longer afraid of being alone. And that man becomes dangerous in the best way, because no one can take from him what he didn't borrow. So ask yourself now, are you expecting someone to deliver your destiny, or are you delivering it yourself? Are you waiting for someone to open the door, or are you building a new door with your bare hands? Are you hoping for someone to believe in you, or have you decided to believe in yourself so deeply that nothing can stop you? The answers to these questions will shape your path. They will define your days. They will determine whether you live with quiet resentment or rise with relentless responsibility. Repeat it one more time. No one owes me, and that's my power. Then step into the world and prove it with your work, with your voice, with your grit. Let others wait. Let others wish. You build, you deliver, you become. I am unshaken by criticism or praise. Praise can make you soft. It can lull you into comfort, into ego, into thinking you've arrived. Criticism can make you bitter if you let it. It can stir resentment, plant doubt, and shrink your stride. But the man who rises above both, he becomes unshakable. He does not build his life on compliments, nor does he crumble at insults. He stands on something firmer, his principles, his vision, his values. These do not waver with public opinion. They do not shift with mood or moment. They hold like steel in a storm. Most men are puppets to opinion. They float on the approval of others. One kind word inflates them, one harsh word crushes them. Their identity is fragile, borrowed from applause and shattered by criticism. But you are not most men. You must become rooted in something deeper. You must learn to keep walking regardless of what is said. Because if your motivation depends on praise and your momentum dies under criticism, you are not yet free. Each morning, remind yourself, I am unshaken by criticism or praise. Let this become your armor. Let it quiet both the cheering crowd and the bitter chorus. If a man applauds you, nod and keep building. If a man mocks you, nod and keep building. Neither voice holds the pen to write your destiny. Your story is not theirs to shape. Your worth is not theirs to weigh. You rise, you fall, you move, not because of what they say, but because of what you've decided to build. How do you remain grounded in a world obsessed with opinions? You must know who you are. You must define what you stand for before the world tells you who to be. Don't perform for the crowd. Don't shrink from their disapproval. Do the work that matters, whether anyone sees it or not. Live by conviction, not applause. Let your actions be guided by principle, not popularity. If no one claps, you still build. If everyone claps, you still refine. Purpose is your compass, not praise. Picture a great tree in the wind. The storm rages. The sky shouts. The branches whip and sway. Leaves fall. But the trunk stands tall. Why? Because the roots are deep. That is who you must be. The world will push. People will throw their voices like wind. Some will lift, some will tear. But if you are rooted, if your identity is not above the soil, but underneath it, you will not fall. You may sway, you may shake, but you will stand. The praise of others feels good. That's normal, but don't need it. Accept it with humility, then return to work, because praise is not payment, it's a breeze. And if you chase it, you'll become addicted to being seen instead of committed to becoming real. Likewise, criticism will come. It always does. Some of it may be useful, sharpening. Most of it won't be. Let it pass like wind through branches. Don't absorb it. Don't replay it. Just refocus and continue. Ask yourself, are you bending to opinion or rooted in purpose? Are your decisions based on your values or on your fear of how others will respond? When someone claps, do you stop and savor? When someone insults, do you shrink and delay? These questions matter because your freedom, your power, your clarity, they all live on the other side of detachment from opinion, not indifference, but independence. You don't have to hate feedback. You just don't have to be owned by it. You must train yourself to build in silence, to move when it's lonely, to show up when no one is watching, because most of your greatness will be forged in private. The world only sees results, but you see the hours. You see the mornings where no one believed. You see the nights where doubt screamed, and yet you still moved. That's where your strength comes from. Not applause, not acceptance, but from knowing you did the work anyway. A man's true foundation is revealed not when everyone supports him, but when no one does. When the room is cold, when the comments cut, when the world misunderstands. If you can still build there, still speak your truth, still hold your standard, you are free, you are rare, because you are no longer ruled by the moment, you are led by mission. And that kind of man, he can't be stopped, because nothing outside of him controls what he does within. So what do you root yourself in? In truth, in purpose, in vision, in the values you choose before you are tested. Write them down, live by them, and when the world's winds howl, return to them. Let them be your anchor, let them be your weight. They will keep you from being swept away by the noise, because there will always be noise. But noise only moves the unrooted. Let this be your mantra. Praise does not define me. Criticism does not defeat me. I build anyway. Say it, then prove it. Every single day, in silence, in storms, in the shadows and in the light. Let others talk. Let others watch. You build. You grow. You become. Unshaken, unbent, rooted, ready, always. I am the cause, not the effect. Too many men live as if life is something that happens. They move through the day like passengers on a bus they never chose. When things go wrong, they complain. When opportunities pass, they blame timing, people, or luck. They react to the weather, the news, their moods, constantly shifting, never grounded. They live like prisoners to fate. But real success begins the moment you stop asking, why is this happening to me? And start asking, what am I going to do about it? You are not a product of your surroundings. You are the producer of your outcomes. When you realize this, you stop waiting and you start building. Each morning, declare this truth: I am the cause, not the effect. Say it aloud. Say it with conviction. You are not some leaf blown around by wind. You are the wind. You move. You initiate. You create. Your life is not an accident. It's an assignment. You are not waiting for someone else to set the tone. You are the tone setter. You drive the energy in the room. You start the fire when others are still looking for matches. And once you adopt this mindset, your entire presence changes. You go from passive to powerful, from reactive to relentless. How do you live this truth in practical terms? Start by acting before anything outside you speaks. Before the world gives you a signal, you give yourself a mission. Don't wait for the boss to give you direction. Don't wait for the market to shift. Don't even wait for your mood to improve. Lead yourself. Make the first move. Set the tone for your morning with motion. Get up and command your day. Decide what kind of man you're going to be, then act like him before the world even opens its eyes. Ask yourself, are you waiting for conditions or creating them? Most people wait for perfect timing. They wait until they feel ready. They wait for someone to believe in them. But life doesn't reward the man who waits. It rewards the one who moves anyway. If you want to win, you must take responsibility for your environment. You must become the architect of your hours, the initiator of your ideas. Stop waiting for the door to open. Build the door. Build the key. Build the entire damn house if you have to. Refuse to live like a thermometer, rising and falling with the emotional temperature around you. Be the thermostat. Set the temperature. Set the tone. Walk into rooms and bring calm where there is panic. Bring energy where there is laziness. Bring clarity where there is chaos. When others are guessing what the day will bring, you decide what it will bring, and then you make it so. That's how leaders move. That's how winners think, not as effects, but as causes. You are the initiator. You are the fire starter. You are the man who creates movement when others are stuck. If you wait for the world to applaud you, you'll be waiting forever. Applaud yourself with action. Clap with your effort. Celebrate with your discipline. The world doesn't owe you recognition. It owes you nothing. So stop waiting for signs. Be the signal. Be the reason things begin, the reason momentum shows up, the reason something changes today. That is the mindset of a builder, a warrior, a man who leads his life. And this isn't about being aggressive. It's about being intentional. It's about waking up with a target and hitting it, even if it's small, even if it's quiet. Movement builds power. Action sharpens belief. You don't need to conquer the whole mountain today. Just take one decisive step. But make sure you initiate it. Make sure it's your standard that starts the chain reaction. Because when you consistently take the lead in your own life, you begin to influence everything around you. The world respects the man who creates momentum. Why? Because most don't. Most hope. Most drift. Most delay. But when a man begins to move, the world adjusts. It responds. Opportunities notice. People notice, not because you were loud, but because you were clear, you were disciplined, you were consistent. You chose to be the cause. And eventually the world bends to those who act with purpose long enough. So ask yourself right now, what am I waiting for that I could be building? Where have I been passive when I should be powerful? What excuse have I believed that needs to die? These questions matter because you were not born to react, you were born to create. And once you own that fully, you will no longer be a victim of conditions. You'll be the man who builds the conditions that others admire. Repeat it every morning. I am the cause, not the effect. Then prove it in your actions, in your presence, in your standards. Refuse to be ruled by mood, fear, or delay. Set your pace, set your purpose, and let the world feel your impact, not because it handed you anything, but because you showed up and made it happen. I don't need permission to begin. Most people are waiting. They wait for the mentor, the job offer, the sign. They wait for someone to tell them they're ready. They wait for applause, for recognition, for the right moment that never comes. But the greats, they don't wait. They move. They take the first step long before the crowd forms. They act without confirmation. They begin with what they have, even when it isn't enough. That's what separates the remembered from the forgotten. The courage to begin without permission. While others stall in fear, they build in silence. And that silence becomes strength. There's no gatekeeper blocking your path, except the one you've imagined. You think someone must give you the green light. That someone has to validate your potential. But that's the lie. You don't need permission to build your life. You are not on trial. You are not waiting in line. Every morning, declare it with fire. I don't need permission to begin. Say it loud enough to drown out every doubt, because it's the truth. When you own this truth, you become dangerous in the best way. You don't wait for someone to ask for your ideas. You speak. You don't wait for someone to offer you a seat. You build your own table. You don't need applause to act. You don't need permission to move. While others talk about what they're planning, you are already creating. While they hesitate, you make decisions. While they overthink, you execute. The man who understands that he can begin at any moment becomes unstoppable because he is no longer ruled by fear, approval, or timing. How do you break free from the waiting trap? First, stop asking if you're ready. You won't feel ready. That's a lie your mind tells to protect you from risk. Second, stop measuring your worth by who supports you. You don't need a following to start, only a mission. Look in the mirror. Nod once. Begin. Treat the next hour like it matters, like it's the first brick of something massive, because it is. Movements don't begin in stadiums. They begin in small rooms, in quiet hours, with men who decide instead of wait. Imagine a man standing in a workshop. He has tools in his hand. He has a vision in his heart, but he doesn't move. He's waiting for approval, waiting for someone to say, yes, you're ready. Days pass, then years. The tools rust, the vision fades. Now picture another man. No applause, no mentor, just raw ambition, a quiet decision. And he begins, alone, focused, relentless. By the end of the year, one man is still waiting. The other, he has built something real, brick by brick without permission. What are you still waiting for? Whose voice are you placing above your own? Is it the voice of a parent, a teacher, a stranger on the internet? You are giving someone else power over your future. But here's the truth. The most important yes is the one you give yourself. The moment you stop waiting for someone to choose you and you choose yourself is the moment your life shifts. That's the moment you stop watching others build and start becoming the builder. You don't need perfect conditions to begin. You don't need the full picture. You need a spark and the courage to move on it. If you wait for clarity, you'll wait forever. Clarity comes from action. You learn as you go. You shape the path by walking it. There is no substitute for forward motion. Start before you're ready. Start before you're known. Start before you're celebrated. Because the only man who reaches the top is the one who started climbing. This doesn't mean you rush blindly. It means you trust your instincts more than your fears. It means you value progress over perfection. It means you stop looking for applause and start looking for bricks to lay. Every small act, every early morning, every late night, every risk taken without approval builds something. And over time, those bricks form your legacy, not because someone said you were qualified, but because you acted like you were. There's a lie in the world that says you must be chosen, that you need a degree, a follower count, a job title to begin. But the truth is, history was changed by people who refused to wait. They picked up the hammer. They opened the door. They declared who they were becoming and then became it. Not through permission, through persistence, through boldness, through self-belief. You were never meant to sit quietly and hope. You were meant to build loudly and live boldly. So repeat it again, with force. I don't need permission to begin. Let it shake your hesitation. Let it wake up your ambition. Let it remind you that your power isn't waiting somewhere out there. It's already in you. You have the tools. You have the vision. And if you start now, the world won't be able to ignore you. One day they'll ask, who gave him permission? And the answer will be no one. You gave it to yourself. Now move, decide, begin, and never wait again. My standards create my results. You don't get what you want, you get what you tolerate. Life will always meet you at the level of your standards, not your wishes. It doesn't care what you hope for, it responds to what you accept. If you let laziness in, you'll get lazy results. If you make excuses, you'll get a life built on them. But if you raise your standards, your world starts to rise with you. Your standards are your ceiling. And if you want to go higher, you've got to lift that ceiling. You don't wait for life to upgrade you. You decide to upgrade yourself. That's when everything changes. Each morning, remind yourself of the truth. My standards create my results. Not motivation, not luck, not opportunity. Standards. Because motivation fades. Opportunities come and go. But your standards are there when no one else is. They are the inner rules that say, this is who I am, and this is what I accept from myself. They are the real difference between average and exceptional. A man with high standards refuses to quit halfway. He doesn't cut corners when no one's looking. He doesn't cheat on his effort. He doesn't say that's good enough when he knows it isn't. He has a quiet agreement with himself to show up fully, to finish strong, and to never lie about how hard he tried. That's how excellence is built. Not with flair or noise, but with honor. And the true test of standards is not when people are watching, it's when they aren't. Because that's when your real self steps forward. So how do you live this way? First, you decide, really decide, what's non-negotiable in your life. What behaviors, disciplines, and thoughts are required for the man you're becoming. Define them clearly. Then ask yourself, what does my best look like when it's hard, when it's inconvenient, when I don't feel like it? That's your standard, not the easy version. The version you hold when excuses are easy and results are distant. You don't rise to your goals, you fall to your standards. So set them high and hold that line. Picture a craftsman who builds custom furniture. He could cut corners to save time, use cheaper wood to boost profits, skip the parts no one sees, but he doesn't, even on the underside of the table. The part that never gets noticed, he does it right. Why? Because it's not about who sees it, it's about who he is. That's the power of high standards. They're not for the crowd, they're for the man in the mirror. They turn you into someone you respect, even in silence. Ask yourself this, are your standards shaping your greatness or just defending your excuses? Because that's what weak standards do. They give you a place to hide. They whisper, this is fine, when you know it isn't. But strong standards challenge you. They make you stretch. They make you face your weaknesses and rise through them. If you want a stronger life, don't beg for better days. Become a better man. Raise your internal minimums. And soon, your external results will start catching up. The man who demands more from himself will always surpass the one who waits for perfect conditions. Why? Because perfect conditions are rare, but discipline is always available. The man with high standards doesn't need everything to be perfect. He just needs his word. He holds it. He shows up. He acts like greatness is expected because it is. And because of that, life gives him what it never gives the man who keeps negotiating with his own potential. Your standards are your invisible structure. They hold you up when everything else feels shaky. They are the difference between finishing and flinching, between progress and plateau. And no one can set them for you. You have to choose them. You have to say, this is how I work. This is how I think. This is what I demand from myself, even when it's hard, even when I'm tired, even when no one's watching. That's how excellence is formed, not in grand gestures, but in small consistencies. So start here, today. Raise one standard. Maybe it's how you speak to yourself. Maybe it's how you show up to your work. Maybe it's how you finish what you start. Make one part of your life non-negotiable and stick to it. Because the moment you stop accepting less from yourself, the world starts doing the same. That's how growth begins. That's how success is built. That's how you rise. Say it again and say it with conviction. My standards create my results. Now prove it Every hour, every choice, every step forward. Let your standards speak louder than your feelings. Let them raise your effort, your focus, your life. You don't need perfect motivation. You need strong standards. Raise them, honor them, and everything else will follow. My legacy is built today. You won't be remembered for your plans. You'll be remembered for your actions. You're not waiting to leave a legacy. You're building it every day. Too many think legacy is some far-off reward, something that arrives in old age, carved in stone. But your legacy is made in the details, how you treat others, how you show up, how you choose when no one's watching. Each morning, tell yourself, my legacy is built today, not tomorrow, not someday, today. Because each word you speak and every task you complete becomes a brick in the monument you're building. So how do you craft it? Start with intention. Speak less, do more. Help others without needing credit. Pursue excellence when it's hard. Keep promises to yourself. Picture a man walking a dirt path. Every day he lays one stone. Others laugh. It looks like nothing. But year after year his path becomes a road, then a landmark, then a legacy. All because he built daily. Ask yourself, what kind of stone are you laying today? Don't chase monuments. Build them quietly, relentlessly. Every morning is a fresh chance to rise with strength, clarity, and purpose. Speak power into your day before the world speaks doubt into you. The words you choose become the life you live. So choose boldly, choose belief, and never forget your voice is your first victory. Start strong, and everything else will follow. Speak it, live it, become it. What you are about to hear is not casual advice. It is a shift in how you walk, speak, think, act. A shift in how you interpret your circumstances and command your future. Let me tell you something that most men never grasp until it's too late. Your life bends to your assumptions. The way you expect things to go is the way they usually go. Not because of fate, but because of focus. Because your dominant thoughts pull circumstances into alignment. They shape how you act, how you speak, how you persist or retreat. So what if you assumed right now that everything is working out for you, even when it's hard, even when it's silent, even when there's no proof? What if you lived like the outcome was certain, like the door was already open, and all you had to do was walk through it? That is not wishful thinking. That is mental engineering. And it is how the greatest minds in history rose through failure, criticism, and fear. Henry Ford didn't hope things would work out. He decided they would. He poured his belief into the unknown before the world believed it was even possible. When everyone said the automobile was a fantasy, he built factories. Thomas Edison didn't doubt after his first 100th or 10,000th failed prototype because he assumed success was inevitable. He didn't need to see it. He carried it in his mind, and he acted as if it was already his. Charles Schwab didn't operate from fear. He operated from faith in his vision, a faith so strong that entire steel empires were shaped by it. His certainty was contagious. His belief made other men follow. And Andrew Carnegie, the man who transformed industry and wealth in America, he did not ask, what if this doesn't work? He moved as if the results were already secured. That is the energy that builds legacies. So why not you? Why not now? Why not today? You've spent enough time worrying, enough time hesitating, enough time telling yourself stories rooted in fear. Now, it's time to flip the script. Because the version of you that hesitates, that overthinks, that shrinks when life gets loud, he cannot coexist with the version of you that walks in certainty. You cannot serve two minds. One must die. So today I hand you a new frame, a new filter, a new standard. Act as if everything always works out, not because it's guaranteed, but because it makes you unstoppable. Because when you assume that success is inevitable, you move with courage, you speak with authority, you command your life instead of negotiating with it. This video is your reset, your new operating system, and it is to be repeated, not once, not twice, daily, until your subconscious accepts this certainty as law, until doubt withers in the presence of your calm. because fear cannot live where faith is present. And the moment you live in alignment with the assumption that the outcome is secured, you destroy fear. So listen with intensity. Speak these truths aloud. Let them enter your nervous system like fuel. Because what we do next is not motivation, and it is reprogramming. And by the end of this hour, you will not think the same, and you will not move the same, and you will not be the same. Let's begin. Let's start with a question that has the power to rewrite your entire life. What if it all works out? Not just the small things, not just the comfortable outcomes, but all of it. The setbacks, the delays, the pain, the silence, the detours, the moments where nothing made sense. What if all of it, every piece of the struggle, is building the exact version of you required for the dream you've been asking for? Most people don't live in that possibility. They live in worry. They wake up bracing for failure. They talk about worst-case scenarios. They expect betrayal. They wait for the bottom to fall out, even when life is rising. And because of that expectation, they unconsciously direct their energy toward what they fear instead of what they want. But there's another way to live, a way that doesn't require hype, a way that doesn't demand perfection, a way that simply asks one thing from you: to believe before you see. Because here's the truth. Belief isn't a reaction. Belief is a choice. And that choice directs the energy of your mind. The subconscious does not argue with you. It accepts what you feed it, and then it builds around that assumption. If you say, things never work for me, your subconscious says, understood. And it begins filtering your world through that lens. That's what you start to notice. That's what you start to expect. That's what you attract. Not because of magic, but because you stopped looking for anything else. Now imagine the opposite. Imagine waking up, no matter the circumstance, with this quiet command running in the background. Everything is working out for me. Even if you're broke, even if you've been betrayed, even if the path isn't clear yet, you still move like it's happening. You still execute like the doors are already opening. You still build like the foundation is solid. That belief alone, practiced daily, would rewire your entire life, because when you assume things are working in your favor, you become calmer under pressure. You become more patient in the waiting. You move with power even when the evidence isn't there yet. This isn't delusion. This is leadership of self. Thomas Edison once said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." That's not just perseverance. That's a man who assumed the light bulb was already his. It was just a matter of time. He didn't ask, what if this never happens? He asked, what else can I try, because I know it's coming? That mindset is the difference between the man who folds after 3 setbacks and the one who becomes a legend. Henry Ford, when his investors laughed at the idea of a car for the common man, he didn't try to prove himself with words. He didn't shrink into fear. He moved forward like the world was wrong and his vision was already done. And that's not arrogance. That's assumption with discipline. It's the decision to act like it's working, even when you can't see it yet. The weak wait for proof. The powerful move as if the proof already exists. That's what this mindset gives you. It removes the need for validation. It replaces panic with posture. And it installs a new belief system. The outcome is certain. I just haven't arrived yet. So let me ask you again, what if it all works out? What if the delay was divine? What if the betrayal was protection? What if the confusion was construction? What if the thing you're calling a setback is the exact detour that will introduce you to the version of you you actually need? You see, once you install that assumption, once it becomes your default, you no longer fear the unknown. You welcome it. Because the unknown is not the enemy. It's the evidence that something bigger is forming. And your only job is to keep moving, to build when it's boring, to lead when no one's clapping, to act like the outcome is locked in, even if the scoreboard says you're losing. Because the scoreboard doesn't measure your spirit. It doesn't track your faith. It doesn't see what's building behind the scenes. Only you know that. Only you know how deep this decision goes. So say it to yourself right now. I live as if everything is working for me. I don't panic, I prepare. I don't beg for signs, I build in silence. And I will not fold because I've already decided the ending. This is not mindset fluff. This is mental warfare. It is the choice to walk through the chaos with order in your mind, because once you decide how this ends, you don't need to flinch at the middle. Act as if everything works out. And soon it will. Because what the mind accepts, the world starts to mirror. There is one quality above all others that separates the drifter from the builder, the lost from the locked in, the man who watches life happen from the man who shapes it with his own hands. That quality is definiteness of purpose, a clear, unwavering, unshakable aim, a target burned so deeply into the subconscious that it becomes impossible to ignore, even in silence, even in failure, even in doubt. This is not a vague dream, not a list of goals, not a wish list typed into a phone at midnight and forgotten by morning. This is purpose, written with fire, carried with discipline, protected with your life. Because without purpose, your energy scatters. Your hours are stolen by distraction. Your focus is hijacked by the next shiny thing. You chase a dozen paths and master none. You build halfway and then walk away. You mistake movement for momentum, activity for achievement, noise for direction. But when you become a man with definiteness of purpose, your path narrows, your vision sharpens. You stop waking up wondering what the day will bring and start commanding the day to deliver what you have already decided. That's power. That's the beginning of transformation. Look at every man who changed the course of history, and you will find a purpose behind his steps. Henry Ford didn't aim to be wealthy someday. He decided to revolutionize transportation, and he pursued it with a focus so sharp the world had no choice but to adjust. Charles Schwab didn't dabble. He knew what he was there to build. He knew what Carnegie needed, and his purpose was so magnetic that others followed. Not because he demanded it, but because his clarity made hesitation impossible. Abraham Lincoln didn't drift into greatness. He made a decision so clear, so final, that not even a divided nation could shake it loose. That's what you need now. A final decision, a line in the sand, a sentence that lives in your bones, so clear that your mind orbits around it every single day. Let me ask you, do you know your purpose? Do you know without a doubt what you are here to do? Because if not, no strategy, no system, no motivational video will save you. Your progress will always be temporary. Your habits will collapse under pressure. Because the one thing that holds it all together is your why, your decision, your purpose. So write it down. One sentence, not 10. 1. What is it you must build before your time here is done? Who must you become? What must you give? What is the result that your life demands? Not because it's easy, but because you decided it matters more than anything else. That's your purpose. And once you have it, you read it aloud every morning. You write it by hand every night. You don't wait to feel inspired. You rehearse it until it replaces every other thought. This is the foundation of all confidence, to wake up and know where you are going. You don't compare, you don't scroll, you don't flinch, because your steps are already assigned. Everything you do, the food you eat, the books you read, the habits you install, the words you speak, the risks you take, it all bends toward one thing, your definite purpose. And that gives you spiritual immunity against distraction. You no longer envy other men's paths because you are locked into your own. You no longer fear failure because you know it is part of the construction. You no longer need approval because your purpose gives you authority. And from that place, your decisions become easy. Clarity becomes your compass. Time bends in your favor. Because the universe, your mind, and every atom of your being begins to conspire around one thing, completion of the mission. But without that purpose, even the best habits will drift, even the strongest man will fall, even the most brilliant mind will chase things that don't matter. So write the sentence, etch it into your soul. This is not for someday. This is not for when life calms down. This is the day you stop living like a leaf in the wind and start moving like a builder with orders from within. Say it now. I know my purpose, and I follow it without apology. I no longer wait for clarity. I generate it. My energy is sacred, and my direction is locked in. This is how empires begin, not with noise, but with one decision burned so deeply into a man's spirit that even time itself bows in his direction. And if you haven't made that decision yet, make it now, because the clock is still running, but your focus hasn't been. You've got work to do. You've got power to build, and none of it will happen without purpose. Faith is not something you wait for. It is not a gift that descends from the sky. It is not the result of hope or circumstance. Faith is something you build. It is constructed the same way a building is constructed, brick by brick, act by act, thought by thought, until you stand in the middle of something so strong, so stable, that even your doubts must bow before it. Let me tell you a truth most men will never understand. Faith is not emotion. It is repetition. It is the byproduct of consistent, disciplined belief, spoken aloud, written down, acted upon, until your subconscious accepts it as fact. You don't find faith. You forge it. You train it. You rehearse it until it no longer requires evidence, because it becomes the evidence. And here's the key. The mind doesn't believe what is true. It believes what is repeated. That is why so many men believe in failure, because they've rehearsed it. They've spoken doubt daily. They've imagined disaster over and over. They've aligned their actions with fear, and then wondered why faith hasn't arrived. Let me be clear. You cannot rehearse weakness and expect strength to show up. You cannot marinate in hesitation and expect certainty to grow. Faith, like muscle, is earned through resistance. It is built by applying pressure to your comfort, and every time you follow through, especially when it's hard, you earn more of it. That is why autosuggestion is not a game. It is the gateway. It is the act of deliberately feeding the mind the identity you have chosen, not the one you were given, not the one they labeled you with, the one you designed. That's why I don't tell you to casually watch a video and hope it changes you. I tell you to repeat it, to study it, to speak it back. Because when you do, when you make those words louder than the doubt, something extraordinary happens. You start to believe yourself. That is the root of all personal power. To know that when you speak, your subconscious listens. So you begin each day with command, not confusion. You wake up and speak the script of the man you are becoming, not just because it sounds good, but because you know it is writing new grooves in your mind. And those grooves will become the path your feet walk. Thomas Edison did not succeed because he felt inspired. He succeeded because his faith in the outcome was greater than any single failure. 10,000 times he tried. 10,000 times he found a way that didn't work. But he never called them failures because his faith was anchored. He had already seen the light before the world did. And every act of effort, every moment of fatigue, every time he reset his tools and started again was another layer of belief. John D. Rockefeller didn't rise by luck. He trained his thinking like a man trains for war. He believed in systems, in structure, in certainty. And that certainty came not from chaos, but from mental rehearsal. He built wealth in his mind before he ever built it in the world. You must do the same. You must see yourself follow through. You must imagine yourself moving with power. You must speak to yourself like a general giving orders to a loyal army, with calm, with clarity, with conviction. Because your subconscious mind is listening. It is always listening. And every word you whisper, every phrase you repeat is either building faith or breaking it. So let me ask you, are you speaking power or poison? Are you reinforcing courage or conditioning cowardice? Are you using your words to lift yourself or lower yourself? Because what you repeat becomes real. Faith is not loud. It is not flashy. It does not beg for attention. Faith is silent, grounded, steady. It is built in the dark. It is built when you show up despite your feelings. It is built when you say, I will, and follow through without applause. It is built when no one is looking, and you move anyway. That's how Abraham Lincoln led a nation through fire. He wasn't the most popular. He wasn't the loudest. But he believed in the vision so deeply, so completely, that no critic could shake it loose. And when faith becomes unshakable, action becomes automatic. You no longer try to rise, you do. You no longer wonder if you're ready, you move. And your results begin to multiply, not by chance, but by design. So here's your instruction. Write your chief aim. Read it aloud every morning and every night, and with emotion, with certainty, with fire. Visualize the outcome, and not once, but daily. Speak your identity, not as a wish, but as a fact. I am focused. I am disciplined. I act with purpose. I do not flinch. This is not theory. This is practice. And when you practice it long enough, the man you used to be, the man of doubt, of fear, of hesitation, he fades into dust. And the man of faith rises, not someday, today. There comes a moment in every man's life where he must make a decision so final, so absolute, that there is no path left to retreat. That moment is not about emotion. It's not about confidence. It's about commitment. Burning the bridge means this. You remove all exits, all fallback plans, all quiet excuses that whisper, if this doesn't work, I can always go back. No, you can't. Not anymore, because that man is gone. Let me tell you something that every titan of history has known. You do not truly transform until you remove the option of staying the same. You cannot build a new life while clinging to your old one. You cannot become someone new and still hold space for the person you used to be. You cannot win with your eyes halfway on the rearview mirror. Charles M. Schwab didn't become the president of Carnegie Steel by playing it safe. He wasn't the smartest man in the room. He was the most decided. He carried himself like a leader before the world saw it. He aligned his speech, his tone, his energy with his desired position. And in doing so, he closed the door to mediocrity. When he walked into the room felt it. You want that kind of presence? You must decide so fully, so violently that your past self is stunned into silence. This is what it means to burn the bridge. It's not symbolic. It's strategic. When you remove the option to quit, when you make it so there is no going back, you activate a part of your mind that most men never touch. It's the part that must win, because it has no choice. Andrew Carnegie demanded this from his men. He didn't want those who were interested in success. He wanted men with one obsession, men who burned the bridge to every other pursuit. He understood this truth. A divided mind is a defeated mind, and so must you. You cannot serve two identities, the man you've been and the man you are becoming. One of them has to die. That means you must remove everything that gives the old you oxygen, every distraction, every excuse, every person who keeps you small. You say you want to rise? Good. Then it's time to remove the staircase back down. You say you want to become unrecognizable? Then stop keeping souvenirs from your past self. That means you delete the contacts that drain your focus. You clear your space of things that reinforce the old habits. You stop visiting the mental corners where doubt still lives. You destroy the comfort you used to retreat to, because comfort is a liar. It says, you're fine where you are, but greatness never lives there. Greatness begins the moment you close the back door and walk forward with fire. That's what Henry Ford did when he bet everything on the assembly line. He didn't ask for permission. He didn't try to convince the skeptics. He decided. And in that decision, he removed failure as an option. People laughed. He didn't. Because a man who has burned the bridge does not have time to entertain doubt. He is too busy executing. Now listen to me carefully. You will be tempted, more than once, to look back. You will think about how easy it was to be lazy, to scroll, to sleep in, to live without pressure. And that voice will sound reasonable. It will offer balance. It will tell you it's okay just this once. That voice is the final ghost of the old identity. Kill it. Do not entertain it. Do not respond to it. Do not explain yourself to it. Replace it. Every time it whispers, you speak louder. I said 90, not 9. I act from decision, not from feeling. I move because I chose this path, not because it's easy, but because it's mine. Do you understand what that does? It hardens your will. It trains your subconscious to believe that your word is law, that your actions are not suggestions, they are commands. This is where the edge is formed, because now you don't need emotion to move. You don't need motivation. You move because the bridge is gone. You move because the man you used to be has no shelter left. You move because the only direction is forward. Thomas Edison didn't hope for a breakthrough. He decided there would be one, and he worked like a man with no alternative. 10,000 failures, and not once did he consider going back. Why? Because he had no bridge to return to. You must adopt the same mindset. Burn the plan B, eliminate the what if. Live as if this is the only shot, because it is. The clock doesn't pause, the world doesn't wait, and neither should you. You have been dancing with discipline long enough. You've flirted with greatness long enough. Now is the time to marry the mission. Fully, finally, without hesitation. Because once the bridge is gone and the fire rises behind you, there is no turning back. Only forward, only execution, only evolution. Let that be the point of no return. Let that be the day everything changed. Let that be today. No man rises alone. No man becomes powerful by staying in isolation. While discipline is forged in solitude, acceleration is born in alignment. There is a force more powerful than willpower, more potent than skill or ambition. It is the power of the mastermind, and it begins with this truth. You become like the minds you consistently align with. Your thoughts are shaped by your circle. Your energy is influenced by your environment. Your identity is forged in the company you keep. You may believe you're strong enough to carry your mission alone, but look around. Truly look. Who do you share your time with? Who do you allow to shape your vision? Who do you speak to most? Because those voices are either building you or breaking you. The mastermind is not just a group, it is a mental alliance, a convergence of aligned minds moving with a shared intention to elevate, not distract, to build, not entertain, to sharpen, not soften. You must seek this, or you must build it. That means find men who speak with clarity, who move with purpose, who understand what silence means, who don't need to be reminded of the mission because they live it. When you connect your mind to others moving with the same fire, something miraculous happens. You become faster, stronger, more focused. You multiply your energy. You collapse timelines. You begin to unlock ideas you never would have seen on your own because the mastermind brings perspective. This is not theory. This is the same strategy used by the greatest builders of history. Henry Ford did not build his empire in a vacuum. He surrounded himself with thinkers, engineers, and men of unshakable belief. They didn't always agree, but they aligned, they pushed, they challenged each other into higher forms of execution. Thomas Edison had a mental network of collaboration, not noise. Ideas passed between minds, each one sharpened through shared obsession. Andrew Carnegie, one of the wealthiest minds ever to live, attributed his fortune not to luck, not to capital, but to the power of the mastermind, to having one goal reinforced by many minds united in purpose. Charles M. Schwab, too, rose because he sought alignment with the highest vision and made it his daily environment. The mastermind does not happen by accident. It is created, carefully, deliberately. But let's be clear, not everyone around you qualifies. A mastermind does not include people who speak with doubt, people who gossip, people who chase comfort, people who mock discipline, people who wait for permission to move. You must remove them from your mental atmosphere immediately, because a single weak mind in your circle can dilute the fire you're building. Protecting your energy is not arrogance, it is strategy. If a man does not feed your vision, he bleeds it. If he does not mirror your commitment, he distracts you from it. If he cannot see the future you are building, he has no place in its foundation. Let me give you a rule. If you wouldn't trade places with their life, don't take advice from their voice. You are not obligated to carry the weight of others' confusion. You are here to build something different, sharper, clearer, higher. So what do? You form your mastermind by choice. Start with one aligned mind, one voice that sharpens you, one man who speaks clarity over chaos, then another and another, until your circle becomes a system, a structure, a support so tight, so aligned that failure becomes difficult. Meet weekly, speak with purpose, share goals, hold each other to higher standards, eliminate the soft language. Maybe, someday, I'll try. Replace it with declarations, with accountability, with fire. And if you cannot find this circle yet, be it. Be the standard. Speak with authority. Move with conviction. Others will feel it, and they will rise to meet you or fall away. Do not chase approval. Do not try to convert those who are committed to drifting. Just build. Just move. Just live aligned, and those meant to walk with you will appear. This is not about community for the sake of comfort. It is about alignment for the sake of power. Because when a mind as sharp as yours joins with another of equal fire, the laws of success begin to bend. The path gets clearer, the results get faster, the noise gets quieter. This is the hidden power of the master mind, the power to multiply your mission. So make your decision now. Who do I need to align with? Who do I need to release? And who do I need to become to attract the minds I want around me? Then begin. One aligned conversation can change your life. And one weak one can steal it. Choose wisely before the action, before the money, before the momentum, and there must be belief, because no man ever accomplished anything of greatness without first seeing it in his mind. You must believe long before the world gives you permission, long before the world applauds, long before the evidence shows up. That is the true test. Can you act as if it's already real while it's still invisible? This is what separates the few who rise from the many who quit. Understand this. Faith is not a luxury. It's not an optional mindset reserved for the optimistic. Faith is a requirement, the foundation, the beginning of all transformation. You may think you need clarity to begin. You don't. You may think you need resources, motivation, support. You don't. What you need, which is a decision backed by belief, the kind of belief that is felt in your chest, that moves your feet, that speaks louder than doubt, even when your voice shakes. Abraham Lincoln did not know how the war would end. He didn't have certainty in strategy, but he had faith in principle, faith that freedom must win, even if the road cost everything. Henry Ford had no map, no market, no approval, but he believed so deeply in his vision that the world eventually bent to his certainty. Rockefeller built empires before the infrastructure even existed. Why? Because in his mind, it was already done. Edison, Carnegie, Schwab, none of them waited for evidence before they believed. They created the evidence by acting in advance of it. That is what faith does. It precedes the results. But fear does the opposite. Fear says, I'll wait until I see proof. Faith says, I'll move and then make the proof appear. Which voice do you obey? Fear waits. Fear scrolls. Fear calculates every risk and forgets every reward. Faith builds. Faith acts. Faith believes and moves anyway. And if you think this is just positive thinking, you misunderstand the laws that govern your mind. Your subconscious does not respond to what is true. It responds to what is repeated, what is felt, what is believed. If you repeat fear, your life becomes a pattern of protection. If you repeat belief, your life becomes a pattern of creation. That is why autosuggestion is so vital. Why you don't just hear the words, you speak them, you feel them, you emotionalize them into your subconscious until they become your identity. You don't just say, I believe. You say, I act with faith. I do not wait to feel ready. I know who I am becoming, and I move accordingly. This is how belief is installed. Every day you speak the vision. Every day you move like it's done. Every day you refuse to let fear direct your decisions. That's the part most men miss. They think belief is just mindset, but belief is also motion. If you want to believe, act like you believe, because action reinforces belief. Each time you follow through without evidence, each time you show up when it's hard, each time you keep your word in private, you build a new identity, an identity that says, I don't need proof. I am the proof. Let me give you a law. Belief precedes performance. You will never outperform the image you hold of yourself. So the question is not, can I do it? The question is, what am I rehearsing? What am I telling myself daily in silence? What identity am I speaking into existence or avoiding out of fear? Because the world doesn't respond to potential. It responds to certainty. Certainty in your voice, certainty in your movement, certainty in your presence. You cannot fake that. It must be forged. And you forge it through daily rehearsal, through repetition of belief in the absence of proof. Every morning, speak your vision. Every evening, reflect on your actions. Every hour, refuse to betray the man you said you're becoming, and watch what happens. The fear doesn't vanish, but your faith gets louder. The doubt doesn't disappear, but your decisions override it, until eventually your belief becomes undeniable. And so do you. This is not mysticism. This is not fantasy. This is the reality of how every empire begins, with an invisible vision, believed in so deeply, repeated so often, acted on so boldly, that the world has no choice but to see it too. So choose your belief now. Choose what you'll repeat, because you are always programming your mind. The only question is, with what? Let your faith become your foundation, and let your daily actions as prove it. If there is one trait that separates the builders of history from the men who remain in hesitation their entire lives, it is decisiveness. The ability to choose and never retreat. You do not drift your way into greatness. You decide your way there. One decision, repeated without apology, becomes the dividing line between those who make history and those who only watch it unfold. Let this be understood. Indecision is the breeding ground of fear. And the longer you wait to choose, the louder the doubt becomes. A man who delays decays. Every time you hesitate on your next step, you make room for second guessing, for outside opinion, for fear disguised as logic. And slowly, your energy leaks, your clarity fades, your conviction crumbles. And this is why a man must train himself to decide fast and change his mind slowly. That is the habit of the elite. Henry Ford was not a man who asked permission. He did not poll the crowd. When he made a decision, it was final, forged in fire. Even when his own engineers told him that an 8-cylinder engine in one block was impossible, he told them, build it anyway. And they did, because his decision was stronger than their doubt. Charles M. Schwab, in the steel empire of Carnegie, rose not just because he was competent, but because he was decisive. He didn't hesitate. He didn't dance around responsibility. He moved. He understood the pressure of command and made the hard calls. This is what most miss. They think successful men are the smartest or the most connected. No, they are the most decided. They walk into the day knowing who they are. They don't need to feel ready. They are ready because they said so. Look at Andrew Carnegie. He didn't build his empire through endless research. He built it through direction. One goal, one mission, one purpose, chosen with finality, and from that decision, everything else was shaped. Your life works the same way. Until you decide who you are, the world will keep assigning roles for you. It will hand you scripts. It will offer distractions. It will tempt you to stay average. But when you decide, truly decide, the world has no choice but to rearrange around that choice. Here is the law. Decision creates identity. Indecision preserves the old self. So if you keep drifting back into old habits, it is not because you are weak. It is because you have not decided to leave them behind. What's worse, indecision breeds more indecision. It compounds. And soon your life becomes a loop of almost starts and nearly finished goals. But when you choose, when you burn the bridge, when you kill the backup plan, you create an energy that cannot be faked. That energy, the world responds to it. Your mind aligns to it. Your standards are born from it. Let me give you an instruction. Make one powerful decision today and refuse to revisit it. If it's fitness, decide. If it's business, decide. And if it's who you're becoming, decide now. And when the voice of doubt creeps in, when the temptation to adjust or wait or feel it out shows up, you don't listen, because the decision is already made. Thomas Edison didn't ask the light bulb for permission. He didn't wait until he had all the answers. He decided, and he pursued over 10,000 attempts, not trials, decisions. You need that same resolve, because each decision, thus backed by definiteness of purpose, builds your internal spine. And once your spine is built, the storms of life lose their power. They cannot move a man who has already decided. Even Abraham Lincoln, who faced the weight of a nation in civil war, was not paralyzed by indecision. He was methodical, but he was final. His Emancipation Proclamation was not born of public applause. It was born of personal resolve. That kind of decision shapes the future. So ask yourself now, what decision have you been avoiding? What goal have you kept open so you don't have to commit? What mission have you left negotiable? Draw the line today. Say it out loud if you have to. I no longer delay. I no longer drift. I no longer entertain versions of me that hesitate. You say it. You write it. You live it. And from that one decision, all other actions flow. Because the truth is this. Most men are not waiting on opportunity. They are waiting on permission to decide. But I tell you now, no one is coming to give it. The greats didn't wait. They chose. So choose. With spine, with fire, with finality. And from that moment forward, you become unshakable. There is a secret embedded in the foundation of every fortune. It is not luck. It is not timing. It is not charm. It is the habit of doing more than one is paid to do. This law, the law of compensation, governs advancement like gravity governs motion. It does not discriminate. It does not miss. It simply returns to each man the value he contributes, multiplied over time. And here's the truth most will never understand. You are not paid for your time, and you are paid for your value. And value is determined by one thing: how far you're willing to go beyond what is expected. The average man performs at the level of his paycheck. But the exceptional man, he performs at the level of his potential. He doesn't wait to be rewarded. He becomes so effective, so consistent, so deeply valuable that reward becomes inevitable. This is the law, and it cannot be faked. Charles M. Schwab rose from humble beginnings not because he had better education, but because he had better attitude toward work. He became indispensable by making himself irreplaceable. He gave his mind. He gave his energy. He gave more than he was paid for. And because of that, Andrew Carnegie eventually paid him more than any steel man in history. Carnegie himself practiced this principle with almost spiritual devotion. When he built his early career, he worked longer hours, took on greater challenges, volunteered for responsibilities outside his title, not for recognition, but for growth. And that growth, it positioned him for opportunity. This is how the climb begins. You don't get promoted by asking. You get promoted by becoming too valuable to ignore. Understand this. The marketplace pays for impact, not intention. It doesn't matter how long you meant to. It doesn't care how busy you were. It only measures results. And those results are multiplied for the man who consistently goes above and beyond. That's where you must live, and in the extra mile, the unpaid hour, the unseen effort, the quiet improvement. Because here's the secret no one talks about. The extra mile is the emptiest one. And that's why it's where all the power lives. Everyone wants to get ahead, but few are willing to give more than they're asked. Few wake up early without being told. Few deliver excellence when average is accepted. Few take ownership of mistakes that weren't even theirs. But the few who do, they rise. Thomas Edison did not stop when the world said, enough. He worked relentlessly, not to clock hours, but to produce value. Over 1,000 patents, invention after invention. Why? Because he focused not on reward, but on output, and reward followed. And this is why you must detach from immediate return. If you only act when rewarded, you will forever be enslaved by permission. But if you act from principle, from the law itself, you become independent of circumstances. You act not for applause, but because you are the kind of man who does more than what is required. And over time, the world catches up. Henry Ford didn't invent the car. He revolutionized the process. He built something better, faster, more accessible. He didn't stop at good enough. He pushed boundaries. He over-delivered. And because of that, the market followed him. Success is not reserved for the lucky. It is earned by the man who outserves, outimproves, and outlasts. That is what you must install, not just in business, but in your home, in your discipline, in your mission. When you do more than expected, you become more than expected. You grow. You gain self-respect. You earn influence. And most importantly, you rise above the competition without needing to destroy anyone else. So here's your challenge. Where can you over-deliver today? What extra detail can you improve? What skill can you sharpen without being asked? What task can you complete better than expected? And once you answer, you do it, not once, but daily, until excellence becomes your habit and your name becomes associated with certainty. Because that's the highest currency, certainty of execution. The man who always delivers, even when no one's watching, becomes the man who is always called on when it matters. So if you want to advance, if you want to rise, if you want to build a reputation that makes opportunity chase you, not the other way around, then stop asking for more and start giving more, quietly, relentlessly, with no need for credit, because credit will come. Compensation will come. Recognition will come, but only if you build yourself into the kind of man who doesn't need it. Say this aloud. I do more than what I'm paid to do. I am not average. I move with excellence, even when no one is watching. And if you repeat that, and you live that, you will never lack opportunity again, because the law is simple. He who gives more becomes more, and he who becomes more will always have more. You may have strength, you may have intelligence, you may have the most brilliant plan in the world, but if your presence repels others, if your energy repels trust, if your manner of speech pushes people away instead of drawing them near, then your power will never reach its full expression. Because the truth is this, no man rises alone, and the one who knows how to influence others with warmth, confidence, and clarity will always move faster and farther than the man who tries to force everything by brute strength. This is what we call a pleasing personality, not manipulation, not charm, but a cultivated energy, one that magnetizes others without begging for attention. It is the invisible factor behind the most successful men in history, the quality that opens doors, that earns loyalty, that multiplies influence. Let me tell you plainly, a pleasing personality is not a gift. It is a discipline. It is a product of self-awareness, emotional control, and intentional practice. Andrew Carnegie built one of the greatest fortunes in history, not because he was the loudest, but because he knew how to make others feel seen. He listened more than he spoke. He praised more than he criticized. He mastered the art of influence, not through domination, but through presence. And that presence made others want to work with him. It drew power toward him. Charles M. Schwab was famous for this. Though not a technical genius, he became president of U.S. Steel because of how he made people feel. He smiled often. He remembered names. He made others feel important. And through that, he got the best out of his team without ever raising his voice. Because power isn't just force. Power is the ability to move others willingly. You must understand this. A pleasing personality isn't about being fake. It's not about being soft. It's about refining yourself into someone whose presence communicates, this man is worth trusting. This man is worth following. And that doesn't mean becoming a performer. It means mastering these quiet disciplines. Tone of voice. Speak with conviction, not hesitation. Facial expression. A calm, confident presence speaks before you say a word. Genuine interest. People remember how you made them feel. Ask real questions. Listen deeply. Optimism. A pleasing personality does not dwell in negativity. It uplifts. It radiates certainty. The world is full of loud, bitter, argumentative men trying to prove themselves. But the man with a pleasing personality, he doesn't argue, he doesn't shout, he doesn't over-explain. He influences, he persuades. He builds bridges where others burn them. Thomas Edison worked with teams of brilliant minds. And though he was intensely driven, he understood the value of collaboration, of creating a magnetic environment that made others want to contribute. His laboratories weren't just centers of invention, they were environments charged with positive expectancy. That's what a pleasing personality creates. Movement without resistance. Now let's make it practical. If you want to be powerful, you must become likable. Not because you seek approval, but because you understand this law. People move faster for men they admire. When you speak with respect, others give you respect. When you walk with presence, others feel it before you speak. When you remove the need to prove, you gain the ability to persuade. And persuasion moves mountains. Ask yourself, do people feel stronger after speaking with me? Do I make others feel valued, not by flattery, but by attention? Do I carry myself with calm authority or chaotic energy? Because here's the bottom line. The most powerful man in the room is not the one who talks the most, but the one others listen to when he finally speaks. Abraham Lincoln is remembered as one of the greatest presidents, not because he dominated others, but because he combined firmness with humility. He communicated with simplicity, with clarity, with presence. Even in the darkest times, he radiated a pleasing personality that gave the people confidence. Henry Ford, for all his brilliance, knew the importance of harmony. He didn't surround himself with yes men, but he valued those who could communicate ideas with calm, strength, and direction. He was not polished in speech, but he was consistent in presence, and consistency creates trust. That's the essence of a pleasing personality. You don't chase attention, you command it through character. So here's your challenge. Speak less, and when you do, speak with intention. Smile more, not as a mask, but as a message. I am in command of my energy. Move slowly, speak clearly, make others feel seen, and most of all, live your life in such a way that your presence makes others want to be better. Because that's the highest form of influence, the man who uplifts everyone around him without effort, simply by being who he is. Repeat this daily. My presence is calm, powerful, and persuasive. I make others feel seen, heard, and understood. I do not argue, I influence. And over time, that energy becomes magnetic. The world starts leaning toward you, not because you shouted, but because you built yourself into a man worth following. There is a law, one so powerful, so consistent, that those who live by it are destined to rise, and those who violate it are sentenced to mediocrity. It is not written in stone. It is not taught in schools. It is rarely mentioned in conversations about success. And yet, every successful man I've ever known obeyed this law like it was scripture. It is the law of increasing returns. The man who does more than he is paid for will soon be paid for more than he does. Let that echo. Because it is not a motivational phrase, but it is an economic truth, a spiritual truth, a universal truth. The average man says, I'll give more when I get more. But the builder, the man who commands his life, says, I'll give more now and let the rewards find me later. And they always do. Look at Andrew Carnegie. He began as a poor boy in a telegraph office. He wasn't asked to learn how to read and write Morse code fluently. He wasn't required to memorize rail routes, but he did. He went beyond the role, beyond the instruction, beyond the bare minimum. And what happened? The people in power noticed, not instantly, but inevitably. And from that small post, he rose to become one of the richest men in the world. How? He gave value first, without asking, without keeping score, without demand. The man who goes the extra mile makes himself irreplaceable, because while others perform the duty, he delivers the result. While others ask, what am I owed? He asks, what else can I give? You must understand, life does not pay you based on the clock. It pays you based on value. Your time means nothing if it produces little. But your effort, your initiative, your refusal to cut corners or wait for reward, that makes you unstoppable. Thomas Edison knew this well. His work ethic was legendary. Thousands of failed experiments, sleepless nights, years of obsessive experimentation. He didn't demand guarantees. He gave everything. First. And only after results were produced, the world handed him its rewards. Now let me ask you, are you doing the minimum? Are you only rising when someone's watching? Are you only moving when it's convenient? Because the universe keeps score, not of your hours, but of your initiative. The world might not reward you immediately, but it will eventually, and far beyond what you expect, if you make this a habit. Start where you are. If you work a job, stop asking what your role is. Start asking what your standard is. If you're building a business, stop asking what clients will pay for. Start asking what would blow them away. If you're building a skill, don't just check the box. Stay longer, push deeper, stretch further. Because every time you exceed the expectation, every time you cross the invisible line of enough and keep going, you separate yourself from the pack. You become unforgettable. You become trusted. You become indispensable. Let me remind you, Charles M. Schwab wasn't promoted for doing his job. He was promoted because he multiplied value. He encouraged others. He pushed teams. He asked what else could be done. He went above. Not for attention, but because it was who he was. That's what you must become. The man who gives more than is asked, more than is expected, more than is required. And the key? Do it when no one sees it. Do it when no one claps. Do it until it's your identity, because that identity becomes a magnet for opportunity. Henry Ford built an empire not just because of what he knew, but because he demanded more from himself and from others. Faster production, smarter engineering, better value for the customer. He always asked, how can we give more? And as a result, he received more than any man in his field. But remember, it started small. Every great leap begins with invisible effort, so begin today. Ask yourself, where am I meeting the minimum? Where can I exceed the standard? Where can I act not like an employee, not like a worker, but like an owner? And once you find that answer, live it. You'll feel resistance. Others will mock you. They'll say you're working too hard, caring too much, doing too much for nothing. But the rewards of going the extra mile are never immediate. They are delayed, but multiplied. They come in the form of respect, of trust, of opportunity, of leadership, and eventually of wealth. Say this daily, I do not ask what I'm owed, I ask what I can give. I exceed expectations as a way of life. I am the man who goes the extra mile, because that's where greatness begins. And let those words take root, because the man who lives by them, he never stays at the bottom for long. Let me tell you something you already know, but may not have accepted. Watching this once is not enough. You cannot rewire your entire system in a single sitting. You cannot kill a decade of fear with one round of motivation. You cannot erase the old programming with inspiration alone. Because your subconscious mind does not respond to one-time information. It responds to repetition. To imprint a new belief, you must burn it in again and again until it becomes more familiar than your doubts. So let this truth echo through your mind. Repetition is the language of the subconscious. And the strongest loop always wins. If your old loop is, "I'm not good enough," it will dominate until a stronger one replaces it. If the dominant signal in your life is hesitation, that will become your identity. But if you feed your mind day after day with power, with certainty, with a voice that reminds you of who you really are, then the old voice loses volume, not by force, but by frequency. That's why autosuggestion is not optional. It is the method, the tool, the mechanism by which you reprogram who you are at the core. And how does it work? You play this again. You speak the lines aloud, not casually, but with energy. You memorize the phrases that struck you. You repeat them in your mind when resistance rises. You let this message become your mental software. You don't listen for entertainment. You listen for identity installation. Because you are not just here to feel better, you are here to become unrecognizable. Let me show you something. Close your eyes and say this to yourself. I am not afraid. I act without hesitation. I am focused. I am certain. I am becoming who I was meant to be. Feel what happens in your body when you say those words. Do you feel it shift? That's not imagination. That's neural reinforcement. That's your identity being updated in real time. Now multiply that by 90 days. You say it once, it's a spark. You say it every morning for 90 days, it's a circuit. And you speak it until it becomes your baseline. Until the words don't just sound strong, they are your voice. Because here's the law. What you feed forms you. What you repeat becomes you. So don't let this message fade. Don't treat it like a video. Treat it like a ritual. Build your morning around it. Make it part of your environment. And if someone asks why you keep playing the same message again and again, tell them this. Because I'm not here to be entertained. I'm here to be rebuilt. Your mind is programmable. Always has been. The only question is, who's writing the code? From this moment forward, you are. So play this again. Speak the words with fire. Walk into your day with certainty, because every time you repeat power, you weaken fear. And now, let's close this chapter the only way a man committed to transformation should. You've listened. You've absorbed truth after truth. Not theories, but tools. But now comes the most important part. You walk, not as the man who started this video, but as the man who has already become what he used to chase. You don't move like you're trying. You don't speak like you're hoping. You walk like it's done. That's the posture of a man with power, not because he knows everything, but because he knows himself. So from this moment forward, you move differently. You walk into the gym like the transformation already happened. You step into your work like the breakthrough already came. You make decisions like success is already unfolding behind the scenes, because guess what? It is. Everything is working in your favor, but only if you act like it. Faith is not passive. Faith moves, faith builds, faith walks like the outcome is certain. That's not delusion, that's identity. That's alignment. So before this video ends, before you step back into the world, I want you to say this with power. Out loud, spine tall, chest forward. I am not afraid. I act without hesitation. Everything is working in my favor, and I move like it. Now say it again slower and mean it. I am not afraid. I act without hesitation. Everything is working in my favor, and I move like it. That is your identity script now. You don't need validation. You don't need applause. You don't need anyone to understand the fire that's burning in your chest. You just need to keep going. Because the world rewards the man who moves with certainty. Not noise, not explanation, certainty. You don't have to explain your decisions to people who haven't earned the right to hear them. You don't need permission to rise. You don't need a green light to act. You are the green light. You're not waiting for a breakthrough. You are the breakthrough. And every action you take from this moment forward, it must reflect that. Move like the man who already has what he came for. Speak like someone whose voice creates the result. Wake up tomorrow like momentum is waiting for you. Because it is. The universe responds to certainty. Life bends to belief. And the version of you who used to hesitate, he doesn't exist anymore. Because now you walk like it's done. Let them wonder what changed. Let them feel the shift when you walk into a room. Let them sense the silence in your presence. The kind of silence that doesn't come from not knowing, but from knowing too much to waste words. You've done the mental work. Now walk it out. Every room you enter, every action you take, every plan you make. Make it from the man who already is. And if you ever forget, you come back to this video. You press play again, and you remember who you really are. This isn't just a motivational message. This is a mental installation, and you don't install it once. You live it, you rehearse it, you become it. Listen to me very carefully, for what I am about to share with you will mark the dividing line between the life you have been living and the life you are destined to live.
You've heard of Think and Grow Rich, but have you lived it? Welcome to Napoleon Hill Daily Millionaire Mindset, where we break down timeless success secrets, one powerful idea a day. Miss a day, miss a breakthrough. Subscribe now. Your millionaire mind is waiting.
For 25 years, I studied the minds of more than 500 of America's most successful men, searching for the common thread that bound them all together. I discovered something so profound, so simple, yet so powerful that it has remained hidden from the masses, who struggle daily with poverty, failure, and despair. These men, Carnegie, Ford, Edison, Rockefeller, all possessed a secret morning ritual that set their minds in motion toward success before their feet even touched the floor. You wake each morning, don't you, with the same thoughts of worry, the same fears about money, the same doubts about your abilities? You rise from your bed already defeated, your mind poisoned with the limitations of yesterday. This is the poverty of mind that afflicts 98% of all people, and it is the very reason they remain chained to lives of quiet desperation. But today, right now, as you listen to my words, that chain is about to be broken forever. What would you say if I told you that the first 5 minutes after you open your eyes each morning determine whether you will succeed or fail that day? What would you think if I revealed that every great fortune, every remarkable achievement, every breakthrough in human progress began not in an office or a factory, but in the quiet moments of dawn when a determined mind spoke certain words with absolute faith and conviction? The human mind is a transmitting and receiving station. When you speak words with deep emotion and faith, you send a command directly to your subconscious mind, which is connected to infinite intelligence. This is not mere theory. This is scientific fact, proven through decades of careful observation. Your subconscious mind does not question or doubt. It simply accepts what you tell it with feeling, and begins immediately to manifest it in your physical world. Andrew Carnegie understood this principle. Each morning, before the sun painted the sky, he would stand before his window and speak his intentions for the day with such power that his very presence commanded respect from all who met him. Thomas Edison knew this secret. In the quiet of his laboratory, before beginning his work, he would affirm his connection to the infinite source of all knowledge. Rockefeller, Ford, Schwab, they all began their days not with the newspaper or idle chatter, but with deliberate, purposeful words that programmed their minds for victory. For too long, you have been the victim of your own mental laziness. You have allowed your mind to run wild like an untamed horse, carrying you wherever fear and doubt wish to take you. But the 11 phrases I am about to give you are like a bridle and bit for that wild horse. They will give you mastery over your own mind, and through that mastery, control over your entire life. These are not merely positive thoughts or empty affirmations. These 11 phrases contain the concentrated essence of success philosophy distilled from the actual practices of men who built empires from nothing, who transformed entire industries, who left their mark on history. Each phrase is a key that unlocks a different door in your subconscious mind. Together, they form a master key that opens the vault of unlimited achievement. The transformation that awaits you requires only two things. First, that you speak these phrases every single morning without fail, and second, that you speak them with absolute faith and burning emotion. The words without the feeling are dead. But when you combine these words with the fire of belief, you set in motion forces that will reshape your entire existence. Prepare yourself, for you are about to learn the morning ritual that separates the masters of life from its victims. I am the master of my fate. Let these 6 words burn themselves into your consciousness, for they contain the power to lift you from the depths of despair to the heights of achievement. I once knew a man who had lost everything: his business, his savings, his confidence. He sat in my office with tears in his eyes, convinced that external forces had conspired to destroy him. I gave him only these 6 words and told him to repeat them every morning with the force of his entire being. 6 months later, he returned to thank me, for he had not only recovered his losses, but had built a fortune twice as large as before. You see, most people believe they are leaves blown about by the wind of circumstance. They blame the government, the economy, their education, their family, everything and everyone except the one person who holds all the power: themselves. But I tell you now, based on my study of the most successful minds in history, that you are not the victim of fate, you are its author. Every circumstance in your life today is the direct result of the thoughts you held in your mind yesterday. When William Ernest Henley wrote, "I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul," he was not penning pretty poetry. He was stating a law as immutable as the law of gravity. Your thoughts create your circumstances. Your dominant mental attitude determines whether you attract success or failure, wealth or poverty, happiness or misery. This is not wishful thinking. This is the operation of universal law that works with mathematical precision. Consider Charles M. Schwab. He began as a day laborer in Andrew Carnegie's steel mills, earning $1 a day. But Schwab understood that he was the master of his fate. Each morning before reporting to work, he would stand before his modest mirror and declare with unshakable conviction that he would one day run those very mills. He did not hope, he did not wish, he commanded his subconscious mind to accept this as reality. The result? He became president of the United States Steel Corporation and earned a salary of over $1 million a year, at a time when such a sum was almost unimaginable. Henry Ford faced ridicule and mockery when he announced his intention to build a motor car for the masses. Learned men explained in detail why it was impossible. Financial experts proved with figures that he would bankrupt himself. But Ford knew a secret they did not. He was the master of his fate. Each morning he renewed his mental declaration of sovereignty over circumstances. When setbacks came, and they came by the dozens, he reminded himself that fate was not something that happened to him, but something he created with each thought, each decision, each action. Your subconscious mind is like fertile soil. It will grow whatever seeds you plant in it. When you declare, "I am the master of my fate," you plant seeds of personal power, self-determination, and unlimited possibility. But this must be done with feeling. Stand before your mirror each morning, look yourself directly in the eyes, and speak these words as if your very life depended on them, because it does. Feel the power surge through you. Feel the chains of victimhood falling away. Feel yourself taking command of your own destiny. The law of attraction operates through the subconscious mind. When you truly believe you are the master of your fate, your subconscious mind begins to attract the people, circumstances, and opportunities that align with this belief. You stop repelling success with thoughts of limitation and begin magnetically drawing it to you with thoughts of power and possibility. This is not mysticism. This is the practical application of mental law that has been proven in the laboratories of life by every person who has ever risen from obscurity to greatness. My definite chief aim guides my every action. These 8 words constitute the starting point of all achievement. Without a definite chief aim, you are like a ship without a rudder, drifting wherever the currents of life choose to take you. But with a definite purpose fixed firmly in your mind, you become like a guided missile, moving with unstoppable force toward your target. I spent years in poverty and frustration before Andrew Carnegie revealed to me the supreme importance of definiteness of purpose. He told me that 98 out of every 100 people fail in life because they never decide exactly what they want. They have wishes, hopes, and dreams, but no definite chief aim. They scatter their energies in a dozen different directions and wonder why they never seem to get anywhere. Edwin C. Barnes was a nobody from nowhere when he decided his definite chief aim was to become the business partner of Thomas Edison. He had no money, no connections, no special talents. But he had something far more valuable, a burning desire backed by definiteness of purpose. Each morning, before the world awoke, Barnes would stand in his shabby room and declare his intention to work with Edison. He did not say he hoped to work for Edison. He declared he would be Edison's partner. When Barnes finally made his way to Edison's office, he arrived looking like a tramp. But Edison, who could read men's minds through their eyes, saw something different. He saw the fire of definite purpose burning so brightly that it could not be extinguished. Years later, after Barnes had become wealthy as Edison's partner in the dictating machine business, Edison said, "I gave him the opportunity he sought because I saw he had made up his mind to stand by until he succeeded." Your definite chief aim is not a wish or a hope. It is a command to your subconscious mind. When you state it each morning with absolute conviction, you activate forces within yourself that begin immediately to transform that aim into physical reality. John D. Rockefeller knew at age 23 that his definite chief aim was to become the world's greatest oil refiner. He spoke it, he breathed it, he lived it. Every decision, every action was guided by this central purpose. The result was Standard Oil and a fortune that staggered the imagination. The principle of concentration of effort demands that you focus all your energies on your definite chief aim. Scattered thinking leads to scattered results. But concentrated thinking, guided by a definite purpose, produces concentrated power. Your subconscious mind works 24 hours a day to manifest what you have clearly defined and emotionally charged. It never sleeps, never rests, never stops working on your behalf, but only if you give it a clear target. Each morning, as you speak this phrase, see your definite chief aim as already accomplished. Feel the joy of achievement. Experience the satisfaction of success. Your subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between a vividly imagined experience and reality. When you consistently visualize your goal as achieved while declaring your definite purpose, you create a mental pattern that your subconscious mind must follow. This is the secret of all great achievement, knowing exactly what you want and maintaining that vision with unwavering faith until it materializes in your life. I possess within me all the power I need. Stop for a moment and consider the profound truth of these words. You have been taught to believe in limitation, to accept that you need something outside yourself to succeed. But I tell you now, based on irrefutable evidence, that you already possess within your own mind all the power necessary to achieve anything you can conceive and believe. Thomas Edison had only 3 months of formal schooling. By every external measure, he should have remained an unknown failure. But Edison understood a secret that his educated critics did not. He possessed within himself access to infinite intelligence. When faced with a problem, he would retire to his private room, sit in complete darkness and silence, and affirm his connection to the source of all knowledge. In this state, ideas would flash into his mind, solutions would appear, inventions would reveal themselves. More than 1,000 patents stand as monuments to his faith in the power within. The average person uses less than 10% of their mental capacity. Think about that. You are operating at 1/10 of your potential, and yet you wonder why success eludes you. But the power is there, waiting to be accessed, waiting to be commanded, waiting to be released. George Washington Carver demonstrated this truth in a manner that cannot be disputed. Born into slavery, without formal education, he became one of the greatest scientists of his age. When asked how he discovered over 300 uses for the peanut, he replied simply, "I went into my laboratory and said, 'Dear Creator, please tell me what the peanut is for.' Then I waited for the answer." Your subconscious mind is connected directly to infinite intelligence, the source of all knowledge, all power, all solutions. But doubt acts as a barrier, blocking this connection. When you affirm each morning that you possess within you all the power you need, you remove this barrier. You open the channel through which unlimited wisdom and ability can flow. This is not theory, this is demonstrated fact, proven by every great achiever in history. Self-doubt is the great crippler of human potential. You have been programmed since childhood to believe in your limitations rather than your possibilities. You have been told what you cannot do so often that you have forgotten what you can do. But Carnegie was right when he said that no man is limited except by his own thoughts. The walls that seem to imprison you are made of nothing more substantial than your own beliefs. When you change those beliefs, the walls disappear. Each morning, as you speak this affirmation, feel the surge of unlimited power flowing through you. You are not separate from the creative force of the universe. You are an expression of it. The same power that moves the planets, that causes the seed to become the tree, that transforms the caterpillar into the butterfly, flows through your mind. Your only task is to recognize it, accept it, and direct it toward your definite chief aim. When you do this with faith and persistence, miracles become commonplace, the impossible becomes inevitable, and you discover that you have always possessed the power to transform your life. Today I will go the extra mile in all I do. This principle has created more millionaires than any other single factor. It is so simple that most people overlook it, so powerful that those who apply it cannot fail. Yet the majority of people do only what they are paid to do, only what is required, only what they must. And then they wonder why opportunity passes them by. Charles M. Schwab was once asked by Andrew Carnegie to manage a steel mill that was losing money. The other managers had failed to turn it around despite their best efforts. Schwab took the job with one condition: that he be allowed to manage it his way. His way was the principle of going the extra mile. He worked not 8 hours, but 12, not because he was paid for the extra time, but because he was determined to render more service than required. He insisted that every employee under him adopt the same principle. Within 1 year, that failing mill became the most profitable in the entire Carnegie system. Schwab's reward? A bonus of $1 million for a single year's work, in an era when $1,000 was a fortune. The law of increasing returns governs all of nature and all of human activity. When you give more than is expected, you receive back more than you gave. This is not sentiment. This is mathematical law. The farmer who tends his crops with extra care receives an extra abundant harvest. The merchant who provides extra service builds a loyal customer base. The employee who does more than required inevitably rises to positions of greater responsibility and reward. Most people approach their work with the attitude of, how little can I do and still get by? They watch the clock, resent extra assignments, and complain about their pay. These are the people who remain at the bottom all their lives, bitter and resentful, never understanding that they are the authors of their own poverty. They violate the basic law of success and then blame everyone but themselves for their failure. Going the extra mile is not about working yourself to exhaustion. It is about bringing quality, enthusiasm, and excellence to everything you do. It is about looking for ways to increase your service, improve your skill, and add value wherever you are. When you adopt this principle, you stand out from the mediocre masses like a beacon in the darkness. Opportunities seek you out. Promotion becomes inevitable. Success becomes not a matter of if, but when. Andrew Carnegie built his entire fortune on this principle. He promoted only those who demonstrated the habit of going the extra mile. He paid them not for what they did, but for their willingness to do more than they were paid for. Every person in his organization who rose to wealth and prominence did so by rendering extra service. This was not favoritism. This was the recognition of an immutable law of success. Each morning, when you declare your intention to go the extra mile, you program your mind to look for opportunities to exceed expectations. Your subconscious mind begins to generate ideas for improving your service. You develop the reputation of being someone who can be counted on to deliver more than promised. This reputation becomes your most valuable asset, worth more than money in the bank because it guarantees that you will never lack for opportunities to prosper. I attract wealth through service to others. Here is a truth that destroys forever the false belief that success comes through taking advantage of others. Every great fortune, without exception, has been built on a foundation of service. The size of your reward in life will always be in direct proportion to the amount and quality of service you render to others. Henry Ford became one of the richest men in the world, not by exploiting others, but by serving them. His obsession was not with profit, but with providing affordable transportation to the masses. He revolutionized production methods, not to increase his wealth, but to decrease the cost of automobiles so more people could afford them. The fortune that flowed to him was the natural result of the service he rendered to millions. He often said, "A business that makes nothing but money is a poor business." Money is nothing more than a symbol of service rendered. It flows to those who provide value to others and away from those who seek only to take. This is the law of compensation in action, and it operates as reliably as the law of gravity. You cannot violate it without suffering the consequences. Every person who has tried to gain wealth without providing equivalent service has ultimately failed, while every person who has focused on service has ultimately prospered. Consider Frank W. Woolworth. He built his fortune on the simple idea of serving people who had only nickels and dimes to spend. While other merchants ignored these customers as unprofitable, Woolworth saw an opportunity to serve. He created stores where people of modest means could shop with dignity and find quality goods at prices they could afford. His 5 and 10 cent stores served millions and made him one of the wealthiest men in America. J.P. Morgan accumulated his vast fortune not through manipulation, but through organization. He saw that American industry needed capital and structure to grow. He organized railroads, steel companies, and banks in ways that served both investors and the public. His wealth was the natural compensation for the valuable service he provided in building the industrial foundation of America. When you affirm each morning that you attract wealth through service to others, you align yourself with this universal law. Your subconscious mind begins to attract opportunities to serve. You develop what I call a service consciousness, an awareness of how you can add value in every situation. This consciousness is magnetic. It draws people to you, opens doors that were previously closed, and creates possibilities where none existed before. The selfish person repels wealth because they violate the fundamental law of exchange. They try to get without giving, to reap without sowing, to withdraw without first making deposits. But the person with a service consciousness attracts wealth because they understand that giving precedes receiving, that sowing precedes reaping, that deposits must be made before withdrawals. This is not just good business. This is the fundamental operating principle of the universe. When you work with this principle instead of against it, success becomes not only possible, but inevitable. I transform every failure into a stepping stone. Listen carefully, for this principle will free you forever from the fear of failure that paralyzes most people. Every adversity, every failure, every heartache carries with it the seed of an equal or greater benefit. This is not mere consolation. This is proven fact, demonstrated by every person who has achieved lasting success. Abraham Lincoln failed in business at age 21. He was defeated for the legislature at 22. He failed again in business at 24. His sweetheart died when he was 26. He had a nervous breakdown at 27. He was defeated for Speaker at 29, defeated for Elector at 31, defeated for Congress at 34, defeated for Senate at 46, defeated for Vice President at 47, and defeated for Senate again at 49. At age 52, he became President of the United States and saved the Union. Every failure had been preparing him, strengthening him, teaching him the lessons he would need for his ultimate destiny. Thomas Edison's teachers said he was too stupid to learn anything. He was fired from his first 2 jobs for being unproductive. When he was inventing the light bulb, he failed over 10,000 times. A reporter asked him how it felt to fail so many times. Edison replied, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Each failure brought him closer to success because he understood that failure is nothing more than a stepping stone to achievement. R.U. Darby learned this lesson in the most dramatic way possible. He and his uncle discovered gold during the gold rush and invested everything they had in mining equipment. After extracting enough ore to pay for the machinery, the vein of gold disappeared. They drilled desperately but found nothing. Finally, they quit and sold the machinery to a junk dealer for a few $100s. The junk dealer hired a mining engineer who calculated that the vein would be found just 3 feet from where the Darbys had stopped drilling. The junk dealer extracted millions of dollars in gold from that mine. But Darby learned from this failure. He went into insurance sales and used the lesson of persistence to become one of the most successful insurance salesmen in America. Most people accept failure as final. They quit at the first sign of defeat. They interpret temporary setback as permanent disaster. But I tell you now, there is no such thing as permanent failure except for the person who accepts it as such. Every failure is temporary. Every defeat is educational. Every setback is a setup for a comeback, but only for those who refuse to quit. Your subconscious mind has the miraculous ability to transform any experience into an asset. When you affirm each morning that you transform every failure into a stepping stone, you program your mind to look for the lesson, the opportunity, the hidden benefit in every setback. You develop what I call failure immunity, the ability to bounce back quickly from any defeat and use it as fuel for your next success. Nature requires opposition to create strength. The tree that stands against the wind develops the deepest roots. The muscle that works against resistance grows the strongest. The person who overcomes the most failures develops the greatest capacity for success. When you understand this principle and apply it consistently, you stop fearing failure and start welcoming it as a teacher, a strengthener, a necessary step on the path to achievement. You realize that success is not the absence of failure, but the transformation of failure into wisdom, strength, and determination. I am building my success with patience and persistence. In this age of instant gratification, this principle has been all but forgotten. Yet it remains as true today as it was in the beginning. All enduring success is built gradually, methodically, persistently over time. There are no shortcuts, no magic formulas, no overnight transformations. Success is a building process, and like all building, it requires patience and persistence. James J. Hill spent 20 years building his railroad empire. For 2 decades, he laid track through wilderness, overcame countless obstacles, faced financial ruin repeatedly, and endured the mockery of those who called his project Hill's Folly. But Hill understood that great achievements require time to mature. He persisted when others would have quit, remained patient when others would have rushed, and continued building when others would have abandoned the project. The Great Northern Railway became one of the most successful transportation systems in America, and Hill became one of the wealthiest men of his era. The principle of compound returns applies not only to money, but to personal development. Each day that you persist in your efforts, you add to your foundation. Each small improvement builds upon the last. Each lesson learned makes the next one easier. This compounding effect is invisible at first, which is why most people quit before they see results. But those who persist eventually reach the tipping point where all their accumulated efforts suddenly produce dramatic results. Marshall Field understood this principle. When the Great Chicago Fire destroyed his store, he faced a choice: quit or rebuild. Lesser men might have accepted defeat, but Field saw the fire not as an ending, but as an opportunity to build something better. He rebuilt with patience and persistence, creating not just a store, but a retail empire that bore his name for over a century. He often said, "The secret of success is to do common things uncommonly well, and this requires patience to master the details and persistence to maintain high standards." Impatience is the great destroyer of potential success. It causes people to abandon their efforts just before the breakthrough comes. It leads to poor decisions, rushed actions, and inevitable failure. The impatient person is like the farmer who plants seeds and then digs them up every day to see if they're growing. The patient person understands that there is a season for planting and a season for harvesting, and that one cannot be rushed into the other. Persistence is the quality that makes all other qualities effective. Without it, talent is wasted, education is meaningless, and opportunity is squandered. But with it, even ordinary ability can achieve extraordinary results. Calvin Coolidge was right when he said, "Nothing in the world can take the place of persistence." Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. Each morning, when you affirm that you are building your success with patience and persistence, you program your mind for the long game. You immunize yourself against the disease of instant gratification. You align yourself with the natural laws of growth and development. You join the ranks of those who understand that success is not a sprint, but a marathon, not a single event, but a process, not a destination, but a journey that requires patience for the distance and persistence to keep moving forward regardless of obstacles. My mind is closed to all negative influences. Your mind is like a garden that will grow whatever seeds are planted in it. If you allow others to plant seeds of doubt, fear, and limitation, that is what will grow. But when you close your mind to negative influences and plant only seeds of faith, confidence, and possibility, you create a mental garden of success. The world is full of people who will tell you what you cannot do. They failed, so they believe you must fail. They quit, so they expect you to quit. They accepted limitation, so they try to impose limitation on you. Guglielmo Marconi faced this when he announced his idea for wireless communication. His friends were so convinced he had lost his mind that they tried to have him committed to an asylum. But Marconi had closed his mind to their negative influences. He persisted in his experiments, and today the entire world communicates wirelessly. Henry Ford faced a constant barrage of negative influences when he decided to build his automobile. Engineers proved it was impossible. Financial experts demonstrated he would go bankrupt. Even his father tried to discourage him, but Ford had developed the mental discipline to shut out all voices except the one inside him that said, "It can be done." He refused to let the doubts and fears of others poison his mind. The result was not just the Model T, but an entire industry that transformed the world. Negative thoughts are contagious. They spread from mind to mind like a disease. When you associate with negative people, when you listen to their complaints and criticisms, when you allow their fears to enter your consciousness, you become infected. Your own positive thoughts are overwhelmed, your faith is weakened, and your dreams begin to die. This is why you must guard your mental gates as carefully as you would guard your home against intruders. The technique of mental substitution is your defense against negative influences. You cannot simply resist negative thoughts. You must replace them with positive ones. When someone tells you it cannot be done, immediately recall examples of those who did it. When doubt tries to enter your mind, crowd it out with faith. When fear knocks at your door, answer with courage. This is not denial. This is the deliberate choice to focus on what empowers rather than what weakens. Your subconscious mind accepts whatever thoughts you allow to dominate your consciousness. It does not evaluate whether these thoughts are true or false, helpful or harmful. It simply accepts and acts upon them. This is why you must be ruthlessly selective about what you allow into your mind. You must become a guardian at the gate, examining every thought, every influence, every suggestion, and allowing entry only to those that support your definite chief aim. Each morning when you declare that your mind is closed to all negative influences, you activate your mental immune system. You create a protective barrier around your consciousness. You join the ranks of those who understand that we become what we think about, and therefore we must think only about what we wish to become. This is not optional for success. It is absolutely essential. The person who allows negative influences to dominate their thinking is defeated before they begin. I give thanks for this day and its opportunities. Gratitude is not merely a pleasant emotion. It is a magnetic force that attracts more of what you appreciate. This is a law of mind as reliable as any law of physics. What you focus on with emotion expands. When you focus on lack, you get more lack. When you focus on abundance, you get more abundance. Gratitude is the master key that shifts your focus from what is missing to what is present. John D. Rockefeller began each day with thanksgiving, even when he was a struggling bookkeeper earning less than $1 a day. He gave thanks for his health, for his job, for his opportunities to learn and grow. This attitude of gratitude attracted to him the people and circumstances that helped him build Standard Oil. He often said that he owed his success not to his financial genius, but to his habit of appreciating what he had while working for more. The principle of appreciation works in all areas of life. What you appreciate appreciates. When you give thanks for your current blessings, however small, you create a mental atmosphere that attracts greater blessings. This is not wishful thinking. This is the practical application of mental law. Your subconscious mind is programmed to notice and attract more of whatever you focus on with emotion. Gratitude provides that emotion in its most powerful and positive form. Consider the alternative. Those who complain attract more to complain about. Those who criticize find more to criticize. Those who focus on problems discover more problems. They create a downward spiral of negativity that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. They prove themselves right about how difficult life is by creating more difficulty through their mental attitude. Andrew Carnegie understood this principle deeply. Despite his humble beginnings as a bobbin boy in a cotton factory, he maintained an attitude of gratitude that attracted helpful people throughout his life. He gave thanks for every person who taught him something, every opportunity to advance, every lesson learned from failure. This gratitude created a positive mental atmosphere that drew to him the men who would help him build his steel empire. When you speak this affirmation each morning with genuine feeling, you activate one of the most powerful forces in the universe. Your subconscious mind begins to scan your environment for opportunities you might otherwise miss. You develop what I call opportunity consciousness, the ability to recognize and capitalize on the possibilities that surround you every day. These opportunities were always there, but gratitude opens your eyes to see them. The ungrateful person lives in a prison of their own making. They are surrounded by blessings they cannot see, opportunities they cannot recognize, abundance they cannot access. But the grateful person lives in an ever-expanding universe of possibility. Each thing they appreciate leads to something else to appreciate. Each opportunity recognized leads to greater opportunities. Each blessing acknowledged attracts more blessings. This is the upward spiral of success, and it begins with the simple but powerful act of giving thanks. I act with decision and courage today. Indecision and procrastination have murdered more opportunities than all other causes combined. While you hesitate, life passes by. While you deliberate, others take action. While you wait for perfect conditions, those who act with imperfect conditions claim the prizes you desire. Successful people have one characteristic that distinguishes them from failures. They make decisions quickly and change them slowly. Napoleon Bonaparte attributed his military genius to one thing. I make decisions 2 hours before my generals think they need to be made. This gave him the advantage of initiative. While his enemies were still deliberating, he was already executing. While they were reacting to his last move, he was making his next one. The universe rewards action and punishes hesitation. This is a law as immutable as gravity. When you act, even imperfectly, you set forces in motion. You create momentum. You generate feedback that allows you to adjust your course. But when you hesitate, you create nothing but stagnation. You generate only regret. You attract nothing but missed opportunities. Hernán Cortés understood this principle when he landed in Mexico with 600 men to conquer an empire of millions. His first act was to burn his ships. This left his men with only 2 choices, victory or death. There was no possibility of retreat, no option for second thoughts, no room for hesitation. This decisive act transformed ordinary men into conquerors. They had to succeed because failure was no longer an option. Fear is the parent of indecision. You hesitate because you fear making the wrong choice. But here is the truth that will set you free. There are no wrong choices, only lessons. Every decision, even those that lead to temporary setback, provides valuable experience. The only truly wrong choice is no choice at all. The person who makes a decision and acts upon it, even if it proves incorrect, is infinitely better off than the person who makes no decision and remains stuck in place. Theodore Roosevelt built his entire life on the principle of decisive action. His motto was, "Do what you can with what you have, where you are." He didn't wait for perfect conditions. He didn't hesitate until all risk was removed. He acted with the resources available, learned from the results, and adjusted his approach. This decisiveness carried him from a sickly child to President of the United States. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is action in the presence of fear. Every person who has achieved anything worthwhile has felt fear. The difference is that successful people feel the fear and act anyway. They understand that courage is like a muscle that grows stronger with use. Each time you act despite fear, you build your courage for the next challenge. Each decisive action makes the next one easier. When you affirm each morning that you act with decision and courage, you program your mind for action rather than hesitation. You prime yourself to recognize opportunities and seize them before they disappear. You join the ranks of the doers rather than the talkers, the actors rather than the reactors, the decisive rather than the doubtful. You align yourself with the force of initiative that moves the world forward and rewards those who dare to lead rather than follow. I am becoming the person I was meant to be. This final affirmation encompasses all the others, for success is not merely about achieving external goals, but about fulfilling your highest potential. Every person born into this world has unique gifts, talents, and capacities that are meant to be developed and expressed. Your life's true purpose is to become the fullest expression of who you are capable of being. Booker T. Washington was born into slavery, but he refused to let his circumstances define his destiny. He understood that within him lay the potential for greatness, regardless of external conditions. Each day, he worked not just on external achievements, but on developing himself. He educated himself, refined his character, and expanded his capabilities. He became one of the most influential educators and leaders of his time, not because circumstances favored him, but because he was committed to becoming who he was meant to be. The principle of growth is fundamental to all life. You are either growing or dying. There is no standing still. When you stop developing, stop learning, stop improving, you begin to deteriorate. But when you commit to continuous growth, you align yourself with the creative force of the universe. You become an ever-expanding expression of human potential. Benjamin Franklin understood this principle better than perhaps any American. He created a system of 13 virtues and worked on developing one each week. He examined himself daily, noting where he had fallen short and resolving to do better. This commitment to continuous self-improvement transformed him from a printer's apprentice into one of the most accomplished men in history: inventor, diplomat, philosopher, scientist, and founding father. Small daily improvements compound into dramatic transformation. You don't become the person you're meant to be through a single dramatic act, but through thousands of small acts of self-development. Each book you read, each skill you develop, each weakness you overcome, each strength you build contributes to your evolution. The person you are today is the result of all your yesterdays. The person you will be tomorrow is being created by what you do today. This phrase aligns your conscious and subconscious minds toward continuous evolution. When you declare each morning that you are becoming the person you were meant to be, you activate what I call the law of becoming. Your subconscious mind begins to reveal opportunities for growth. You attract teachers, books, experiences that help you develop. You find yourself making choices that support your evolution rather than your stagnation. Most people settle for far less than they are capable of becoming. They allow their environment to determine their development. They accept the limitations others place upon them. They stop growing when they leave school, stop learning when they get a job, stop evolving when they achieve a modest comfort. They die at 30 and are buried at 70, having spent 40 years as walking corpses of who they could have been. But you were not meant for mediocrity. Within you lies genius waiting to be awakened, greatness waiting to be expressed, potential waiting to be realized. The same life force that creates all miracles in nature flows through you. Your only task is to cooperate with this force, to remove the barriers of doubt and fear and limitation that prevent its full expression through you. When you speak this affirmation with deep feeling, you make a sacred commitment to your own evolution. You declare that you will not settle, will not stop, will not accept less than your highest potential. You join the ranks of those who understand that life is a journey of becoming, and that the joy is not in reaching some final destination, but in the continuous unfolding of your capabilities. You align yourself with the creative intention that brought you into existence, and you promise to honor that intention by becoming all that you were meant to be. Now, let me share with you the sacred ritual that will transform these 11 phrases from mere words into living forces in your life. This is not a casual practice to be done half-heartedly while you rush through your morning. This is a deliberate act of mental programming that requires your full presence and participation. Rise each morning at least 30 minutes before you must begin your daily activities. This time is not negotiable. If you are not willing to invest 30 minutes in your own transformation, then you are not serious about success. The men who built great fortunes and achieved lasting success all understood that the first hour of the day belongs to mental preparation. They would no more begin their day without this preparation than a warrior would enter battle without his weapons. Find a private place where you will not be disturbed. This is crucial. The subconscious mind requires concentration to receive new programming. Interruptions break the connection and weaken the effect. Lock the door if necessary. Inform your family that this time is sacred. Guard it as you would guard your most precious possession, for indeed it is. Stand before a mirror and look directly into your own eyes. This is important. The eyes are the windows of the soul, and when you speak to yourself while maintaining eye contact, You create a powerful circuit of communication between your conscious and subconscious minds. Many people find this uncomfortable at first because they have never truly looked at themselves. Persist through any discomfort. This direct communication with yourself is essential for transformation. Speak each phrase aloud with all the emotion and conviction you can summon. The words without feeling are dead. Your subconscious mind responds not to the words themselves, but to the emotional vibration behind them. When you say, "I am the master of my fate," feel the power of that truth surging through you. When you declare, "My definite chief aim guides my every action," see your goal as already achieved and feel the joy of accomplishment. This emotional intensity is what drives the words deep into your subconscious mind, where they can take root and grow. Repeat each phrase 3 times before moving to the next. The first time, speak it to establish the thought. The second time, speak it with increased emotion to deepen the impression. The third time, speak it with absolute conviction as an established fact in your life. This repetition with increasing intensity creates the neural pathways that transform thought into habit, habit into character, and character into destiny. After speaking all 11 phrases, remain quiet for 5 minutes. This is the period of impression when your subconscious mind absorbs and begins to process what you have declared. Do not think of problems or plans during this time. Simply remain in a state of quiet expectancy, knowing that the seeds you have planted are already beginning to germinate in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. The transformation will not happen overnight. Your subconscious mind has been programmed by years of negative conditioning, and it requires at least 30 days of consistent practice to establish new patterns. Miss a single day during these first 30 days, and you must begin again. This is not punishment, but simple recognition of how the mind works. Consistency is essential for creating new neural pathways. After 30 days, the practice will begin to feel natural. After 60 days, you will notice changes in your thinking and behavior. After 90 days, others will begin to comment on the transformation they see in you. After 6 months of faithful practice, you will be a different person, not in your essential nature, but in your expression of that nature. You will have become someone who naturally thinks and acts in alignment with success. Many men have written to tell me of the miraculous changes this morning ritual has brought to their lives. A salesman who could barely earn enough to feed his family became the top producer in his company. A laborer who had accepted his station in life developed an invention that made him wealthy. A timid clerk transformed into a confident executive. These were not miracles in the supernatural sense, but the natural result of aligning the mind with the laws of success. Do not make the mistake of thinking this is too simple to be effective. The greatest truths are always simple. The problem is not in understanding them, but in applying them. Knowledge without application is worthless. The world is full of educated failures who know what to do, but don't do what they know. Don't be one of them. Begin tomorrow morning. Set your alarm 30 minutes earlier. Prepare your private space tonight. Write out the 11 phrases if necessary until you have them memorized. Your entire life has been leading you to this moment of decision. Will you continue as you have been, hoping that somehow things will change? Or will you take command of your own mind and create the change you desire? The choice is yours, but understand this. If you do not take control of your mental programming, others will program you for their purposes. If you do not design your own life plan, you will fall into someone else's plan, and guess what they have planned for you? Not much. I close with this final thought. You now possess the morning ritual that has transformed ordinary men into extraordinary achievers. You have the same 24 hours each day that Carnegie had, that Ford had, that Edison had. The only difference between you and them is how you use the first 30 minutes after you awaken. They use this time to program their minds for success. Will you? The chains that have bound you to mediocrity are already beginning to weaken. Tomorrow morning you will speak the words that will break them forever. The road to success is clear and accessible to anyone willing to pay the price of discipline, hard work, and personal growth. Success is not a mere stroke of luck, nor is it something that is reserved for a select few. It is not a destination, but a journey that anyone can undertake. But there is one undeniable truth. To attract success, you must first become the person who is worthy of it. You must become the kind of individual who naturally draws opportunities, wealth, and fulfillment into their life. It begins with understanding this fundamental principle. Success is attracted by the person you become, not just the things you desire. The very first thing you must recognize is that success is born from a deep, burning desire. This desire is the driving force behind everything that you do. Without a strong and clear desire, you will find it difficult to summon the energy and determination required to achieve anything significant. But when you are passionate about a goal, when your desire is so intense that it becomes a part of your very being, you are already halfway to success. Desire is the fuel that propels you forward, even in the face of adversity. Without it, your efforts will be like a ship without a rudder, drifting aimlessly through life. It is not enough to have a vague desire or a fleeting wish. You must be specific about what you want and be unwavering in your commitment to attaining it. The clearer your vision, the more precise your actions will be. And here is the secret. When you define your goal with such clarity that it becomes a part of you, your mind will begin to work in alignment with it. You will start seeing opportunities where others see obstacles. And you will take actions that others would never dare. Your desire must become a compelling force that shapes your thoughts, your decisions, and your actions every day. But desire alone is not enough. You must also develop a profound belief in yourself and your ability to succeed. Belief is the foundation upon which all success is built. You cannot expect to achieve greatness if you doubt your ability to do so. Faith in yourself is not something that comes easily to most people, especially when the road ahead seems uncertain or filled with challenges. But without belief in your own potential, you will never take the actions necessary to bring your dreams into reality. Developing this faith is not a matter of wishful thinking or blind optimism. It is about programming your mind to believe in your own ability to succeed. You must feed your subconscious with thoughts of confidence and success, and remember, the most powerful tool for doing this is repetition. By repeating positive affirmations and visualizing your success every single day, you are training your mind to align with your goal. Over time, this belief will become so ingrained in your subconscious that it will be impossible for you to doubt yourself. In addition to belief, you must also recognize the extraordinary power of your thoughts. Every idea, every invention, and every accomplishment in human history began with a single thought. Your mind is a fertile ground for the seeds of success, but it must be properly cultivated. You must feed your mind with knowledge, ideas, and inspiration that will help you grow. Surround yourself with people who encourage your growth, and seek out knowledge that broadens your understanding of the world and your potential. At the same time, you must understand that knowledge alone is not enough. It is specialized knowledge, the kind that pertains directly to your goal, that will set you apart from others. It is important to continually expand your understanding of your chosen field, but it is even more crucial to apply that knowledge in practical ways. Knowledge is a tool, but without action, it is useless. The more competent you become in your area of expertise, the more valuable you will be and the greater your chances of success. But knowledge and desire, while important, must be accompanied by action. The most successful people are those who take action, imperfect action at times, but action nonetheless. You must be willing to act on your goals even when you do not have all the answers, even when you are uncertain of the outcome. The act of moving forward, taking that first step, is what separates the dreamers from the achievers. There is no magic formula for success. There is only the willingness to take consistent action in the direction of your dream. It is not enough to simply act, though. Your actions must be deliberate and organized. You must have a plan, one that guides you toward your goals step by step. This plan may not always be perfect, and it may need to be adjusted along the way, but it gives you direction. It is easy to become distracted or lose focus without a plan. And success requires a certain level of focus that only comes with clear intentions and deliberate steps. When you have a roadmap for your success, you are able to stay on course, even when the path becomes difficult. In every moment, you must choose to persist. There will be times when the road is hard and the results are not immediate. There will be setbacks, failures, and obstacles that will try to discourage you. But the person who attracts success is the person who refuses to give up. Persistence is the key that unlocks the door to greatness. Those who achieve success are not those who never fail, but those who keep moving forward no matter how many times they fall. It is important to remember that success is not defined by how many victories you achieve, but by how many times you rise after falling. Every failure, every mistake is simply a lesson that brings you closer to your ultimate goal. The more you persist, the more you learn, and the closer you get to attracting the success you desire. Those who stop after the first failure are never able to realize their full potential. But those who persist, who keep pushing forward, will eventually arrive at the destination they have worked so hard to reach. There is one more element of success that cannot be overlooked: the power of association. You are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with, and the people you choose to surround yourself with have a direct influence on your success. Surround yourself with people who uplift you, who challenge you to grow, and who encourage you from reaching your potential. Success is not a solitary pursuit. It is often the result of collaboration, mentorship, and shared efforts. By surrounding yourself with people who share your values and vision, you create an environment that nurtures growth, success, and achievement. The more you immerse yourself in positive, growth-oriented relationships, the more you will be propelled toward your own success. Ultimately, the person who attracts success is not defined by external circumstances, but by the internal qualities they cultivate. Success is not about luck or circumstance. It is about becoming the person who is worthy of it. The power to attract success lies within you, waiting to be unlocked by developing a clear desire, cultivating unshakable belief in yourself, taking consistent action, learning from failure, and surrounding yourself with the right people. You will become the kind of person who naturally attracts the success you desire. Success starts with a deep, burning desire, an intense inner fire that fuels every action you take and shapes your journey toward your goals. This desire is not a passing wish or a fleeting thought. It is a powerful, consuming force that pulls you toward your ambitions with unwavering intensity. Without this desire, there is no lasting motivation. Without it, you will find yourself easily distracted, sidetracked, or overwhelmed when faced with the inevitable challenges that life throws at you. But with a strong, clear desire, you become unstoppable. When your desire is clear, it provides a focused direction for all your efforts. It gives your mind and actions a purpose. Without a clear target, any action you take may feel aimless or misguided. Think of a ship without a rudder, drifting across the vast ocean without direction. Desire is the rudder that steers you toward your destination. It aligns your thoughts, decisions, and actions, directing them in one specific direction: the fulfillment of your goal. Clarity in what you want is essential because it allows you to channel your energy into a defined purpose. A burning desire also requires intensity. It must stir your heart and soul, keeping you engaged even when the going gets tough. This intensity is what keeps you up when you would rather rest, what pushes you to take that extra step when exhaustion threatens to stop you. It ignites your passion, giving you the strength to endure through difficult times. If your desire is weak or half-hearted, it will be easy to surrender to discouragement or to abandon your goals when faced with challenges. But when the desire burns intensely, when it courses through your being with the energy of a relentless storm, you will find yourself capable of achieving things you never thought possible. The specificity of your desire is just as important. It's not enough to say, "I want to be successful." Success, like any meaningful goal, must be defined clearly. Success can take many forms. Financial wealth, personal growth, professional accomplishments, or relationships? What does success look like for you? What is the specific outcome you are striving for? A general desire lacks the focus necessary to propel you forward. But when you pinpoint exactly what you want and craft a vision around that, every step you take will be guided by that vision. Specificity makes your goal tangible, something you can visualize and pursue with all your might. This deep and burning desire also creates the mental focus that you need to overcome adversity. Along the journey toward any meaningful achievement, you will face challenges that seem insurmountable. Setbacks will appear, and obstacles will try to stand in your way. But when your desire is strong, you view these obstacles as mere stepping stones. A strong desire does not allow you to be swayed by temporary discomfort or disappointment. Instead, it sharpens your focus and strengthens your resolve. You begin to see challenges as opportunities to grow and refine your approach. The stronger your desire, the clearer your vision becomes, and the more resilient you become in the face of adversity. A burning desire also creates the commitment necessary for long-term success. Success is rarely immediate. It is a long road paved with patience, perseverance, and effort. When your desire is deep and unwavering, you remain committed to your goal even when progress seems slow. You don't give up because you understand that the journey is part of the process. You recognize that the rewards are worth the effort. It is this commitment, fueled by your desire, that will carry you through the ups and downs of life. With it, you will find the strength to keep going, to press on when others might quit, and to reach the level of success you have set out to achieve. In short, desire is the spark that ignites the fire of success. Without it, there is no purpose, no drive, no forward movement. But with a deep, clear, and intense desire, you create the mental, emotional, and physical fuel required to take consistent action, overcome obstacles, and keep moving forward. The power of desire is transformative, and when harnessed properly, it will guide you toward the success you envision. To achieve success, developing unwavering faith in your own abilities is not just important, it is absolutely essential. Belief in yourself is the very foundation upon which all success is built. Without this belief, no matter how hard you work, how clear your goals are, or how much effort you put in, you will always encounter limitations. Doubt and uncertainty will creep in, and without a strong belief in your own potential, you will eventually. Success does not belong to those who simply wish for it. It belongs to those who firmly believe in their power to bring it to life. Belief in yourself is not the same as blind optimism or wishful thinking. It's not about hoping for the best while neglecting to take action. Instead, it's about programming your mind to confidently and consistently recognize that you have the capability to overcome any obstacle and to create the life you want. This belief isn't about assuming that everything will always go perfectly or that success will come easily. Rather, it's a mindset that says, no matter what comes my way, I can handle it. I have what it takes to succeed. To believe in yourself means to have the conviction that your abilities, talents, and strengths are more than enough to achieve your goals. It's about cultivating the inner confidence that you have the capacity to solve problems, navigate setbacks, and ultimately reach your desired destination. This belief acts as a form of mental strength that helps you persevere through the toughest challenges. Faith in yourself works like a mental blueprint. The more you believe in your ability to succeed, the more this belief is reflected in your actions, decisions, and outcomes. Confidence feeds motivation, and motivation fuels consistent action. When you believe in your potential, you make bolder decisions, take risks, and pursue opportunities that others may shy away from. You act decisively, knowing that you have the ability to adjust, learn, and grow along the way. Belief is also the antidote to fear and self-doubt. All of us encounter fear at some point. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of the unknown. But when you have a strong belief in yourself, these fears no longer control you. Instead of allowing fear to paralyze you, you recognize it as a normal part of the process, something that can be managed and overcome. With belief in yourself, you see fear as a challenge, not an obstacle. This belief allows you to act despite fear and to keep moving forward with courage. Faith in yourself can be built over time. It's not something that necessarily comes naturally to everyone, especially if you've faced setbacks or encountered criticism in the past. But belief is a habit, and like any habit, it can be strengthened through consistent practice. The key is to focus on your strengths, to remind yourself of past successes, and to affirm your ability to achieve your dreams. Regularly engage in positive self-talk. Replace limiting thoughts with empowering ones, and visualize your success vividly and often. The more you reinforce your belief in yourself, the stronger it becomes, and the more naturally you will act with confidence. When you believe in yourself, you stop waiting for external validation or approval. You understand that your worth is not determined by others, but by the conviction you hold about your own abilities. This internal belief gives you the courage to step up, take risks, and pursue your goals without hesitation. You trust that no matter what happens, you will find a way to make it work. It is this self-assurance that propels you forward, even when others doubt you or when the path is uncertain. Faith is not just an internal force. It becomes visible in everything you do. People can sense the confidence you carry. When you walk into a room with the firm belief that you have the skills, knowledge, and strength to succeed, others are more likely to believe in you too. Your belief becomes contagious, inspiring those around you and drawing opportunities toward you. In essence, your belief in yourself creates a magnetic force that attracts success. Ultimately, belief in yourself is the compass that guides you through the ups and downs of your journey. It is the foundation upon which all other traits of success are built. It fuels your desire, shapes your decisions, and drives your actions. With belief in yourself, there is no limit to what you can achieve. You become unstoppable, capable of turning dreams into reality, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead. Success is not a random stroke of luck, nor is it solely dependent on general knowledge. It requires a deeper, more targeted kind of knowledge, specialized knowledge that directly aligns with your goals. General knowledge provides a basic understanding of the world, but it is specialized knowledge that allows you to become an expert in a specific area. It is this specialized expertise that will elevate you above the competition, making you stand out in your field and giving you a distinct edge in achieving your goals. The value of specialized knowledge cannot be overstated. In today's world, the marketplace is flooded with individuals who possess a general understanding of various subjects. While general knowledge is certainly useful, it is the individuals who have honed their skills in a particular area that are able to set themselves apart. When you focus on becoming highly skilled and knowledgeable in a specific area, you become an indispensable asset in that field. People seek out expertise, and your specialized knowledge allows you to fill a unique role that others cannot. This focus on specialization is what differentiates the achievers from the average. It's not enough to be well-rounded or knowledgeable about many things. The real path to success lies in becoming the go-to person in a particular domain. Whether it's in business, technology, medicine, arts, or any other field, there is always a demand for individuals who possess a deeper understanding of their craft. Being able to provide value in a specific area means you become more relevant and sought after, which naturally attracts success. Specialized knowledge goes beyond mere theory. It's about acquiring practical, actionable knowledge that can be applied to solve real-world problems. It's the ability to take what you know and use it effectively to create tangible results. For instance, a surgeon doesn't just know the theory behind the human body. They have specialized training that allows them to perform surgeries with precision and skill. Similarly, an entrepreneur might understand general business concepts, but the most successful entrepreneurs are those who deeply understand the unique needs of their industry and market. They can leverage that specialized knowledge to innovate, create solutions, and lead effectively. The more directly your specialized knowledge applies to the area you want to succeed in, the more valuable and effective you become. To gain this specialized knowledge, you must commit to continuous learning. The pursuit of expertise is a lifelong process, one that requires dedication, discipline, and a willingness to invest time and energy. Whether it's through formal education, on-the-job experience, or self-study, you must immerse yourself in your chosen area of specialization. This process involves not just gaining knowledge, but also refining your skills through practice. You must seek out opportunities to apply your knowledge in real situations and use each experience to learn and grow. By doing so, you continually sharpen your expertise and deepen your understanding, making yourself more competent and more capable. In the process of specializing, it's essential to avoid complacency. While becoming an expert in your field is crucial, remaining an expert requires ongoing effort. The world is constantly changing and industries evolve as new information, technologies, and methods emerge. To remain valuable and relevant, you must stay up to date with the latest trends and advancements in your area of expertise. This commitment to lifelong learning ensures that your specialized knowledge doesn't become outdated, allowing you to maintain your competitive edge and continue attracting opportunities. The power of specialized knowledge is that it allows you to make a significant impact. When you know your craft inside and out, you are not only more efficient and effective, but also more confident in your ability to solve problems and create solutions. Your expertise gives you the confidence to take bold action, knowing that you have the skills to back up your decisions. This confidence becomes contagious. Others recognize your competence, trust your abilities, and are more likely to offer opportunities for collaboration or advancement. When specialized knowledge is applied correctly, it doesn't just lead to personal growth, it also opens doors for professional success. Specialized knowledge makes you indispensable, and the more you demonstrate your expertise, the more you are likely to attract success. It becomes a key differentiator that sets you apart in a crowded marketplace, making you the person others turn to for guidance, innovation, and leadership. Ultimately, success is not about knowing everything, but knowing enough in one particular area to provide extraordinary value. It's about developing a deep, specialized understanding of your chosen field and continually improving that knowledge and skill. As you become more proficient and recognized for your expertise, you will naturally attract opportunities and success. This specialized knowledge, when put into practice, becomes the defining factor that enables you to stand out, make a meaningful impact, and ultimately achieve the success you desire. Desire and knowledge are fundamental building blocks of success, but without action, they are mere dreams. Desire fuels your ambition, and knowledge equips you with the tools and understanding you need, but it is action that transforms these abstract concepts into tangible results. Action is the bridge between where you are now and where you want to be. It is the vehicle that propels you forward, turning your vision into a reality. Without consistent, deliberate action, nothing will change. The journey towards success is not paved with just thoughts and intentions. It is built on the foundation of continuous effort. You must be willing to take that first step, even when the path ahead is unclear or uncertain. No matter how much desire you have or how much knowledge you acquire, if you don't take action, you will remain stuck in place watching as others move forward and achieve what you only dream about. The most successful individuals are not necessarily the smartest, nor are they the most knowledgeable, but they are the ones who take action, even when they don't have all the answers. Action is where the rubber meets the road. It's easy to talk about your goals, to have ideas about what you want to achieve, but those ideas will remain just that, ideas. Unless you start acting on them, the act of moving forward, however imperfectly, is what separates those who achieve their dreams from those who only wish for them. It's in the doing, not the dreaming, that true success is found. You must understand that waiting for the perfect time or for everything to be aligned perfectly is often just an excuse to procrastinate. The ideal conditions rarely exist, and waiting for them can lead to perpetual stagnation. Instead, success comes from acting despite uncertainty, from moving forward with imperfect information and adjusting your course along the way. Taking imperfect action doesn't mean you should be reckless or impulsive, but rather that you embrace progress over perfection. Perfection can paralyze you, leaving you trapped in a cycle of overthinking and hesitation. Instead of waiting until everything is perfect, take action with the knowledge you have and refine your approach as you go. Every step you take, no matter how small, brings you closer to your goal. Each action is a learning experience, and with every effort, you grow and gain insights that guide your next move. It's important to remember that action doesn't always lead to immediate success. In fact, you will face setbacks, failures, and obstacles along the way. These challenges are a natural part of the process, and they are opportunities for growth. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is a stepping stone toward it. When you take action, you learn what works and what doesn't. Each failure brings with it valuable lessons that can be used to adjust your strategy, refine your methods, and improve your results. The key is not to be discouraged by failure, but to see it as an essential part of the process. Success is not the absence of failure, but the ability to keep moving forward despite it. Inaction, on the other hand, leads to stagnation. Without action, you stay where you are, mired in uncertainty and fear. The more you delay taking action, the harder it becomes to start. Momentum is a powerful force. Once you take that first step, even if it's small, you create momentum that propels you forward. Each subsequent action builds on the one before it, creating a snowball effect that accelerates progress toward your goal. The act of moving forward, even if the steps are small, is often the thing that generates the motivation to keep going. Remember that action isn't just about physical movement. It's also about taking responsibility and ownership of your life and decisions. It's about proactively creating opportunities, seeking solutions, and doing whatever is necessary to move toward your dreams. The most successful people are those who take control of their own destiny, who don't wait for opportunities to fall into their laps, but create them through their actions. While desire and knowledge may be the starting points, action is the force that pushes you through the inevitable obstacles and setbacks. The world doesn't reward passive spectators. It rewards those who take consistent, deliberate action. Every successful person you admire has taken action, often in the face of doubt, fear, or uncertainty. They've moved forward despite the unknown, taking one step after another and learning as they went. This is what makes them achievers, not just dreamers. To build momentum and keep progressing, take action every day, no matter how small the step. It doesn't matter if you don't have it all figured out. What matters is that you begin. Success comes from persistently putting in the work day after day, consistently taking steps toward your goal, no matter how challenging it may seem. With each action, you are not just moving closer to your goal, but also building the habits, skills, and resilience that will ensure long-term success. In the end, action is the key that unlocks the door to success. Desire and knowledge may light the way, but action is what moves you through the door. It's time to stop waiting for the perfect moment and start taking action toward your dreams. Remember, no progress, no success without action. The journey to success is rarely a straight path. It is often winding, filled with obstacles, setbacks, and most importantly, failures. These challenges are not signs of defeat, but rather natural parts of the process that everyone who has achieved something significant must face. Success does not belong to those who sail through life without a scratch. It belongs to those who persevere even when the road becomes rocky and difficult. The key to overcoming adversity is persistence. Persistence is the force that keeps you moving forward when everything around you suggests you should quit. It's easy to get discouraged when things don't go as planned, when you encounter failure after failure, or when success seems impossibly far away. Yet it is those who persist in the face of adversity who ultimately triumph. It is not about avoiding challenges. It is about continuing to move forward, regardless of the obstacles that arise. Persistence is the ability to keep your eyes on the goal, to maintain your focus, and to keep pushing forward no matter how many times you fall. Failure is not something to fear or avoid. It is something to learn from. Everyone, no matter how successful they appear, has faced failure at some point. Failure is not the end. It is simply feedback. It tells you what didn't work and offers an opportunity to reassess, learn, and improve. The successful individuals are those who don't see failure as a permanent roadblock, but as a temporary setback that can be overcome. They view each failure as a lesson, as an opportunity to become better, stronger, and more prepared for future challenges. The difference between those who succeed and those who give up lies in their ability to rise after every fall. Life is full of ups and downs, and it's easy to become discouraged after a failure. But true success is not about avoiding falls. It's about having the strength and determination to get back up each time. Persistence allows you to bounce back after each setback with renewed energy and a better understanding of how to approach the situation. The most successful people aren't the ones who avoid failure, but the ones who are willing to get up and try again no matter how many times they are knocked down. Resilience is an essential part of persistence. Resilience is the ability to remain strong in the face of adversity, to adapt to change, and to keep going when it feels like giving up is the easiest option. When challenges arise, resilient individuals don't break under pressure. They bend, adapt, and learn how to move forward. This ability to bounce back from adversity is what separates those who succeed from those who quit. Every setback or failure is an opportunity to build resilience, to develop the mental and emotional strength necessary to handle future challenges. Consistency is another pillar of persistence. Success does not happen overnight, and there is no single action that guarantees achievement. Instead, it is the consistent, everyday effort that leads to success. The small, incremental actions you take every day may seem insignificant at first, but when compounded over time, they add up to remarkable results. Persistence means showing up every day, putting in the effort, and continuing to take action, even when you don't see immediate results. This consistency is the key to long-term success. It is the persistent individual who day after day continues to work toward their goal who eventually reaches it. When facing adversity, it's essential to remember that setbacks are temporary. They don't define you, nor do they determine your ultimate outcome. The road to success is filled with hardships, but it is those who persist through the hardships who will eventually see their dreams realized. The most successful individuals didn't let the challenges they faced deter them. Instead, they used those challenges as stepping stones toward their ultimate success. They were willing to do whatever it took to learn from their failures and to continue moving forward with determination and persistence. Patience is the bridge that connects desire to achievement. It is the unwavering commitment to keep moving forward, even when the road is difficult and the end is not in sight. Success requires persistence because without it, setbacks become permanent roadblocks and dreams remain just that, dreams. Persistence is the secret ingredient that turns ordinary efforts into extraordinary achievements. It is the refusal to quit when things get tough, and the determination to rise again after every failure. In the face of adversity, persistence allows you to keep your eyes fixed on the prize, to maintain belief in your vision, and to continue pursuing your goals despite the challenges you encounter. Every obstacle you overcome, every failure you bounce back from, strengthens your resolve and brings you closer to success. The path may not always be easy, but it is through persistence that success is ultimately attained. Keep going, no matter how many setbacks or challenges you face. With persistence, you will rise above it all and achieve the success you've worked so hard for. Success is rarely, if ever, achieved in isolation. While personal effort, perseverance, and determination are critical components of success, the people you surround yourself with can play a pivotal role in determining whether you succeed or not. The environment you create around yourself through the relationships you nurture is just as important as the work you put in. The right people can inspire, challenge, and support you, while the wrong ones can hinder your growth and slow your progress. The power of surrounding yourself with the right people cannot be overstated. It can elevate you, challenge you to rise higher, and create an environment that fosters both personal and professional success. The individuals you associate with, both personally and professionally, shape your mindset and attitude. Success is in many ways a reflection of the energy, ideas, and beliefs you absorb from those around you. When you surround yourself with positive, ambitious, and supportive individuals, you adopt a similar mindset. You begin to think bigger, aim higher, and take more decisive action toward your goals. These people don't just support you, they challenge you to become better, to push beyond your limits, and to believe in your potential, even when you have doubts. They hold you accountable, encourage your growth, and provide a sense of direction when you feel lost or uncertain. Conversely, surrounding yourself with individuals who are negative, disinterested, or unsupportive can have a detrimental effect on your success. People who doubt your abilities or hold limiting beliefs can inadvertently transfer those same doubts onto you. If you're constantly surrounded by negativity or criticism, it becomes harder to maintain the belief in yourself that is essential for success. Negative influences drain your energy, diminish your confidence, and make it difficult to stay focused on your goals. The wrong people can act like anchors, pulling you down and preventing you from reaching your full potential. That's why it's vital to choose your associations carefully. It's not enough to just surround yourself with people who make you feel comfortable or who you've always known. Your circle should consist of individuals who elevate you, who inspire you to be the best version of yourself. Look for those who are driven, who have a growth-oriented mindset, and who are passionate about their own success. These are the people who will motivate you to keep going when you encounter setbacks, and who will offer invaluable advice when you need it most. They will challenge your thinking, expand your vision, and push you to become more than you thought possible. One of the key aspects of surrounding yourself with the right people is finding individuals who have qualities that complement your own. It's important to be around people who have strengths that you might lack, people who can offer insights or skills that you don't possess. A successful network isn't just about surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals. It's about creating a balanced group of people who bring different perspectives, experiences, and strengths to the table. This diversity enriches your environment, broadens your horizons, and exposes you to new ideas and opportunities that you might not have considered on your own. Your success is also influenced by the energy and enthusiasm of those around you. When you are surrounded by people who are passionate, driven, and excited about their own goals, that energy is contagious. It lifts you up and creates a sense of momentum that drives you forward. A positive and energetic environment makes work feel less like a chore and more like a shared mission where everyone is contributing toward mutual success. Being around individuals who are genuinely excited about growth and achievement gives you the inspiration to keep pushing toward your own goals. Mentors and role models are another essential part of the equation. These are people who have achieved the kind of success you aspire to and who can offer guidance, support, and wisdom. Having mentors is invaluable because they provide you with a roadmap for success, helping you avoid common pitfalls and navigate the complexities of your own journey. Their experience and insight can be the key to accelerating your own growth and achievement. Similarly, peer groups who are working towards similar goals can offer a sense of camaraderie and shared purpose, which can keep you motivated and focused. The people you associate with can also open doors to new opportunities. When you surround yourself with individuals who are ambitious, successful, and well-connected, you position yourself in a network where opportunities are more likely to present themselves. The right people can introduce you to key players in your industry, recommend you for job opportunities, or provide access to resources that can propel you forward. Your network becomes a powerful tool for achieving success, one that extends beyond just the people you know personally, but to the collective power of those in your extended circle. Ultimately, your success is greatly influenced by the mindset, attitudes, and energy of the people you spend the most time with. The right people will challenge, inspire, and motivate you to reach for higher goals and to develop the resilience needed to achieve them. They will encourage you to think bigger, act bolder, and persist longer. On the other hand, toxic or unsupportive individuals can hinder your progress and undermine your self-belief. Therefore, it's crucial to be intentional about the relationships you cultivate. Surround yourself with those who push you to grow, who bring positivity and opportunity into your life, and who believe in your potential as much as you do. If there's one truth I've learned after decades of studying success, failure, poverty, and power, it is this: you will believe anything you repeat. It doesn't matter whether it's true. It doesn't matter if it serves you. It doesn't matter where it came from. If it is repeated long enough, with enough emotion, your subconscious mind will absorb it and begin to live it out. And that should terrify you, because it means belief is not sacred. It's programmable. And right now, Without knowing it, you are programming something. Every time you say, I can't. Every time you think, that's not for someone like me. Every time you hear the voice that says, you're not ready, and you listen to it, you're writing code into your subconscious mind. That code becomes identity. That identity becomes emotion, and emotion becomes behavior. And once behavior sets in, you'll call it reality. But it isn't reality. It's repetition. That's why I tell you, faith is not a gift. It's a skill. And you build it the same way you built your fears, word by word, thought by thought, until your inner world either becomes your prison or your power. Most people don't believe in themselves, not because they're weak, but because they've repeated weakness to themselves for so long they no longer recognize it as programming. They call it personality. They call it being realistic. But it's not that. It's just suggestion. Repeated so many times, the mind accepted it as law. And here's the truth. Your mind does not care whether a suggestion helps you or harms you. It only cares whether it's repeated. That's the law of auto-suggestion. And it's always working, whether you're aware of it or not. So if you don't take control of the suggestions you feed your mind, they will be chosen for you by your environment, by your fears, by your past, by the people who didn't believe in themselves and taught you not to believe in you either. But you can change that. Not by begging, not by waiting, but by deliberately feeding your mind the truth until it becomes louder than the lie. And if you repeat the right message long enough, not just with your mouth, but with your emotion, your mind will begin to believe it. That's not hope. That's neurology. That's vibration. That's faith installed. The most powerful force shaping your life is not your talent. It's not your education. It's not even your environment. It is the programming of your subconscious mind. And here's what most people will never tell you. Your subconscious does not care if something is true. It only cares if it is repeated. It does not analyze. It does not argue. It does not verify. It receives. And the moment it receives an idea with enough repetition and emotional energy, it accepts it as fact. Not because it's correct, but because it's familiar. Familiarity is the only evidence your subconscious requires. That's why a lie repeated often enough becomes belief. That's why fear that started with a whisper becomes a wall. That's why people live their entire lives believing they are broken, not because they are, but because someone told them once. And they kept repeating it inside. Your subconscious mind is like fertile soil. It will grow anything. It doesn't ask whether the seed will nourish you or poison you. It only asks, is this what you're planting? And every time you think a thought with emotional charge, you're planting it. Every time you say the same thing to yourself, you're watering it. And the longer it stays in the soil of your mind, the stronger the roots become, until it grows into identity. And once you believe something about yourself, you don't need facts to keep it alive. You just need the habit of repeating it. That's why most people never change. They've never interrupted the suggestions that built their beliefs in the first place. They've never questioned the voice in their head that says, you're not good enough. People like you don't succeed. It's too late for you. You don't deserve more. And here's the trap. You can live your entire life inside those beliefs and never once realize they were programmed into you by repetition, not truth. You were born with nothing but potential. Every limit that followed was installed through repetition, through language, through emotional experiences that repeated the same message until your mind said, this must be who I am. But it wasn't who you were. It was who you were taught to be. That is the power of autosuggestion. And most people use it against themselves without even realizing it. Every time you say, "I can't," your mind listens. Every time you say, "That's just who I am," your mind records it. Every time you accept someone else's version of your limits, your subconscious makes it your own. And this isn't just philosophy. This is how you've been shaping your reality since the beginning. So the only question is this: are you programming your mind, or is something else doing it for you? Because your subconscious is not your enemy, but it is your servant. And if you don't take the time to direct it, it will serve whatever voice has spoken the longest and the loudest. It will serve fear. It will serve memory. It will serve the doubts of others. Or it will serve you if you give it new instructions. And those instructions, they are built with repetition. If you understand that your subconscious mind accepts what is repeated, and if you understand that your life is a mirror of your beliefs, then the next question is simple. How do you change the program? How do you install belief where fear once lived? The answer is autosuggestion. The deliberate, daily use of words, emotion, and repetition to rewire your identity. Autosuggestion is not wishful thinking. It is not blind affirmation. It is strategic, spiritual engineering. You're building a new belief system, not by waiting for proof, but by feeding the belief until your subconscious accepts it as fact. And here's how you do it. Step 1. Decide exactly what you want to believe, not a vague hope, not, "I want to feel better." You must define the new belief with absolute clarity. I am divinely guided in everything I do. I am capable of building a life of purpose and peace. I attract opportunities that align with my mission. I am free from fear and led by faith. These are not just phrases. They are commands, spiritual blueprints you will submit to the subconscious mind daily. Step 2, repeat it out loud with emotion. Words alone won't penetrate the subconscious. They must be felt. That means saying your belief out loud when you wake up and before you sleep, with conviction. You don't have to believe it yet, but you do have to say it like someone who is becoming it. Because the subconscious responds to repetition and vibration. And your tone, your breath, your energy, that is your vibration. Each time you repeat it, you are carving a groove into the mind. And eventually, that groove becomes a path. And that path becomes a belief. And that belief begins to shape reality around it. You're not lying to yourself. You're writing a new truth before the world catches up. Step 3, starve the old belief. You cannot build faith while feeding fear. You cannot install worth while repeating powerlessness. Every time you hear the old voice, the one that says, "You're not enough. People like you don't succeed. It's too late for you," you interrupt it. Not with force, but with your new program. You say, "That's not my story anymore." And you repeat the truth you've chosen, out loud, calmly, with authority. You don't argue with the old belief, you replace it. Step 4, stay consistent, even when you feel no change. This is where most people quit. They say it for a week, then nothing feels different, and they assume it doesn't work. But they forget. The old belief was installed through years of repetition. It was reinforced through trauma, experience, repetition, and agreement. So of course it takes time to override it. But you're not asking for a miracle. You're following a law. The law says, what is repeated with emotion becomes belief. What is believed deeply enough becomes reality. What becomes reality started with repetition. So you repeat, and you keep repeating, not because you're desperate, but because you're now in control of the signal. Your subconscious is listening, not to your doubt, but to your discipline. And eventually, it will believe you, because that's what it was designed to do. Most people misunderstand faith. They treat it like a weather pattern, something that either arrives or doesn't. They say things like, "I'm just trying to have more faith. I wish I could believe in myself. I don't feel strong enough to trust." But faith is not a feeling. It's not a mood. It's not a gift handed out to the lucky few. Faith is a system, and like every system, it can be built or ignored. You don't need to feel inspired to have faith. You don't need to be fearless to act in alignment. You need structure. You need understanding. You need to know the components of faith so you can construct it, just like a house, a bridge, a business, or a belief. So let me show you the system. 1. Faith begins with repetition. Your mind does not develop belief from facts alone. It develops belief from frequency. That's why you must speak the truth before you see it. You repeat the thought. You visualize the outcome. You flood the subconscious mind with the same message until it stops rejecting it and begins accepting it as the new baseline. Every repetition is a brick. You are building belief, brick by brick. 2. Faith is shaped by emotion. Words without feeling are weak, but when you speak with emotion, even if you don't fully believe yet, your subconscious listens. It listens to vibration. It listens to your state. That's why it's critical that your auto-suggestions are not robotic. You must speak them with breath, conviction, intention, not to impress anyone, but to create resonance within yourself. The stronger the emotion behind the repetition, the deeper the programming. 3. Faith is activated by decision. You do not wait for belief to take action. You act from the seed of belief, and with every step you take, that seed grows. Faith grows by usage. Just like a muscle, it strengthens under weight. So you don't say, "I'll act when I feel sure." You say, "I act because this is who I'm becoming." And the more you live as if it's already true, the faster it becomes true. Because action reinforces suggestion. And suggestion reinforces belief. And belief reinforces reality. That's the system. 4. Faith is protected by environment. You cannot install new beliefs while surrounding yourself with voices that speak doubt, fear, and limitation. Every conversation is a suggestion. Every environment carries frequency. If you are reprogramming your mind, you must guard it like a sacred temple. That doesn't mean you become isolated. It means you become intentional. You choose what you listen to. You decide what voices get airtime in your mind. You eliminate what weakens the new pattern you're installing. Because if you don't guard the gate, the old messages return. And no matter how hard you work, if the system isn't protected, it will be overrun. 5. Faith is stabilized by practice. Once faith begins to form, you must use it daily. You speak the truth, even when fear shows up. You hold the vision, even when evidence is lacking. You return to your program, morning, night, in between. Faith is not a peak you reach, it is a path you walk, and the more you walk it, the less power fear has. Fear doesn't disappear, but it becomes background noise. It stops controlling your pace, because now faith is louder. Faith is a system, and now you know how to build it. So the question is no longer, do I have enough faith? The question is, am I working the system every day? If the answer is yes, then the outcome is already shifting. You won't need to force belief. You'll become belief. And from that foundation, you'll create whatever matches it. Let me say something now that most people will not want to hear, but it must be said. You are always being programmed. The only question is, by whom? If you do not deliberately feed your mind with suggestion, with vision, with belief, with clarity, then the world around you will do it for you. And the world is not neutral. The world is loud. The world is crowded. The world is filled with fear, limitation, distraction, doubt, and passivity. And if you do not take control of what enters your mind, your subconscious will absorb that noise and treat it like truth. That is the greatest danger. Not that your beliefs are wrong, but that they were never yours to begin with. They were handed to you, installed without consent, repeated so often you forgot to question them. You're not meant to succeed. Be realistic. Don't want too much. People like you don't get ahead. It's too risky. That dream is for someone else. Where did those voices come from? Were they born in you? Or were they downloaded from parents who never broke free, teachers who played it safe, friends who feared rejection, cultures that worship conformity, and systems that profit from your limitation? This is what I call drifting. Drifting is the slow, invisible death of purpose. It happens when you stop choosing your thoughts and start reacting to whatever the world throws at you. It happens when your mind becomes passive. When the voice inside is no longer your own. When suggestion comes not from clarity, but from noise. And once you begin drifting, you enter what I call hypnotic rhythm. It's a spiritual autopilot. And once it locks in, you begin to live by default, not by design. You wake up and go through motions. You no longer question your thoughts. You accept mediocrity as normal. You bury desire under duty. You silence vision for survival. And you don't even know it's happening, because the mind is programmable, but it is also lazy when left alone. It will default to the most repeated signal, and most of the world is broadcasting fear. So if you're not programming your mind with intention, you are being programmed by accident. And let me tell you, accidental programming never leads to greatness. It never leads to purpose. It never leads to the full expression of what you were born to become. That only happens when you interrupt the noise and begin to reprogram your mind from the inside out. Daily, deliberately, decisively. If you don't give your subconscious clear instruction, it will follow someone else's. And if that someone else doesn't believe in your future, neither will you. But the moment you realize this, the moment you really see it, you can take your power back. You can stop the drift. You can rewrite the code. And you can begin to feed your mind a new truth, so repeatedly and so precisely that the old beliefs no longer have room to survive. That is your responsibility, because no one is coming to reprogram your mind for you. It is yours, and only you can reclaim it. Let me ask you a question you probably never considered. What future are your words planting right now? Because every word you speak is a seed, and those seeds grow, whether you meant them to or not. The subconscious mind hears everything you say, not just the speeches, not just the affirmations, not just the moments you're trying to be positive. It hears the casual remarks, the quiet self-criticism, the jokes you make at your own expense, and it records all of it. Your future is being shaped by the phrases you repeat without even noticing. When you say, "I'm just not good with people," "I've never been lucky," "I'm so tired all the time," "This always happens to me," "I could never do something like that," your subconscious listens. It does not question. It does not argue. It simply accepts. And the more you repeat those words, the more it reshapes your identity to match them. Because your subconscious is not loyal to your potential. It is loyal to your programming. And the program is written in the language you use every single day. You may not mean it. You may be joking. You may be venting. But the subconscious doesn't know the difference. It only knows the vibration. And vibration is determined by repetition and emotion. The words you speak become the thoughts you believe. The thoughts you believe become the actions you take. The actions you take become the results you experience. And the results you experience confirm the words you spoke. It becomes a cycle. And most people spend their lives trapped in that cycle without ever realizing they built it with their own tongue. You are not unlucky. You're undisciplined in your speech. You're not cursed. You've been careless with your words. You are not broken. You've just rehearsed a story that doesn't serve you. And the good news is, you can change that story. Not in theory, not in fantasy, but in practice. You change it by changing your language, deliberately, repeatedly. Even when it feels awkward, even when the old phrases try to slip out of your mouth, you begin replacing "I can't" with "I am learning." "I'm not" with "I'm becoming." "This is hard" with "This is training me." You catch yourself, you redirect. You speak the new code until your mind begins to believe it. And when it believes it, it behaves like it. And when it behaves like it, your world begins to reflect it. That's how powerful your words are. You're not speaking to impress others. You're speaking to instruct your subconscious. Every sentence is a set of instructions. Every phrase is a blueprint. Every declaration is a command. You are not just describing your life, you are designing it with your own voice. So if you don't like what you're seeing, start by listening to what you're saying, because your words are not just sound, they are vibration, they are programming, they are power. And once you master that power, you won't just speak differently, you'll live differently. You've been told that doubt is natural, that it's just part of life, that it's something you have to manage or overcome, like a chronic condition. But that's not true. Doubt is not natural. Doubt is programmed. It is installed, conditioned, rehearsed, repeated, until it becomes reflex. And if it was programmed in, it can be programmed out. Doubt isn't something you're born with. You weren't doubting your worth as a child. You weren't born believing you couldn't succeed, that you weren't enough, that your future was limited. Those beliefs were handed to you by repetition, by fear, by the people around you who never broke free and unconsciously passed their limitations on to you. They didn't mean to, but they did. And now, if you're not careful, you'll keep repeating that same pattern inside your own mind until your life begins to match their ceiling. That's how doubt spreads. It's not loud. It's not dramatic. It's quiet repetition. One fearful thought, spoken often enough until it becomes a belief. And once it becomes a belief, you'll see the world through it. You'll expect failure. You'll prepare for rejection. You'll back away from opportunity before it even arrives. Not because you're weak, but because doubt has become your software. But here's the truth Hill taught, and most never understood. Your mind is not a stone. It is clay. And clay can be reshaped. The same way you program doubt, you can program confidence. The same way you built fear, you can build faith. Doubt was written by repetition, so rewrite it. Catch the phrases. Notice the voice. And every time it speaks, respond. Not with anger, not with shame, but with authority. Speak your truth. Speak your vision. Speak the new belief you're choosing, even if your voice shakes, even if your mind resists, even if it feels foreign at first. Because repetition doesn't care how you feel. It cares whether you continue. And the moment you continue, you begin to change the pattern, day by day, phrase by phrase, until the old groove wears down and the new one takes shape. That's how reprogramming works. You are not fighting doubt. You are starving it. You are replacing it. You are overriding it with something truer, stronger, and deliberately chosen. Because if doubt was installed without your permission, faith must be installed with your participation. And once that new program takes root, you will no longer hesitate. You will no longer shrink. You will no longer live at half your power because of something someone else once said. You'll be free. And not because the doubt disappeared, but because you replaced it with something louder. Everything you've ever believed was built by repetition, and everything you will become will be built the same way. Repetition is not weakness. Repetition is power. Look around you. The strongest structures in the world are not built by inspiration. They're built by pattern, by routine, by laying the same bricks with the same hands in the same direction until something unshakable is formed. And your mind is no different. You will never become strong by inspiration alone. You will become strong by what you repeat, what you feed, what you affirm, what you return to when no one is watching. Because repetition is how the subconscious learns, and the subconscious is what controls your behavior. And your behavior is what creates your results. This is the system, and it works at every time. The only question is, are you using it on purpose or by accident? Most people repeat the wrong things: excuses, limitations, fears, memories of failure, stories of unworthiness. And then they wonder why nothing changes. But the law of mind is not personal. It does not reward truth. It rewards repetition. Whatever is repeated becomes real, not because it is fact, but because it is familiar. And what is familiar becomes belief, and belief shapes everything. So if you want to change your reality, you must change what your mind hears most. You must become deliberate in what you say to yourself, what you visualize, what you declare, not once, not when you feel motivated, but every single day. That is how faith is built. That is how confidence is installed. That is how you go from being a victim of old programming to a master of new creation. You don't need new gifts. You need a new groove. And that groove is created with repetition. Repeat the truth. Repeat the vision. Repeat the words that reflect who you are becoming. Speak them. Feel them. Carry them until they settle so deep your subconscious accepts them as law. Because once the mind believes it, it begins to create it. And that's when your outer world starts to reflect your inner declaration. Not by chance, not by magic, but by law. You will believe anything you repeat. So choose what you repeat, because in doing so, you are choosing your future.
Thank you for watching Napoleon Hill Daily Millionaire Mindset. If this sparks something in you, don't let it fade. Subscribe now and turn these timeless ideas into your daily advantage. Drop a comment below. Let us know your biggest takeaway. And remember, you don't get what you wish for, you get what you believe and work for. Think big, grow daily, live rich. See you in the next video.